Chapter 2380. Before she reached the school gate, she saw a figure she didn't want to see the most. He was sitting on a stone squat in front of the school gate, looking here and there as if he was looking for someone. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Sun Dongqing. She was actually sitting in front of his school gate. Yi Qian ignored her. He got off the car on the opposite side of the road and walked across the sidewalk. He didn't try to avoid Sun Dongqing and walked towards the school gate. She went to Lingguo on Sunday and came back on Wednesday. She didn't have a leave slip with her and the sentry had to call the school before she could enter the school. Sun Dongqing had been waiting at the school gate for 3 days, from Monday morning to Wednesday. Even though the early spring wind chilled her to the bone, she could only endure it for Sun Ying's sake. Yi Qian. She had to wait until Yi Qian. She had to see him. Her daughter, Sun Ying, was still waiting for her to save her. She had to see Yi Qian. From sunrise to sunset, and from sunrise to sunset, it had been 3 days. Yi Qian, who was supposed to be at school, still hadn't come back. The sentry didn't allow her to enter, nor did the leaders inside. They only told her that Yi Qian wasn't at school and didn't know when he would return. Business? She was still studying. What business could he have? He just didn't want to see her. That wretched girl. She was all grown up now and knew how to give her attitude time and time again. But what could she do even if she hated her? No matter how much she hated her, she had to endure it. No matter how much she hated her, she had to wait for her daughter to come out. She tightened her grip on the black handbag in her hand and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. As long as she saw Yi Qian, she would have a way to force him to make a move. Now, she just had to wait for Yi Qian to appear. In front of the National Science University's majestic main entrance was the city's main road that connected to the river. The road was wide and there were few cars. Sun Dongqing would pay attention to every bus that stopped there. She thought that she might see Yi Qian coming back from his business trip. After looking around, she would look at the school gate, afraid that she would miss out on something. Sun Dongqing was a shrewd middle-aged woman. She had no choice but to wait and see if she could reach Yi Qian. Previously, she dared to stop the cars entering the National Science and Technology University. Later, she was scared out of her wits. Seeing that the day was about to pass, Sun Dongqing stood up and prepared to ask the sentinel again. As soon as she turned around, she saw Yi Jian. Yi Jian's classmate, Su Wen, came out to pick her up and gave the sentry her leave slip. "You're finally back." The heads of the other classes were so worried that their hair turned white. Didn't they say that the freshmen were divided into red and blue teams? The freshmen are all excited. They don't want to lose too badly. Yi Qian had only been here for a few days. Su Wen felt like she had not seen him for months. She told Yi Qian everything that had happened in the past few days. "Now that we see the seniors in the 3rd year, we feel a little scared. Do you think that if we build a good relationship with them, they will go easy on us during the exercise?" "Go easy on them?" Yi Qian raised his hand and lightly knocked on her forehead. He splashed a bucket of cold water on her. "Comrade, the exercise is a battlefield. Have you ever seen a battlefield where people go easy on them? You attended military school for half a year. Comrade, where did your comrade's comrade go?" Chapter 2381. His tone was unusually cold and stern. "Ha. Su Wen laughed awkwardly. "I was just joking. I wouldn't dare to go easy on you." "Su Wen, this kind of joke is not a joke. It directly lowered your IQ. If the instructor hears this, do you think your physical training will be doubled?" Yi Qian did not stop because of her awkwardness. He seriously told his comrade, "First of all, you have to remember that the drill is not a joke. It's not something that can be fooled by laughing and having fun. Treating every drill seriously is also a form of respect for your own life. Su Wen, you can say that you don't have enough awareness, but you absolutely cannot say that this is a joke, understand?" In class, Yi Qian was the leader of the entire class. Sometimes, her words carried more weight than the instructor's. In addition, Yi Qian had fought back a group of hooligans to save Su Wen. Su Wen admired Yi Qian from the bottom of her heart. Hearing this, she realized how serious her mistake was. The smile on her face disappeared, and she said seriously, "I understand. I promise that this kind of mistake will not happen again." The drill was a form of respect for one's life. She would remember this. As the two of them spoke, they had already entered the school grounds. Sun Dongqing, who was not sure if she had recognized the wrong person, saw this and ignored the sentinel's warning. She shouted loudly, "Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Qian." She was afraid that Yi Qian could not hear her, and she was also afraid that she would be chased away, so she seized the opportunity to call out 3 times in a row. After that, she stood still and did not dare to move forward. This was because the sentinel had already walked over with a dark expression. Yi Qian did not turn around. She did not want to hear anything about Sun Dongqing's family. She did not want to see her either. Su Wen suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Aya, the person who called out to you just now came on Monday. She said that she was your aunt, and then she said that she was your aunt." She was so confusing. Everyone in class knows. Everyone in class knows? Yi Qian, who did not turn around, stamped his feet. What did she say? She didn't say anything. The instructor even came out to ask her, but she refused to say anything. She insisted on seeing you in person. The dean said that he would deal with it when you came back. Su Wen could see that Yi Qian's expression was a little cold. He couldn't help but feel uneasy and asked carefully, "Is it troublesome? How about I let her go?" Even the dean had said that she would deal with it when she came back. Sun Dongqing's ability to pester people endlessly had really improved. In other words, even if she didn't want to, she had to meet him. Yi Qian didn't want to alarm his classmates, so he smiled and said, "No, I'll go look for her. You go back to the dorm first, I'll be back soon." "I'll go with you. That auntie doesn't seem like an easy person to get along with." Su Wen was a little worried. She frowned and whispered, "When they came here on Monday, they were so aggressive. They even stopped the principal's car." How bold. She even dared to stop the car. How could she not be bold? Yi Qian did not let Su Wen accompany him. He turned around and walked out, but she had already entered the campus. It was impossible for her to walk out directly. She turned around and walked over. Sun Dongqing, who was stopped by the sentinel, was a little afraid of these upright and outspoken sentinels. She covered her black handbag in front of her chest and explained excitedly, "The person who just went in was really my niece. Look, comrade, look, she's already come out. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I really came here to look for my niece." The sentinel inside said to Yi Qian, "Hurry up and ask her to leave. She's been here for a few days. Your department has already informed us that you should ask her to leave before you return to the campus." Chapter 2382. "I'm sorry to have troubled you," Yi Qian apologized. His gaze on Sun Dongqing turned even colder. "It's nothing. We were just worried that we would affect you." The sentinel waved his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to settle the matter first. When Sun Dongqing saw Yi Qian, she felt as though she had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. She was so anxious that she used her shoulder to push aside the sentinel who was blocking her. She quickly ran over. "Yi Qian, my niece, I'm begging you. Hurry back to the southern province with me and save your sister. Your sister is suffering now. She's been in the police station for the past few days. Every time I go in to see your sister would cry loudly. My dear niece, I'm begging you. Please save your sister. Your sister has suffered too much. She has never suffered so much since she was young. You don't know, her face is so thin that it's only the size of a palm. She doesn't have much flesh on her body. My heart aches for your sister. If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore." Sun Dongqing was a shrewish person, but she was also clever. She didn't dare to say anything else. She just pretended to be weak and complained about her sufferings in an attempt to gain Yi Qian's sympathy. Then she would cry and say that Yi Ying's surname was now Sun, and that she was a daughter of the Sun family. For the sake of her dead mother, she would save her. This was what she had discussed with Sun Ning before she came over. Yi Qian could sympathize with anyone but Sun Dongqing's family. She calmly glanced at the hand that was tugging at her sleeve. Her eyes flashed with mockery as she flung the hand away. She said with a half-smile, "Madam Sun, please don't try to make connections with me. I don't have a sister or an aunt. Don't talk nonsense. As for who is suffering, what does that have to do with me? What does it have to do with me if something happens to someone?" Sun Dongqing knew she was going to hit a wall, but what could she do? What could she do? Her daughter had hired a hitman. If she wanted to get out of this, she had to get Yi Qian to testify that it was all a misunderstanding. For the sake of her daughter's release, she could only endure it. She had to endure it even if her liver hurt. "Niece, in the past, it was Aunt who ate black coal and was blinded by it. That's why I did so many things to let you down. Aunt was really wrong, Aunt was really wrong. Can you be magnanimous and forgive Aunt this once?" Those things were all done by Big Aunt. All the bad and heartless things were done by Big Aunt. If you have any anger or hatred, just take it out on Big Aunt, okay? It has nothing to do with your sister, it has nothing to do with her. It's all Aunt's fault. I beg you, niece, for your mother's sake, forgive Aunt this once. When your mother was alive, she was very good to me. She would leave all the good food and clothes for me. Even if I did something wrong, your mother would forgive me. Good child, I know that you are like your mother, soft-hearted and kind-hearted. You will definitely forgive me, right? Aunt won't ask you for anything else. I just want you to help Aunt and your sister this once. The police station is really not a good place to live. Your sister suffered too much in there. She cried every day and was afraid every day. She didn't even have a good night's sleep. Every time Aunt saw her, Aunt hated that I couldn't go in and save your sister." Sun Dongqing wiped her tears, but her eyes kept darting around. Seeing that Yi Qian was unmoved, she became even more anxious. What to do, what to do? How could this wretched girl be so ruthless? She didn't save her sister. She didn't even save the person closest to her. Chapter 2383. The hatred from the previous life and the hatred from the previous life were added to the old hatred in this life. To Yi Jian, it was already merciful that she did not add insult to injury. But Sun Dongqing still had the audacity to beg her. "Aunt? Sister?" Ha, if there's a problem, she's referring to her aunt and sister. Did she really think that Yi Qian was easy to talk to and easy to bully? Yi Jian, whose eyes were getting colder and colder, laughed out loud. She lowered her eyes and looked down at Sun Dongqing. "Sun Dongqing, everything that you and Ying have done. Everything that you've done, everything that you've done, everything that you've done." She pointed at her chest, her voice even colder than the cold wind of early spring. "I remember it all. I remember it all. I don't dare to forget it. Aunt? Sister? Sun Dongqing, are you even worthy? Don't mention my mother. You have no right to mention my mother. Your current fate, Yi Ying's fate, is the fate that I'm looking forward to. Yes, I'm indeed kind and didn't kick you when you're down. Today, if it were me, Sun Dongqing, what would you and Ying do? You would only want to pour all the dirty water on me and make me wish I was dead." Her voice was cold and clear. Every word was like a thin blade scraping through flesh and bone, making Sun Dongqing's hands tremble. She wanted to explain, but when she looked up and met Yi Qian's gaze, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes. At the same time, she hugged her black handbag even tighter, as if trying to find a sense of security. "I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it." Sun Dongqing stammered with her eyes tightly shut. There were more words that she wanted to say, but they were all stuck in her throat. No matter what, she couldn't say them. Too scary. Too scary. That wretched girl is too scary. Yi Jian, who had just returned from the battlefield, was illuminated by the dim yellow light. Her face was gloomy and ruthless, and even her dark eyes were filled with bloodthirst, which made people feel intimidated. Yi Jian's murderous aura was too strong, and she had been on the battlefield before. Her momentum was enough to scare Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, whether your family lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Whatever you want to do, don't even think about messing with me. As for your daughter, don't you think it's retribution? You want me to save you? Sun Dongqing, I only hope that she... Yi Qian abruptly took a step towards her, closing the distance between the two of them. Then he slowly lowered his head to Sun Dongqing's ear, who still did not dare to open her eyes. He chuckled coldly, I only wish for her to suffer a fate worse than death. Why would I save her? He only hoped that he would suffer a fate worse than death. Sun Dongqing's teeth were chattering, and her knees were weak. She couldn't control her body properly, and her legs gave way. She fell to the cold ground, and the bag in her hand fell from her hand. Yi Qian. Yi Qian. You're too cruel. How can you be so cruel? That's your sister. Ying is your younger sister. She couldn't accept Yi Qian's indifference. It shouldn't be like this. She was already begging him, what else could she do? What else did he want her to do? She was ruthless. Was she ruthless? Yi Qian seemed to have heard a joke. In order to let Sun Dongqing hear his words better, Yi Qian squatted down and smiled coldly, am I ruthless? On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Ying wrote a love letter to the teacher, but it was discovered. She was afraid that she would be criticized, so she framed me instead. The two of you, mother and daughter, poured basin after basin of dirty water on me. You wanted me to be unable to raise my head in the village, you wanted me to be despised by the school, you wanted me to be tainted for the rest of my life. Chapter 2384. Memories of the past were still fresh in her mind. She had been tortured twice in both her previous and current lives. How could she forget? How could she forget? Yi Qian's gaze was cold as he stared at Sun Dongqing, whose shoulders were trembling even more. His voice was filled with ruthlessness and coldness as he enunciated each word clearly. How old was I then? How old was I? I was only 13 or 14 years old, yet you were so cruel to me. I didn't have any food to eat. I was hungry and secretly ate some leftovers. How did you treat me? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten everything? You tied me up with a thick hemp rope and whipped me with Yi Jifan's belt. Do you remember what Ying did? Sun Dongqing, Ying dissolved a bag of salt into water and splashed it directly on my wound. I was in pain. I was in so much pain that I bit my tongue until it bled. I was in so much pain, but I didn't dare to cry out. I was afraid that Ying would splash salt water on me again. I was in so much pain. I still remember how much pain it was. I was cruel. Was I as cruel as you and your mother? Was I as cruel as you and your mother? Sun Dongqing's face lost all color at the mention of the past. She was so pale that there was no trace of anger. Yes, if she hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. How old was that wretched girl then? 9? 10? How could I forget? I can't forget. It was so painful. How could I forget? Ying was suffering in the police station. I don't know if she was injured. If she was, I would have splashed salt water on her too. When I was in so much pain, she was laughing so happily beside me. What should I do? Sun Dongqing, I also want to see her bite her tongue until it bled. I also want to stand beside her and laugh. Beg me to save her? Say that she's my sister? Sun Dongqing, you really dared to dream. I didn't kill her back then. I was being merciful. How dare you come and beg me? The more you beg me, the more it reminds me of the past. The more I want to see her beg for death. Yi Qian spoke slowly and clearly. The hatred in his words was so deep that Sun Dongqing's shoulders trembled in fear. She finally opened her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. We really won't do it again. Yi Qian, please be magnanimous and let us go. Ying and I won't do it again. Forget about the past, okay? Aunt, please, forget about it, okay? I'm begging you. Also, Ying's surname is not Yi anymore. Her surname is Sun. Look, her surname is Sun now. She has the same surname as your mother. Niece, for your mother's sake, I beg you. Aunt, please save your sister. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. From now on, we'll be a family. We won't cause any more trouble, okay? Those things, why did this wretched girl remember them in her heart? There were so many things that she had forgotten. How could a child like her remember them? He even remembered it for more than 10 years. Sun Dongqing, whose shoulders were trembling, felt very guilty. She didn't even have the courage to beg. But she had no choice. She could only beg Yi Qian. If she didn't beg her, Ying wouldn't have any chance of being released. How could she bear to let her beloved go to jail? She couldn't bear to. After the divorce, she could only rely on her daughter in the future. If she couldn't even protect her daughter, how was she going to live the rest of her life? How was she going to live? Yi Qian's words made Sun Dongqing really scared. She was so scared that her whole body couldn't help but tremble. No matter how scared she was, she could only endure it. Where's her bag? Where's her bag? Where's her black bag? Chapter 2385. Sun Dongqing, who had been pleading, realized that the black bag she had been holding was not in her hands. She was so shocked that she fumbled around on the ground, looking for it. The bag was right in front of her feet. She grabbed it when her hand touched it and hugged it tightly in her arms. She continued to cry, "Niece, you can't be so cruel. She's your sister, your only sister. You can't be so cruel. Look at you, you're a soldier. A soldier. Isn't a soldier supposed to save lives and heal the injured? You can't leave her in the lurch, right? Look, I've already come to school. If you don't save her, what will the school think of you? What will your classmates think of you?" This was a threat. Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, sneered. Why should I save someone who schemed to harm me? Save her so that she can continue to harm me? Sun Dongqing, I can't wait for Ying to stay in prison for the rest of her life. Change her surname to Sun. Yi Zhifan was indeed amazing. This was to sever the last connection with Ying. Could it really be severed? The wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Madame Li, would not give up so easily. How could she give up just because of a mere surname change? There was no hurry. Yi Ying's retribution. Oh, no, it should be Sun Ying. Sun Ying's retribution in this lifetime had just begun. I've waited for your family's misfortune for so many years. I've waited and waited and waited. Now, it's finally here. I'll take my time. I want to see your family destroyed. Cold and gloomy, with a bloodthirsty aura that could not be dispersed. The hatred of 2 lifetimes, the enmity of 2 lifetimes. Finally, there was an end. She wanted her to save Sun Ying. Dream on. Her family destroyed. That wretched girl said she wanted to see her family destroyed. She wanted Ying to die. Cruel, what a cruel wretched girl. Sun Dongqing, who was guilty and scared, was angry. She was so angry that her teeth chattered. She begged like this. She was just short of kneeling down and begging, but she would not relent. She wanted to see Ying suffer. Fine. 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 Then don't blame her for being merciless. Sun Dongqing watched as Yi Qian stood up and turned to head back to school. Sun Dongqing grabbed her black handbag tightly and got up. She suddenly shouted, "Yi Qian, how could you be so cruel? Do you still have a conscience? Do you still have a conscience?" When are you going to stop harming our family? Are you trying to force me to my death? Previously, Yi Qian had spoken to her in a low voice. Now that Sun Dongqing was shouting, the passers-by who were hurriedly passing by could not help but stop. She gripped her black handbag tightly and rushed in front of Yi Qian. She stared at Yi Qian with a strange look in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Yi Qian, are you really not willing to save Yingying?" Yi Qian keenly sensed the change in her. He glanced at the black handbag in her hands and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yi Qian, do you hate me that much? Do you want me to die immediately?" Her voice was high and low, and her emotions were also changing strangely. This change made Yi Qian feel alarmed. At that moment, Sun Dongqing suddenly took something out of her handbag. Under the dim streetlights, it flashed with a chilling light that made one's heart skip a beat. She raised the fruit knife and stabbed at Yi Qian. "My Yingying is suffering, but you won't have a good time either." Yi Qian had been on guard for a long time. Dealing with such a trivial matter, she could easily dodge it. Yi Qian easily dodged Sun Dongqing's first stab. Chapter 2386. At the same time, the sentries on sentry duty noticed something amiss. They whistled sharply and several people ran over. Sun Dongqing was anxious. Her daughter had said that success or failure depended on this. The fruit knife had to have Yi Qian's fingerprints on it. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. "Mom, you must remember that Yi Qian's fingerprints must be on the fruit knife. This is very important. Mom, as long as she leaves her fingerprints, you can stab yourself. When the time comes, you just have to insist that she was the one who stabbed you. Only then will we be able to exchange with her and get out of this damned place. Mom, you must succeed. Dad doesn't care about me anymore. I can only rely on you. If you don't save me, my life is over. Mom, I beg you, you have to save me." Yes. Yes. She must save her daughter. She must make that wretched girl leave her fingerprints on the fruit knife. A sharp whistle sounded. Sun Dongqing, who had failed this time, panicked. "Don't you want to destroy our family? The knife is right here. Stab me. Stab me. I'm right here. I'll stab you." Sun Dongqing was very agitated. She didn't know when the hair tie had broken. Her hair was disheveled, and she clung onto Yi Qian like a madwoman. She wanted to force the fruit knife into Yi Qian's hands. At this point, Yi Qian finally understood her intentions. "Sun Dongqing, this is what Sun Ying taught you, right? You want me to stab you with a knife in exchange for saving her?" Yi Qian only found it funny. Yi Ying was ruthless enough in her previous life, and she was still the same in this life. She could even come up with such a method to frame him and get him out of trouble. Stab you in exchange for her. Sun Ying, oh Sun Ying, you're really ruthless when it comes to scheming against your own mother. You can even think of such a sinister method. You should stay in the police station. The first attack didn't succeed, the second attack didn't succeed, and the third attack didn't succeed. Suddenly, Yi Jian exposed her daughter's plan. Sun Dongqing panicked even more. "Stop. What are you doing? Put down the knife." The sentinel roared as he raised the stun baton in his hand. The voice of the sentinel was right behind her. Sun Dongqing's confidence, which she had worked so hard to build up, exploded like a balloon and disappeared without a trace. Panicking, she threw the fruit knife away and ran for her life in fear. After dodging continuously, Yi Qian said to the sentries, "I'll chase after him. You guys pick up the sabers first." Then he turned around and chased after him. She didn't want to chase Sun Dongqing back. Instead, she wanted her to send a message to Sun Ying. How could the obese Sun Dongqing outrun Yi Qian? She was instantly blocked by Yi Qian. You. What are you trying to do?" I. Don't come over. Don't come any closer." Sun Dongqing was so scared that she stuttered. She couldn't say a single word. "My knife. No, My knife wasn't used to stab you. You said that you hated us. It wasn't used to stab you. It was you who came to stab me. She didn't manage to stab him. She didn't manage to stab him. Actually, she was so close. She was too impatient. She should have grabbed Sun Dongqing's hand first and shoved the knife to her. Then she would have pounced on Sun Dongqing. That would have worked. It was all because she was too impatient. Yi Qian looked at Sun Dongqing's anxious expression and said mockingly, "Go back and tell Sunning that her trick didn't work. Even if there were 10 Sun Dongqing, it wouldn't work. Also, tell her that even though I'm a military academy student, I'm not that easy to bully." Chapter 2387. With that, she gently stroked her left wrist with her right hand, and the silver wire was in her hand. Before Sun Dongqing could react, Yi Qian had already circled behind her. At the same time, the silver wire that carried a trace of her body temperature wrapped itself around Sun Dongqing's neck. Sun Dongqing screamed in fear as something suddenly wrapped around her neck. She wanted to reach out to touch it, but something cold slid past her palm, followed by a piercing pain in her palm. By the time she realized what had happened, her palm was covered in blood. Blood from her palm. Ah! Sun Dongqing screamed in fear at the sight of the blood on her palm, but she was immediately delighted. She was injured and bleeding. Yi Qian was the one who hurt her. She was the one who hurt her. She had committed the crime of intentional assault. Other than intentional assault, there's also the crime of self-defense. Sun Dongqing, you raised the knife just now. There are surveillance cameras all around our school. Our school sentinels saw you trying to stab me with a knife. Sun Dongqing, why don't we go to the police station and see how long you'll be sentenced to? Yi Qian seemed to know what she was thinking. He slowly put the silver wire back on her wrist and analyzed the situation for Sun Dongqing. Intentional assault. Wouldn't she have committed the same crime as Ying? Sun Dongqing's scalp tensed up when she heard that. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She didn't even dare to treat her wound. She scrambled to hail a taxi and told the driver to go to the airport. She didn't even say the word airport very clearly. She was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. The sentinels had already picked up the fruit knife. When they saw Yi Qian coming back alone, they couldn't help but ask if she was injured. They also expressed their regret that they didn't catch the culprit. She didn't have any regrets. She let Sun Dongqing go on purpose so that Sun Ying would know that her scheme had failed again. She believed that Sun Ying's expression would be very good at that time. Yi Qian smiled and thanked her. He told the sentinels that he was fine, took the fruit knife, and returned to school. This incident gave Sun Dongqing quite a shock. She only felt alive after she got off the plane in Southern Province. It was also early spring in the Southern Province. When Sun Dongqing arrived in the Southern Province, it was already past midnight. She stood in a daze at the airport exit where there were not many people coming and going. What should he do now that he had failed to accomplish what his daughter had asked him to do? What should she do next? How was he going to explain this to his daughter tomorrow? What should I tell my daughter? We're finally back in the Southern Province. Hubby, I won't accompany you on your business trips anymore. I'm so tired. A sweet voice brushed past Sun Dongqing's ear. At the same time, there was a burst of fragrance. The man smiled and replied, I told you it's tiring outside, but you didn't believe me. Now you know. Let's see if you still want to follow me in the future. I won't. Hubby, you've worked hard. I'll cook a table of delicious food for you tomorrow. The woman's voice was still so sweet and full of happiness, but it was so harsh in Sun Dongqing's ears. Hubby. The hubby this woman was talking about was none other than Sun Dongqing's ex-husband, Yi Zhifan. Yi Zhifan hugged his young girlfriend who was 17 years younger than him with one hand. Along the way, he didn't attract much attention. He, who was 6 or 7 years younger than his actual age, hugged his girlfriend who he had just officially started a relationship with 2 days ago. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll get off work early tomorrow. Chapter 2388. Yi Zhifan no longer had any feelings for Sun Dongqing. Now, there was no evil woman by his side, nor was there a burden on his daughter. Now that he was divorced, it was as if 2 mountains had been removed from his body. These days were the most comfortable for him. The Commission for Discipline Inspection carried out a comprehensive investigation in the southern province. The situation in the southern province was strange. Within a day, several government officials were pulled down from their positions. Only he was allowed to be investigated by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. An upright person was not afraid of a crooked shadow. He had been cautious and conscientious for so many years and did not dare to take any bribes. Investigate. The more they investigated, the happier he would be. Why? Everyone in the southern province was in danger, but he was the only one who was clean. What did this mean? It meant that he was clean and honest. It meant that he was a practical person. The more people above him were removed from their positions, the more advantageous it was for him. The more vacancies there were, the more opportunities he would have. So what if he had a girlfriend who was 17 years younger than him in his arms? He was a divorced chief of the Urban Construction Bureau. He did not cheat on his marriage. After the divorce, he needed a family and a virtuous wife to take care of him. Who could say anything about him finding a girlfriend who was 17 years younger than him? Hearing his girlfriend's voice full of admiration, Yi Zhifan, whose self-esteem was greatly satisfied, laughed heartily. Perform well and improve your cooking skills. In the future, you can cook for our son. Yi Zhifan had one good thing. No matter how bad he was very loyal to the people he loved, especially to his family. He also did not have the bad habit of playing with women. Although the woman beside him was 17 years younger than him, he was dating her with the purpose of marriage. In addition, he had power in his hands and was a famous Confucian official in the southern province. In fact, he did not lack admirers. After the divorce, many of his colleagues began to become matchmakers. Yi Zhifan rejected them one by one. He did not dare to marry his colleagues for fear that one day it would implicate him. Therefore, he went to a state-owned enterprise to find a girlfriend with a stable job. He brushed past Sun Dongqing with a face full of happiness. He didn't notice that his ex-wife had a ferocious look on her face at this moment. When she heard the words, "Cook for our son again," Sun Dongqing, who had been suppressing her temper all this time, completely exploded. She ran around everywhere for her daughter, begging everywhere. And he was holding a shameless bitch and showing off everywhere. Son. Since when did Yi Zhifan have a son? He only had one daughter. His only daughter was still in the police station. Sun Dongqing was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She clenched her teeth tightly. Her facial features were distorted, and the aura she exuded made the passers-by instinctively stay away from her. When they glanced at her from the corner of their eyes, they couldn't help but point at her. Yi Zhifan. Yi Zhifan. She was furious, and her voice was bone-chilling. This time, Sun Dongqing did not suddenly fly into a rage. Since Sun Ning was sent to prison, her insufferably arrogant temper could be said to have been restrained a lot. There was no other way. Her biggest backer was gone, and she no longer had the confidence to throw a tantrum as she used to. Clutching her handbag tightly, she approached the 2 figures in front of her step by step. She heard the woman's sweet laughter and Yi Zhifan's deep laughter. It was ear-piercing. It was too ear-piercing. No wonder she agreed to the divorce so quickly. No wonder she left with nothing. It turned out that there was already a slut waiting for him outside. The more Sun Dongqing thought about it, the more hatred she felt. The more hatred she felt, the more venomous her eyes became. Chapter 2389. Sun Dongqing approached with light steps. When she was only a few steps away, she suddenly stopped, bent down, and took off her heels under everyone's strange gazes. The floor was cold, but Sun Dongqing, who was burning with anger, didn't feel cold. She only had eyes for the 2 figures in front of her. She stared at them with a venomous hatred, like a vengeful viper, and the cold light it emitted was chilling. Sun Dongqing knew Yi Jifan well. Facing Yi Jifan, she could keep her composure more than facing Yi Qian. There were fewer people in the airport in the early hours of the morning. If she didn't escape in time after the fight, she would definitely be caught by the airport security. She couldn't be caught. Her daughter, Yingying, was still waiting for her to save her. Parking lot, that's right. Yi Jifan must have driven. He would definitely leave with that bitch in a car. When they reached the parking lot, there were so many cars, she could just hide after the fight. In front, Yi Jifan, who was whispering sweet nothings to his little girlfriend, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his hand to touch the back of his cold head and turned his head to look behind him with a cold gaze. There were only a few passengers who had just gotten off the plane behind him. Other than them, there was no one else. Yi Jifan, who was frowning, looked around worriedly, but didn't find anything. He turned back and said in a low voice, "It's late. We have to go to work tomorrow. Let's walk faster." Ever since Sun Yaozu was mysteriously killed, Yi Jifan had been very careful about his own safety. Once he found something wrong, he would immediately be alert. Just now, he clearly felt that someone was looking at him from behind, but when he turned his head, he didn't find anything. The woman in his arms was an obedient one. Hearing this, she nodded obediently. "Okay, let's walk faster. Your dorm is still a bit far from mine." They had only known each other for a few days, and their relationship had just been confirmed. For safety's sake, Yi Jifan didn't immediately choose to live together. His thoughtfulness made the woman in his arms even more satisfied with him. He had power and influence, and it was rare that he was considerate and not fickle in love. Even if he was divorced, he did not have any children left behind by his ex-wife. Even her family members said that Lu Yao had a good marriage. If she could, she would get married on May 1st of this year and give birth to a son as soon as possible so that she could completely control the man. The two of them quickened their pace. Sun Dongqing, who was hiding behind the pillar, stared at them coldly. She glanced at the direction they were heading. It was indeed the parking lot. The parking lot in Nan Province was an open-air parking lot. One had to cross a road that was used by the airport buses. Just as Yi Jifan was crossing the road, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. "Bitch! Broken shoes, seducing a married woman. I'll beat you to death, you broken shoe." Sun Dongqing, who was holding the shoe in her hand, exploded. She used the hard heel of the shoe to hit the back of Lu Yao's head. Not only did she hit the back of Lu Yao's head, but she also raised her foot and kicked the slender Lu Yao, who had a slim waist and long legs, to the ground. Lu Yao had never been treated like this before. A sharp pain came from the back of her head, and she was so scared that she screamed repeatedly. Before she could fully react, she was kicked in the back by the woman who had insulted her. How could she stand firm in her high heels? She staggered a few steps, and the sharp heel of her shoe didn't stabilize her. She screamed and fell to the ground. The unforeseen event happened so suddenly that even though Yi Jifan was on guard, he couldn't completely guard against Sun Dongqing, who wanted to kill him. He was stunned. Hearing her disgusted voice, Yi Jifan was relieved. At least, it wasn't Sun Yaozu's murderer who attacked him. Sun Dongqing's fighting ability was very strong. It only took a few seconds for her to hit Lu Yao. After that, Sun Dongqing turned her target to Yi Jifan. Chapter 2390. Sun Dongqing. You shrew. Yi Jifan was furious. He grabbed Sun Dongqing's right hand, raised his hand, and was about to slap her. Sun Dongqing couldn't let it go. She jumped up and made a scene even more fiercely. Yi Jifan, you bastard. No wonder you're in a hurry to divorce me. You've already raised a slut outside. You want to be with a slut after divorcing me? You're fucking dreaming. Yingying cries and shouts in prison every day. What about you? You wander around with a slut in your arms. You bastard. You're not human. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight you to the death with my life. The fat Sun Dongqing had brute force. Coupled with the fire in her heart, she couldn't wait to chop this despicable man and woman in front of her into pieces. Her brute force was even greater. Yi Jifan wanted to hit her, so she threw herself at him without any regard for her life. TSK, Yi Jifan, who had always carried the authority of an official, was no match for Sun Dongqing. Just like that, his face was scratched by Sun Dongqing's 5 fingers. After a burst of burning pain, several scratches were left on his face. Yi Jifan was also angry. He thought that he had done right by Sun Dongqing and Sun Ning. Before the divorce, he had always been considerate of his family and Sun Ning. In the end, he was almost implicated by this stupid mother and daughter. If he hadn't escaped quickly, even if the Discipline Inspection Committee didn't have any evidence against him, with Madame Li's power, she would have forcefully blamed him. Sun Dongqing, you've gone too far. Yi Jifan was rarely violent. In all these years, only Sun Ning had offended Madame Li, and that was when he became violent. Now that he was being forced by Sun Dongqing and the future wife he had set his eyes on was beaten by her, anger rushed to his face. He roared and grabbed Sun Dongqing's hair. This time, 2 slaps landed on Sun Dongqing's face. Slap, slap, 2 crisp slaps rang out, causing Sun Dongqing's cheeks to burn with pain. Bastard! How dare you hit me? I'll fight it out with you. Sun Dongqing vented all the anger she had accumulated over the past few days. She pounced, bit, and hit like a lunatic. Her daughter was still sitting in prison, and that damned girl Yi Qian didn't even try to save her. Her ex-husband carried a slut in his arms and showed off in front of her. Those officials' wives who had tried to curry favor with her in the past all avoided her. There were even some who made sarcastic remarks about her, saying that she deserved her fate today. For the sake of this family, for the sake of Yi Jifan, she had endured the old woman's death for decades. Now that she finally had a good life, Yi Jifan, that bastard, divorced her for the sake of that slut outside. Since everyone wanted to make life difficult for her, then no one would be able to live well. Sun Ying's personality was actually very similar to Sun Dongqing's. They were both people who couldn't bear to see others doing well. The only difference was that Sun Ning was better at hiding things. Yi Jifan, who had been bitten a few times, was so angry that he lost his composure. His arm was bitten hard by Sun Dongqing, and the excruciating pain caused him to have no choice but to kick her. He kicked Sun Dongqing's stomach, but it didn't open. He kicked again. Sun Dongqing screamed in pain. Her teeth loosened, and her whole body fell to the ground. Lunatic. I had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to marry a crazy woman like you. Back then, it was Sun Xueqing who married me. In the end, it was a crazy woman like you who married me. After the divorce, you still fucking came to find trouble with me. Sun Dongqing, do you think I still have a good temper like before? This time, Sun Dongqing's hair stood on end. She fell to the ground with a ferocious expression and roared, Sun Xueqing? Good, good. You bastard finally admitted that you were thinking about that old woman who got pregnant before she was even married. I knew it. Chapter 2391. When Sun Dongqing heard Sun Xueqing's name, her suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano. This was a thorn in her heart, a thorn that pierced her flesh and grew with her heart. No one could touch it, not even herself. Why did she hate Sun Xueqing? Why did she hate Yi Qian? It was because Yi Jifan was still thinking about what was in the pot even though he was eating from the bowl. Did he think she didn't know? On the night of the wedding, when he was dead drunk, the name he shouted when he fell on the bed was Sun Xueqing. She heard it clearly. He was shouting Sun Xueqing. Sun Dongqing, who was in so much pain that she couldn't get up for a long time, screamed and got up. Her fat body was like a sandbag without a string, and she directly bumped into Yi Jifan. Sun Xueqing, I knew you wanted to marry Sun Xueqing. You kept a broken shoes thing so well, and you even said you wanted to give it to Yi Qian. Yi Jifan. I'll fight it out with you. Her overwhelming hatred surged. The thorn that had been in Sun Dongqing's heart for more than 20 years was finally pulled out. All of her hatred and dissatisfaction were vented at this moment. A bastard child left behind by a broken shoe, bah. She even dared to live in her house. If she knew, she would have killed her back then. She even wanted her to raise her. If she fell into her hands, she would repay her mother's debt. Hearing these filthy words, Yi Jifan was furious. It wasn't easy for him to get a divorce, but in the end, he was being pestered again. She even mentioned Sun Xueqing. You crazy dog. Bite whoever you catch. Seeing the bulky body pouncing over, Yi Jifan gritted his teeth and had no choice but to retreat. He didn't want to argue with a lunatic in public. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night and there was no one around. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show his face. Yi Jifan treasured his reputation the most. He couldn't tolerate Sun Dongqing's actions and avoided her unreasonable pestering. He stumbled and almost fell a few times. If you miss that short-lived broken shoe so much, why don't you go and accompany her in the underworld? Why do you let your short-lived brother accompany her? Your brother-in-law misses his sister-in-law. Yi Jifan, to think you're an official. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. The thorn that had been in her heart for more than 20 years was about to be pulled out. However, it was connected to her heart and her tendons. If she really pulled it out, it would be bloody. Sun Dongqing was not a person who would suffer losses. Since someone had touched the thorn in her heart, even if she had to pull it out, she would stab it back into that person's heart. She, who was never merciful with her words, now that things had come to this point, she did not want to let anyone have an easy time. You don't dare to admit it, you're a coward. You're thinking about your sister-in-law. If you're so capable, why don't you go and snatch her back? Why, are you angry? Or did I hit you? I've been with you for more than 20 years. How can I not know what you're thinking? On the night of the wedding, you were so drunk that you even shouted for Sun Xueqing. Yi Jifan, don't think that I don't know. I didn't tell you. Now that there's nothing left, you won't have a good time either. Sun Dongqing, who had failed the first time and the second time, didn't want to waste any more energy. She had been running around every day for the past 10 days. Because of her daughter's matter, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. After using all her strength, it was as if she had used up all her energy. She was panting like a cow and could only rely on her mouth to anger Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan was indeed angry from embarrassment. Sun Dongqing still dared to talk nonsense about something that had happened so many years ago. This crazy woman, even if it was a good thing, it would turn into a bad thing in her mouth. Chapter 2392. He was so angry that he rushed over with bloodshot eyes and grabbed Sun Dongqing's collar. Sun Dongqing, who do you think you are? He said with a vicious look on his face. I gave you face, but you don't want it. What's wrong with Sun Xueqing? Sun Xueqing is your sister. How can you compare yourself to her? Are you even worthy? I'm thinking about sister-in-law. I went to the same school as Sun Xueqing. I knew her before my brother. That's right. Back then, I thought I was marrying Sun Xueqing. I didn't even want to marry her. Not to mention you. But if I fucking marry you, I'll accept it. All these years, when you argued with that old woman, I fucking sided with you. I'm warning you, Sun Dongqing. If you fucking talk nonsense again, I'll make your life worse than it is now. After saying that, Yi Jifan pushed Sun Dongqing out. He took out a wet tissue from his pocket and wiped his hands as if he had taken something dirty. Idiot, idiot. He must have been blind to have married such an idiot for more than 20 years. After the argument, she had pulled out the thorn in her heart. In the end, she heard Yi Jifan say that he didn't even want to marry Sun Xueqing. Then why did she hate Sun Xueqing all her life? Was she wrong to even hate her? She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. Yi Jifan, this bastard, was thinking about Sun Xueqing. She wasn't wrong. He was thinking about Sun Xueqing. How could Sun Dongqing, who was still angry in her heart, accept the truth? At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to fight it out with Yi Jifan. Even if they were divorced, she would drag him to death. Sun Dongqing, who didn't have much strength in her body, pounced over again. Yi Jifan was full of energy and could deal with a woman. Moreover, Sun Dongqing didn't have much strength now. When she pounced over, he could reach out and push her away. If he couldn't push her away, he could kick her away. A man's strength was always greater. Sun Dongqing was kicked down by Yi Jifan again. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with obvious disgust when he saw Sun Dongqing lying on the ground like a pile of meat. Sun Dongqing's body was so slender that he could hug her with one arm. He remembered that Sun Dongqing had suffered together with him when they were young. No matter how many women there were outside, he did not touch any of them. Now that he had tasted other women and looked at Sun Dongqing, he lost his appetite. Your sister deserved a short life. She always ran into things that she shouldn't have. She died early, but there's still a scourge like you. What an idiot. I've lived with you for more than 20 years, and I've had enough. A stupid woman dragging a stupid thing. Save her? Can you fucking save him? At the mention of Sun Ying, Yi Jifan was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He lowered his voice. Who would dare to save that stupid thing? Who the hell would dare to save him? Madame Li has said that whoever dares to save Sun Ying in the southern province will be going against the Li family. However, Sun Dongqing was suddenly awakened by his words. Bumping into something that she shouldn't have bumped into? Back then, what did Sun Xueqing do when she bumped into Yi Jifan? Was she really wrong to hate him? Yi Jifan, that bastard, was not thinking about Sun Xueqing. He was afraid of Sun Xueqing. No. No. She wasn't wrong to hate him. It was because of Sun Xueqing that she felt a thorn in her heart for 20 years. If she hadn't bumped into Yi Jifan, she wouldn't have heard anything on the night of their wedding. She wasn't wrong to hate him. She definitely wasn't. It was said that like mother, like daughter. Sun Ying was wrong again, and she refused to admit her mistakes. It was because of Sun Dongqing's influence that she got to where she was today. In addition, without Yi Jifan by her side to guide her, Sun Ying kept making mistakes on the wrong path. There was no turning back. Chapter 2393. Yi Jifan didn't want to be entangled with her anymore. His eyes were cold as he looked down at Sun Dongqing, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig. He shouted coldly, "Don't you know that Mrs. Li has an older brother who is the leader of your province? The deputy chief of staff Du has an older brother who is the second in command of a big province. Who would dare to save that stupid thing of yours? I have to thank that stupid thing of yours for instigating you to divorce me. Otherwise, I would have been implicated by her and wouldn't even be able to keep my current position. Sun Dongqing, for the sake of our past relationship as husband and wife, let me remind you." Yi Jifan saw that Lu Yao had stopped sobbing. He lowered his voice even more and said gloomily, "No one would dare to save Sun Ying. It's useless for you to beg anyone. Tell her that she only has herself to blame for what she has today. She can't blame anyone else. Mrs. Li's anger hasn't subsided. She'll stay here forever and never come out." Suddenly, Yi Jifan's expression changed drastically. Sun Dongqing appeared at the airport in the middle of the night. "Where did that idiot go? Why are you at the airport? Where did you go?" he asked gloomily. His eyes were clouded. What he cared about was whether or not Sun Dongqing's whereabouts would affect him. Sun Dongqing had been kicked a little hard. It was so painful that she hadn't recovered yet. Her face had also been slapped twice by Yi Jifan. The slaps were so painful that her ears were buzzing. She didn't know where the 2 shoes in her hands had gone. The wound on her palm that was cut by Yi Qian had also split open. Sticky blood stained her hand. She covered her face with her hands, leaving a bloody palm print on her face. When she heard Yi Jifan ask her, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Yi Jifan. Under the light of the street lamp, Yi Jifan was frightened and couldn't help but take a small step back. "Yi Jifan, you'll die a horrible death. Just you wait. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Sun Dongqing, who had one hand on her stomach, slowly got up. She left Yi Jifan with 2 vicious words. She didn't even put on her shoes as she walked out of Yi Jifan's line of sight. Yi Jifan couldn't help but shiver when the cold wind blew in the night. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Sun Dongqing is trouble. She's trouble. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with a cold ruthlessness. Old Yi, I've twisted my ankle, Lu Yao, hurt. I can't get up. Yi Jifan, whose heart sank, pressed down on the corner of his mouth and adjusted his facial expression before walking over. Just now, when Sun Dongqing was fighting with him, he deliberately stayed away from Lu Yao. Lu Yao didn't hear some words, but she knew that the person who hit her was Yi Jifan's ex-wife. She's really fierce. No wonder she divorced me. The back of Lu Yao's head was swollen from being hit by the heel of Yi Qian's shoe, but she was happy. She felt wronged, but she didn't ask any questions. Yi Jifan only explained, she's my ex-wife. I'll take care of it. Then he carried Lu Yao to the car. Sun Dongqing took a taxi home and tidied herself up. She opened the door of the study and sat in front of the desk where Yi Jifan used to work. She took out a stack of paper from the drawer and a pen and started writing slowly. She didn't study for many years. She dropped out of school in the 2nd year of junior high. Her handwriting was crooked and there were even mistakes. When she wrote some words, she used too much force. The tip of the pen poked through the paper, leaving a hateful stroke. Chapter 2394. The sky gradually brightened up and the city became bustling with activity. The sun was shining brightly in the spring, driving away the coldness of the early spring. A peach blossom bloomed on a brown branch, adding a touch of color to the spring. Sun Dongqing was not in the mood to enjoy the spring scenery. She came to the Southern Province Public Security Bureau with a gloomy face. Her daughter, Sun Ying, had been locked up in there for 10 days. Madame Li in the capital had her hands in the Southern Province. She had nowhere else to go and did not know who to ask for help. Yi Jifan wanted to be alone. Then he would not have a good time. Sun Dongqing walked into the police station with a numb expression. Compared to the other prisoners' families, at least she could see her daughter. However, she did not see that Madame Li was sitting in the car at this moment, coldly watching her walk into the police station. Mrs. Li looked at her back and said to a middle-aged man in a dark coat who was sitting in the driver's seat. His facial features were slightly fierce, but he had a good temperament. She is Sun Dongqing. You came all the way here with me just to see this woman? Madame Li frowned and her voice became colder. Li Chuhai, behave yourself now that you are back in the country. Dad has retired and can't protect you anymore. Li Chuhai, Mrs. Li's biological younger brother from the same father and mother, was also Li Jinyan's uncle. He was a tall middle-aged man who exuded the aura of a successful man. Why should I look at her? I want to see who made my sister so angry. Li Chuhai looked away and smiled. Get out of the car, sister. Let's go in and have a look. Madame Li looked at her brother and nodded slightly. She pushed the door open and got out of the car. Inside the police station, Sun Ying saw Sun Dongqing and cried loudly. She rushed to the window and shouted, Mom! Mom! Why did you come so late? Why did you come so late? She slammed the window and looked at Sun Dongqing from head to toe. The light in her eyes dimmed little by little. It didn't work. It didn't work. Mom didn't have any injuries on her body. Sun Dongqing saw her daughter's appearance and her numb expression finally changed. Tears came out of her eyes. Sun Ying was not a felon, and she was sent back by the army. Not only could Sun Dongqing visit her, but she could also go in and talk to her face to face. Mom, have you found Yi Qian yet? Did you see her? Did you do what I asked you to do? Did you do as I said? The 10 days in prison made Sun Ying's personality even weirder and sharper. She didn't like anyone and wanted to stab anyone she saw. Seeing that Sun Dongqing was not injured at all, Sun Ying could not accept it. After the prison guard left, she screamed, Mom, are you afraid to do it? Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Mom, you're too heartless. How can you be so heartless? You watched me suffer, you watched me get locked up. You didn't even help me for your own sake. Mom, how can you be so heartless? She had lost control of her emotions and was shouting like a madwoman. Hearing her questioning, Sun Dongqing burst into tears. Ying, I have no other choice. Mom had no other choice. That wretched girl Yi Qian didn't help at all. Mom followed your plan, but it was useless. It was completely useless. Why was it useless? My plan was so good. Why was it completely useless? Sun Ying refused to accept it. She thought that Sun Dongqing couldn't bear to stab her. Doesn't she hate you? You already handed the knife to her. Even if she didn't stab you, she would have subconsciously snatched the knife away. Chapter 2395. Sun Ying didn't believe it. She couldn't speak loudly, so she grabbed Sun Dongqing's wrist tightly and questioned her. Mom, is it because you don't want to stab yourself? Isn't it? Isn't it? Mom, you can't do this to me, you can't do this. I'm your daughter, your only daughter, you can't be so cruel. You have to save me, I want you to save me. Sun Ying, who couldn't accept the reality, was still the same as before. She habitually pushed all the blame to others, thinking that she was innocent and right. If others didn't do as she asked, then they were in the wrong. Being in such a difficult situation, not only did she not reflect on herself, she became even worse. Her fists landed on Sun Dongqing's body one after another. Sun Dongqing, who didn't feel pain physically, let Sun Ying vent her anger. What could she do? She had no choice at all. When Sun Ying had no more energy, Sun Dongqing spoke with a hoarse voice, gritting her teeth and telling her what happened yesterday. Ying, as long as I can save you, even if I have to die now, I'm willing. Mom did what you asked, I even pulled out the knife, but that wretched girl is too powerful. Mom is no match for her at all. Mom is more anxious and distressed than anyone else when you're locked up here. But Mom has no choice. I begged that wretched girl, I said a lot of good things, but that wretched girl is too cruel. She's too cruel. She didn't save anyone, she didn't inherit any of her mother's good traits. No matter how I begged, she wouldn't let go. Mom has no choice, Ying, I'll come in and accompany you. When Sun Ying heard that her plan didn't succeed and Yi Qian escaped, all the energy in her body was drained, and she fell limply from the chair to the ground. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. She hated it so much. She hated it so much. Why did she have to be locked up here? Why did Yi Qian get to enjoy all the glory outside? Why didn't he kill her? Why didn't he kill her? Hate, too much hate. A bastard, a worthless thing, why couldn't she deal with her? No, she couldn't just let it go. She still had to go out and find Yi Qian, she still had to go out and find her. She had to get out, she had to get out. Mom, we can't just let it go like this. Dad, Mom, I still have Dad. I beg you, please beg Dad again. Ask Dad to save me. Mom, Mom, Mom. At the mention of Yi Jifan, Sun Ying's lifeless eyes lit up again. She grabbed Sun Dongqing's wrist tightly. Mom, go and beg Dad. Ask Dad to think of a way. I'm his daughter. If you go and beg him, there's no way he won't care. He'll definitely care about me. Daddy will definitely take care of me. Sun Ying was very agitated. Her nails, which had not been trimmed for more than 10 days, dug deep into Sun Dongqing's wrist. Sun Dongqing did not even realize it. In order to get herself out, Sun Dongqing did not care about anyone or anything. It's useless, Ying. It's useless. Yi Jifan has already found a young and beautiful slut. He even plans to have a son with that slut. Ying, your surname is Sun now, not Yi. It was you who forced Mom to divorce and agreed to change your surname. Sun Dongqing reached out to wipe away the tears on her daughter's face. She said softly, so, it's useless to look for Yi Jifan. He doesn't want us anymore. Ying, this is your own choice. You forced Mom to make this choice. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. Sun Dongqing also hated Sun Ying for ending up like this. But no matter how much she hated her, she was still her daughter. She was also the one who gave birth to her after 10 months of pregnancy. Chapter 2396. She regretted agreeing to the divorce. If they hadn't divorced, if her daughter hadn't changed her surname to Sun, that bastard Yi Jifan wouldn't have stood by and watched. He wouldn't have hugged a bitch and said that she would give birth to a son when her daughter was in trouble. Sun Ying was completely dumbfounded. What did her mother just say? Did she say that her father found a bitch? She even said that she would give birth to a son. What about her? If that bitch gave birth to a son, what about her? What about her? No. She couldn't let that bitch give birth to a son. She couldn't let her father have a son, not even a daughter. Her father couldn't have any more children. She was his only daughter. Her surname was Yi, not Sun. Mom, Dad can't have children. He can't have children. Mom, go and kill that bitch. Kill her. Dad won't have any children after you kill that bitch. Sun Ying couldn't accept it and became even crazier. There was no longer any gentleness on her beautiful face. She was crazy, sharp, ferocious, and full of viciousness. She had lost a lot of weight. There wasn't much flesh on her face, which made her eyes look especially big. When she stared, her eyes looked like they were going to pop out. Even the veins on her forehead were visible. This side of Sun Ying was too unfamiliar to him. Sun Dongqing didn't find it strange at all. She understood her daughter's hatred. She understood it because she wanted it too. So what if I just kill that bitch? As long as your father is alive, he can find another one. He can just find another one to give birth to his child. Wake up, Ying. You can't go out. I don't have the ability to get you out. I can only come in to accompany you. Be a good girl. I'll come in to accompany you soon and take care of you. Sun Dongqing didn't cry or make a fuss. She was so calm that it was almost strange. She raised her hand and gently stroked Sun Ying's hair. She looked at her kindly and said slowly, the lawyer said that you can leave after 3 to 5 years. You'll still be young when you leave. I'll put all my money in the bank and transfer the house to your name. You'll have a good life after you leave. She explained everything clearly as if she was making her last arrangements. Sun Ying, who was slumped on the ground, murmured, I can't let Dad have a child. I don't agree. I'm Dad's only daughter. I don't agree. Her vision was a little sluggish, and her mind was even more muddled. She would cry and laugh for a while, and it seemed that there was something wrong with her mind. No, I can't live like this for the rest of my life. I'm Ying. I'll be successful in the future. This is not a place for me to stay. I want to go out. It was time for visiting. 2 prison guards came in and said, time's up. Then they dragged Sun Ying away. The moment she was dragged up, Sun Ying screamed and struggled, let me go. I want to get out. Mom, save me, come and save me. I want to go out. I want to find Yi Qian. I want to ask her why she didn't come to save me. The shrill scream filled the room. Sun Dongqing, who was sitting on the floor, wiped away the last drop of tears on her face. When she could no longer hear her daughter's voice, she slowly stood up. What was the use of killing a bitch? She should kill Yi Jifan. Yi Qian. There was no other way. She couldn't kill her. She was much more powerful than Yi Jifan. She couldn't kill her. Then she could only curse her for everything to go wrong in the future. Even if she graduated from the military academy, she wouldn't have a good ending. Sun Dongqing, who had calmly walked into the police station, left calmly. Madame Li's sneer deepened. Chapter 2397. Yi Jifan was very slippery. The Commission for Discipline Inspection investigated him again and again, but they couldn't find any evidence against him. This time, with Sun Dongqing, he was in trouble. Director Ye's daughter is really interesting. She is ruthless and beautiful, Li Chuhai said with a smile. Suddenly, he saw Mrs. Li staring at him coldly. He realized that what he said was ambiguous. He smiled and said, "She is as old as Qin Qin. Sister, don't think too much. It's good that you know it. Don't mess around." Mrs. Li's cold eyes softened. She felt disgusted when she saw Sun Dongqing and her daughter. If she knew that her brother had evil intentions, Mrs. Li clenched her fists. Then she would make the mother and daughter's life more difficult. Li Chuhai glanced at her and said casually, "That girl is really bold. She lied to you. Are you going to let her go like this? She is just a girl. If you don't teach her a lesson, she really doesn't know how high the sky is." Kill? Yes, she was brave enough. She knew that she wanted to kill someone. This kind of person could do anything for herself, and others would be assured to use her. She was ruthless but not smart enough. This kind of person was the most reassuring. With one hand in his pocket, Li Chuhai's eyes revealed a meaningful sneer. In an instant, his eyes were the same as before. Lock her up for a while. We will see what happens next. Mrs. Li didn't want to talk about Sun Ying, who made her feel depressed. She advised her only brother earnestly, "Back then, you were forced to retire from the army and go abroad. Now I feel that I owe you. You have to make good use of it, okay? I am guarding at home, so you have to guard outside. I have been suppressed by the first branch for so long. Now that you are back, you have to fight for me and plan for Junjun." Li Chuhai and Mrs. Li were brother and sister. They had a good relationship. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. I know. I am in my 40s. How can you still think of me as a hothead? Since you know that you are in your 40s, then do your job well." Mrs. Li walked out in high heels. The phone in her bag vibrated. She took it out and looked at the number. She immediately picked it up and smiled. "Old classmate, I am out." "Yes, I saw you. I've troubled you, old classmate. When you return to the capital, we'll have a good gathering again." All right. I'll leave you to it. Let's chat when you're free." Li Chuhai, who had walked to the front of the car, had already opened the door of the front passenger seat. After Mrs. Li ended the call, he said, "Sister, you'd better not meddle in the affairs outside now. Brother-in-law told me yesterday that the higher-ups are watching him too closely. You should restrain yourself a little. I'll take over your company in Southern Province now. Leave the matters in Southern Province to me. I guarantee that I'll let you vent all the anger in your heart." As the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Mrs. Li could not open a company outside. Therefore, all the companies under her name were under Li Chuhai's name. Sun Ying's incident had alerted the General Staff Department. Since Li Chuhai had returned to the country, she handed over all the company matters to Li Chuhai and retreated behind the scenes. Hearing this, she thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll leave the company to you. I'm getting old, and there are many things that I can't do. When Junjun graduates, let him join the company to help out. The burden on your shoulders will be lighter." Li Chuhai smiled. "You have worked hard for decades. It's time for you to enjoy your life. I'll take care of the matters in Southern Province. I'll take care of the mother and daughter." Chapter 2398. You don't have to worry about Sun Dongqing. I want to see what she will do next. Madame Li curled her lips and sneered. Yi Jifan's disciplinary committee couldn't even find anything. Let's see if his ex-wife can find anything. Did he think that she would let him go after the divorce? Director Yi, you are an official. How can you be so naive?" The car started and the sleek black luxury car sparkled in the sunlight. Li Chuhai, who was driving the car, glanced at Madame Li from the corner of his eye. Seeing the sneer on her face, he smiled and said, "They're just a few small fries. They're not worth your time. The General Staff Department keeps a close eye on brother-in-law. Don't make any big moves. Since I am back, I will handle some things that you can't handle. Madam Li had a good relationship with her brother. They knew that their eldest brother and second brother were not real siblings since they were young. Their eldest brother saw them as a thorn in his side, and they didn't like their eldest brother and second brother either. The family looked amiable on the surface because old Master Li was still around. After old Master Li passed away, the Li family would have to settle the score. They wanted to see who would win between the first branch and the second branch. Madam Li, whose eyes flashed with anger, pursed her lips tightly. The wrinkles on her face deepened, making her usually dignified face reveal a hint of gloominess that was not easily revealed. We have lived a good life for a long time, and we have to live a hard life. We have been submissive at home for so many years. It is time to turn things around. Madam Li's cold voice sounded in the quiet car, and the atmosphere became a bit oppressive. Li Chuhai, who was driving, was not affected. He steadily turned the steering wheel and drove into the tunnel under the river. The light in the car suddenly dimmed and the street lights on both sides of the tunnel flickered. Li Chuhai's vision was affected and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. With the flickering light, there seemed to be an unpredictable darkness flowing in his eyes. Everything will be fine. There is no obstacle that can't be overcome. Everything would be fine. So many obstacles had been overcome. What else could he, Li Chuhai, not overcome? The southern province's officialdom was still in flux. Some were on tenterhooks, some were uneasy, some were carefree, and some were applauding. As the Discipline Inspection Commission continued their investigation, 2 more officials from the southern province were removed from their positions in less than a week. At this moment, a report letter filled with countless typos was delivered to the Discipline Inspection Commission. It was a letter from Sun Dongqing to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yi Zhifan didn't know about it, but Madam Li, who had been keeping an eye on the officialdom of Southern Province, knew about it. Mrs. Li had been staying in Southern Province during this period of time. All the companies in her hands were officially handed over to her younger brother, Li Chuhai. It was announced to the public that Li Chuhai had returned to take care of all the companies. As the elder sister who worked for her younger brother, she could finally relax. In fact, everyone knew about the twists and turns inside. However, because of the relationship between the Li family and the Du family, they knew about it but could not say it out loud. Madam Li had a tough personality. She dealt with things swiftly and fiercely. When she said that she would no longer manage the company, many people in the southern province were still very happy. Ho Zi, who was accompanying his wife, Xia Yiwei, was one of them. Madam Li, who was staying in the hotel, received a call from her old friend. When she learned that the Commission for Discipline Inspection had received a report on Yi Zhifan, she was stunned. As for who wrote the report, it was not convenient for her old friend to say. Madam Li was also very sensible and did not ask further. Chapter 2399. After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Li puts on her makeup and knocks on the door next door. She and Li Chuhai live in the same hotel and their rooms are only separated by a wall. Li Chuhai is putting on his tie. Hearing the knock, he quickly opens the door. Call Sun Dongqing and ask her how she is doing. I just received a call from a friend who told me that Yi Zhifan has been reported and the Discipline Inspection Committee has gone to the Urban Construction Bureau. Mrs. Li doesn't enter the room. She stands at the door and says, "Go to the company to sign the papers. I'll be there later. I'll change my ticket to the afternoon." According to the original plan, Mrs. Li will go to the company in the morning to sign several documents that Li Chuhai will be responsible for all the company's affairs in the future. Then she will fly back to the capital at 11:00 in the morning. At this moment, Yi Zhifan, who has not been found out, is suddenly reported. Mrs. Li first thinks of Sun Dongqing. She has been staying in the southern province during this period. She needs to hand over all the affairs of the southern province branch to Li Chuhai, so she hasn't returned to the capital yet. Mrs. Li, who is dealing with the company's affairs, has been sending people to keep an eye on Sun Dongqing. As long as there is the slightest sign of trouble, she will immediately receive the news. Before leaving, she can see Yi Jifan fall from the horse. Her stay in the southern province for so many days is not in vain. Yi Jifan doesn't know that he has been reported. After several scratches on his face by Sun Dongqing, he finally finishes his sick leave and goes back to work in the Urban Construction Bureau. As soon as he walks into the office building of the Urban Construction Bureau, he feels that the atmosphere in the bureau is strange. In the spacious and bright lobby, even the cleaners are nowhere to be seen. When the staff on duty who usually greets him sees him coming, they look away and don't dare to look at him directly. Yi Jifan paused in his steps and then strode to the elevator. Walking into the elevator, Yi Jifan's calm face slightly darkens. Something is wrong. Something is wrong in the bureau today. He takes out his mobile phone and dials a number. It is the number of the director of the bureau, who is also one of his confidants. The phone rings, but no one answers. Soon, Yi Jifan dials another number. This is the number of a section chief in the bureau. But no one answers. At this moment, Yi Jifan knows that nothing good will be waiting for him at work today. Director, chief, when he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a few of his subordinates standing next to him, waiting to take the elevator. When they saw him walk out, their faces clearly froze. After greeting him, their eyes darted away quickly, looking very guilty. As usual, Yi Jifan nodded with a faint smile and walked out of the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and a sentence with a lot of information floated out. I'm so scared that my back is covered in cold sweat. How did the investigation suddenly lead to Chief Yi? Lower your voice, they haven't left yet, ding. The elevator doors closed completely. Yi Jifan suddenly panicked and raised his hand to press down on his twitching eyelids. It looked like someone from the disciplinary committee was here. The morning sun was very good, and the peach blossoms outside were in full bloom, as beautiful as a piece of brocade. Sun Dongqing plucked the most beautiful peach branches. Her daughter loved peach blossoms since she was young. Every spring, she would pluck a few branches home and put them in a vase. Today, her daughter was still in the police station. She had to pluck a few branches for her daughter. Her daughter liked peach blossoms, but she didn't like white plums or pear blossoms. She liked to wear plain dresses, but when she went shopping, she liked to look at those flowery dresses. She liked to buy the most expensive things, but she would buy things that were not flashy at all. Chapter 2400. As a mother, she knew very well what her daughter liked and disliked. But what about her father? He might not know. Holding the peach blossom branch in her hand, Sun Dongqing looked coldly at her ex-husband. His clothes were neat and tidy, and he walked out with a large entourage. Nothing had changed. But she knew that the entourage today was different from the usual. In the past, it was normal to be surrounded by attendants, but today. Sun Dongqing laughed. She laughed so hard that it was as if her laughing acupoint had been pressed. Even tears came out of her eyes. But today, he was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee. After waiting for a whole week, she finally got it. Yi Jifan, oh Yi Jifan, you want to have a son with that bitch outside? You made me so miserable, how can I let you go? What did the Discipline Inspection Committee not find? That's because they didn't find anything. You want to get away with it and continue to have a bright future? Bah. There's no such thing. Several cars started to move. Yi Jifan, who was sitting in the front car, looked outside calmly. When the car drove past the greenery, he saw a bright color in the greenery. At this moment, Yi Jifan's calm eyes suddenly narrowed. It was Sun Dongqing. She held the peach blossom branch in her hand and stood in the greenery. A huge wave of panic spread from the bottom of his heart. Yi Jifan, who could still talk cheerfully in front of the Discipline Inspection Committee, finally showed a trace of panic. Sun Dongqing, it was her. Her fingers trembled slightly. Yi Jifan could even feel her gaze falling on the car. This lunatic. She wants to destroy me. It was my mistake not to get rid of her sooner. What did she tell the Discipline Inspection Committee? There were some things that he didn't hide from Sun Dongqing. Even the matter with Yi Qian was handled by him and Sun Dongqing together. Other than that, there was nothing else. Corruption, taking advantage of others, receiving benefits from others. He dared to guarantee that he had never done anything like that, nor did he let Sun Dongqing do anything like that. As the car sped along, Yi Jifan, who was flustered, gradually calmed down. In front, someone said with a smile that was not a smile, "Director Yi seems to have a lot on his mind." "Don't worry, as long as Director Yi does the right thing, there's nothing to worry about." A member of the Commission for Discipline Inspection who was sitting with Yi Jifan also smiled and said, "That's right. As long as you're upright, there's nothing to worry about. Many officials have sat in our car. Some of them came in our car and were sent back by our car. There are also some officials who came out in our cars and never had the chance to go back. I hope Director Yi belongs to the former." This was a very stressful conversation. Yi Jifan calmed himself down and then smiled faintly. "Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Next time when I'm free, I'll treat all of you to a meal to express my gratitude. Director Yi is too polite. As long as Director Yi cooperates with us, we won't have to work too hard." The back and forth conversation seemed polite, but in reality, it was full of hidden bitterness. The car finally drove away. Sun Dongqing, who was laughing until tears came out of her eyes, looked away. She had to go to the station to visit her daughter. She hadn't seen her for a week and didn't know how much weight she had lost. She also wanted to tell her daughter that she wouldn't let her stay in the station alone. Sun Dongqing, who was leaving in a taxi, didn't know that she was coldly watching her ex-husband, Yi Jifan, being taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chapter 2401. She took a taxi to the bureau. Mrs. Li, who was watching her, raised her hand and motioned for Li Chuhai to follow her. Li Chuhai, who had been a driver for a week, started the car helplessly. When he turned the car key, he glanced at Mrs. Li beside him. Seeing that she was still pressing the corners of her mouth and was still angry, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister, Yi Jifan didn't need you to do anything. His ex-wife did. You should feel better now." "I don't understand. You were unhappy before Yi Jifan fell off the horse. Now that he has fallen off the horse, you are still unhappy. What do you want to do?" Mrs. Li was even more certain that Sun Dongqing was the one who reported Yi Jifan to the Commission for Discipline Inspection when Sun Dongqing arrived at the Urban Construction Bureau early in the morning. Seeing the sneer on Sun Dongqing's face, Mrs. Li, who was smiling, couldn't smile anymore. She didn't want anyone in this family to be smug. Even if the whole family killed each other, she didn't want anyone to feel comfortable. Vent the anger in her heart? How could she vent it? She couldn't vent it. Because of Yi Jifan's family, Old Du was singled out for criticism and demerit. Old Du got demerit, and Xia Xinhui got credit for it. How could she not hate them? How could she vent the anger in her heart? Yi Jifan's ex-wife really made a bad move. What benefits could she get by dragging Yi Jifan down the horse? Although they were divorced, she couldn't get away with it. This time, the family of 3 is in the police station at the same time. "Sister, you can go back to the capital." Li Chuhai knew that Mrs. Li was strong-willed and had to do everything according to her wishes. He joked, "Things have come to this point. The whole family is in the police station. What else is there to settle? It's all settled. I should go back to the capital, but there is one thing I need to do before I go back." The sun was a little dazzling. Mrs. Li took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on. The brown lenses covered the coldness in her eyes. "As for settling, I don't drive to the station. Of course, you're the older sister. I'll take you wherever you want to go as long as your body can handle it." Li Chuhai smiled and shook his head. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Southern Province Public Security Bureau. When Sun Dongqing arrived at the Southern Province Public Security Bureau, she turned around and saw the back of an upper-class woman walking elegantly into the bureau. There was a middle-aged man beside the lady. The two of them lowered their heads and said something to each other before entering the police station together. Sun Dongqing seemed to have thought of something as she watched the noble lady walk into the police station. A nostalgic look appeared on her face. Before the divorce, she was just like that woman, walking around with her head held high and her chest puffed out, not afraid of anything. But now, no matter where she went, she only felt tired. She didn't know when these days would come to an end. Endure it one day at a time. She walked in slowly and filled in a few forms as usual. She pressed her fingerprint and signed her name. Someone then led her in. After a while, she would be able to see her daughter. Wait outside. Someone is inside. The policeman who led her in said with a serious expression. He motioned Sun Dongqing to sit in the small room next door and wait for the person inside to come out. During the previous visits, Sun Dongqing had not changed her habit of being arrogant. As a result, she hit a hard wall. No one cared that she was the wife of the director of the Urban Construction Bureau. No one would give her face. They yelled at her and even directly ordered her not to make a scene. In the end, she was driven out of the police station with a gloomy face. Chapter 2402. Now, she was well behaved. She didn't dare to throw a tantrum and scold people as she used to. She did whatever the police said and didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Inside, the moment Sun Ning saw Mrs. Li, she was so scared that her whole body trembled. Her face was as pale as paper and her eyes were full of fear. Mrs. Li looked at her as if she was looking at an ant. Sun Ning was afraid of Mrs. Li. She had been locked up here for more than 10 days. It was all Mrs. Li's doing. She had no one to help her. But Mrs. Li's appearance gave Sun Ning a glimmer of hope. No matter how scared she was, she bit the tip of her tongue and forced herself to walk step by step to Mrs. Li. Plop. Sun Ning knelt down in a daze. Li Chuhai, who was sitting next to her and playing with his phone, raised his head slightly. There was a hint of interest in his gloomy eyes. It seemed that Yi Jifan's daughter was quite capable. She was so scared that she wanted to turn around and run away, but she dragged her legs and walked over step by step. Without any skill, she knelt down heavily. She knelt so hard that her knees were bruised. She was ruthless enough. People who were ruthless enough to themselves were usually more successful. Li Chuhai, who was interested, put his phone back into his trouser pocket, crossed his legs and looked at Sun Ning calmly. He wanted to see how ruthless she was to herself. "Madam, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I shouldn't have hidden the ridiculous things I did when I was studying abroad. Madam, I know I was wrong." Sun Ning put her posture in the dust. She knelt down straight and slowly shrank her shoulders, like a bird with broken wings, showing the softest side. But her hands were clenched tightly. She dug her sharp nails into the flesh of her palms and continued to force herself not to faint and not to run away in fear. This was her chance. No matter whether she could leave or not, Mrs. Li's appearance was her chance. "Madam, Ying knows that she was wrong. I've done so many wrong things and made you lose face. Ying is ashamed of Madam's high praise." Sun Ning bent down. Her voice was choked with sobs, but she gradually said each word clearly. Her sincerity made people feel that she was sincerely remorseful. She didn't know why Madame Li was here. Before this, the person she wanted to see the most was Madame Li. Now, he was completely unprepared. Fortunately, he had thought about what to say to Madame Li. "Sun Ning, this is your chance. No matter what the outcome is, you have to seize it." In her heart, Sun Ning cheered herself on. Her apology did not move Madame Li. Instead, it made Madame Li smile. Her eyelids drooped, her gaze cold as she looked at the young woman who had caused her to become a joke and old due to be given a demerit. Madame Li let out a soft laugh. This laughter made Sun Ying's heart sink to the bottom of the valley, and there was an unconcealable panic on her face. What to do, what to do? What should she do? Madame Li didn't come with good intentions. She hadn't calmed down yet. It was very likely that she came here to make things difficult for her. She could tell from his laughter. Sun Ying bit her lower lip hard. She was afraid that the scream in her heart would come out from her throat. It was just a soft laugh, which made her understand that the person she had offended was not an ordinary person at all. Madame Li had power and influence. She only needed to raise her hands slightly to put her in a hopeless situation. Chapter 2403. Her cleverness and tricks could fool Madame Li for a while, but they could not fool her forever. Thinking of this, Sun Ying's heart trembled so much that all the hairs on her body stood up. Suddenly, Madame Li's cold voice came from above. Sun Ying, I've lived for more than 60 years, and you're the first person who dares to mess around with me. I admire your courage. You want your mother to save you? With me here, you're delusional. If you have the guts to lie to me, then you have to have the guts to bear the consequences of lying to me. What's the point of locking you up for a few days? You want your father to save you? He can't save you either. He's already been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee. If something happens, he'll lose his position. He'll be locked up longer than you. And the reason why your father is in trouble is because of you. Now, your parents can't even save themselves. Both of them will be locked up. Tell me, who will come to save you? Madame Li didn't need to spend much effort to deal with someone who was just a little smart. With just a few words, she cut off all hope of Sun Ying leaving. It was enough to make Sun Ying feel desperate. Hearing that Yi Jifan was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee, Sun Ying, who was kneeling, felt her vision turn black. Dad was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee? How could this be? She hadn't left yet. How could Dad be taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee? Then who would come to save her? Who would come to save her? Sun Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, started to twitch uncontrollably. Fear, panic, despair, all came. Her mind was blank. She dug her nails into her palms until they bled, but she didn't feel any pain. Li Chuhai's lips curled up. Despair was a wonderful feeling. He liked to make others feel despair. When people saw a glimmer of hope after despair, it was even more wonderful. Feeling Sun Ying's fear, Madame Li's cold eyes finally had a faint smile. That's right. She stepped on her face like that and made her the joke of the entire upper-class society in the capital. She still wanted someone to save her? What a delusion. Now that the General Staff Department had their eyes on Old Du, the Great Hall had some movements. She really needed to restrain herself. Then let the Yi family kill each other. Then, let's see if she could dispel the hatred in her heart. Madame Li's ruthlessness was not an ordinary kind of ruthlessness. Her ruthlessness would make the other party so afraid that it would leave a mark in the depths of their soul. He would slowly toy with people, pulling them out of a hopeless situation and pushing them back into a hopeless situation. In the end, he drove himself crazy. Sun Ying's fear at this moment only brought a fleeting smile in Madame Li's eyes. You're scared just like that? How could he have been so bold back then? No, that wasn't right. She was quite brave just now. She continued to pretend to be docile with that little face that he had misjudged. She was trying to deceive him again. Sun Ying, oh Sun Ying, you still think that Li Qinglan is easy to fool. Madame Li's eyes flashed with viciousness. She stood up and said with a faint smile, I'll give you a clear path. If you want to come out, you can. She deliberately stopped and did not continue. Sun Ying, who was trembling in fear, suddenly saw a ray of hope. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Madame Li with tears in her eyes. As long as it can make you happy, Ying is willing to do anything you say, as long as she could get out, as long as she could, see Yi Qian go to hell with her own eyes, she would do anything. Just tell me more about your father. This is your last chance. Madame Li said her request and saw Sun Ying's eyes flinch. Chapter 2404. Cleverness also had its benefits. Sun Ying understood what Madame Li meant by her words. Mrs. Li's mouth twitched slightly, showing deep wrinkles which made her face even colder. Sun Ying, you don't have a choice. If I know you have other tricks. There are so many beggars outside. Do you want to be one of them? I, Li Qinglan, am a woman of my words. Don't take it as a joke. There are so many beggars outside. A picture flashed in Sun Ying's mind, and her chest heaved up and down. Those beggars had no hands, no feet, and even no complete face. If she didn't follow Mrs. Li's arrangement, she would become one of them. No, no. She didn't want to. She didn't want to. She was shocked and angry. She had been in a nervous state for a long time, so she collapsed to the side. She was kneeling at the foot of the chair next to her. Li Chuhai came over and took a look. He smiled and said, "You fainted. You dared to lie to me just now. What's the big deal about fainting? Don't worry, take your time." Madame Li glanced at him with disgust and left the small room after speaking disapprovingly. When Sun Dongqing came in, she saw her daughter holding the chair leg with a pale face. Her body was trembling as if she had been greatly frightened. Even her lips were trembling. Sun Dongqing, who cherished her daughter as much as her life, was so scared that her knees went weak. Sitting in the next room, she did not see Madame Li, nor did she hear what Madame Li said. She only saw Sun Ying twitching in fear and was in a very bad state. Ying. Ying. Seeing this, Sun Dongqing almost crawled over and hugged Sun Ying tightly. She shouted in a hoarse voice, "Ying, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Ying. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Someone come quickly, someone come quickly, someone come quickly, someone come quickly." Sun Dongqing was so anxious that her back was covered with cold sweat. She held Sun Ying and shouted again and again. The iron door leading to the guardhouse opened, and 2 policemen came in hurriedly. Seeing this, one informed the outside, and the other squatted down to check the situation. Sun Ying fainted. To be precise, she fainted because of fear. Mrs. Li came in for 3 minutes. She didn't give Sun Ying a chance to speak. After she left, Sun Dongqing came in from the lounge and missed her. Sun Ying, who had fainted, was rushed to the hospital. The Southern Province Public Security Bureau did not interrogate Sun Ying. They were still investigating. During the investigation, even though Sun Ying was imprisoned, she was given a separate room. Other than not being able to move freely, there were not many restrictions placed on her. Who would have thought that Sun Ying would torment herself day after day? One moment, she would make a fuss about wanting to go out. The next moment, she would make a fuss about wanting to see her father. She was hysterical all day and night. Now, she had actually fainted. The accompanying police officer explained the situation to the doctor, and the doctor injected a sedative into the medicine to temporarily allow Sun Ying, who had been tense all this time, to rest. Sun Dongqing didn't wait for Sun Ying to wake up. Instead, the people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived. At the same time, there was a group of police officers behind them. Sun Dongqing didn't react until she was taken into the car. Why was she taken away? What did it have to do with her? Wasn't it all about Yi Jifan? What did it have to do with her? Chapter 2405. Yi Jifan was taken away by the disciplinary committee. A few days later, word spread that he was reported by his ex-wife, Sun Dongqing. After about a week, Sun Ying's matter gradually became known. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Before Yi Jifan walked out of the disciplinary committee, the matter that he had suppressed was slowly revealed. By the time the villagers of Shuku village found out, it was already mid-April. It's a pity that we finally have an official in Shuku village. The villagers didn't drag him down, but his wife did. Sigh, our family is unfortunate, our family is unfortunate. Sun Dongqing used to do things in our village. Which one of them didn't drag Yi Jifan down? Our neighbors don't get along with each other. She's strong and unreasonable. This kind of woman is a scourge. That's right. Not only did she drag her husband down, but she also harmed her daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Look at what Yi Ying did. She actually played tricks during Yi Qian's college entrance exam. How can she be so vicious at such a young age? Wasn't she quite obedient in the past? Who said she was obedient in the past? She's a bad girl who bullied Yi Qian. I knew she wasn't a good person. Bah. Big Mouth you and Big Mouth Chiu used to compliment Sun Dongqing a lot, right? Every day, you said that her daughter was beautiful and would have a bright future. Why are you going back on your words now? She was a famous gossip in the village. She used to say bad things about Yi Qian. Now that she was being mocked by the village's woman, she looked a little embarrassed. Isn't Sun Dongqing the wife of an official? People don't fight with officials. If I don't compliment her, what if she makes things difficult for me one day? Her words made the villagers who were gossiping roll their eyes. This Big Mouth Yu was even more shameless than Big Mouth Chiu. Yi Jifan's family is ruined. His wife reported him, and his own daughter reported him. Sigh, he's really unlucky to have such a mother and daughter. Yi Ying is too cruel. How could she treat her own father like this? What Yi Ying? Her surname is Sun now. She's called Sun Ying. If she hadn't reported her father, how would she have had the chance to come out? Using her father's matter to claim credit in exchange for herself, this girl, we can't let her come back to the village in the future. She's a bad influence on our village. Yes. What you said makes sense. We can't let such an unfilial thing come back. We have to tell the village chief that we can't let her come back to the village in the future. The weather at the end of April was neither hot nor cold. After finishing their farm work, the villagers sat under the big trees in the village to rest. They chatted until Sun Ying was not allowed to return to the village. Some of the villagers passed by the Yi family's imposing two-story villa, but no one lived in it. Their previous envy turned into sighs. What's the use of building a beautiful house? The Yi clan was disbanded. Yi Qian knew nothing about what was happening in the village, Yi Jifan, or what was happening outside the school. After the end of April, it was May 1st, and the drill for the freshmen and seniors began. All personnel took the train to the northern part of the province to complete the 3-day and 3-night exercise. The freshmen were participating in the drill for the first time. It would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. They didn't admit it, but their hearts couldn't calm down. The students sitting on the hard seats swayed along with the train. Not many of them could sleep peacefully. Yi Qian was an exception. Sitting by the window, she slept soundly. When the train was about to arrive at the station, she slowly woke up. Chapter 2406. Su Wen, who had panda eyes, kept yawning. Seeing Yi Qian so refreshed, she was so envious that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jane Eyre, you're amazing. You fell asleep right after getting on the train and only woke up after getting off. How can you still sleep? After getting off the train, all the freshmen and seniors were pulled to the drill base. The freshmen took up a few carriages while the juniors took up the rest. When the train stopped, the instructor blew a whistle. Regardless of whether it was the freshmen or juniors, they all neatly grabbed their backpacks, lined up, and got off the train. The school often held drills. There were drill bases in the 4 directions of the province: the east, west, south, and north. If it was a large-scale drill, a temporary overtime train would drag the students to the drill base in one night. Su Wen pursed her lips and yawned again. After getting off the train, the soot-laden wind blew over. She whispered to Yi Qian, "Why does it feel so cold?" This time, we're at the drill base in the northwest. The weather forecast is light to moderate rain. The temperature in the mountains is 18 degrees at night and 21 degrees during the day. Yi Qian moved forward with the large group and asked Su Wen softly, "Did you bring the thermal underwear that I asked you to bring?" After a while, he still did not hear Su Wen's reply. Yi Qian, who was walking in front, looked a little pale. Su Wen was now considered a problematic student in their class. Perhaps it was because of her family. She had been spoiled by the elders since she was young. When she first came to the military academy, she had been filled with novelty. Now that the novelty had worn off, her negative emotions began to show. Yi Qian thought about what the dean, director, and instructor had said to her before the drill. His expression became a little serious. If Su Wen continues, the academy may consider asking her to transfer schools. She is not suitable to stay in the military academy. Let's observe the drill again. If it doesn't work out, we'll contact her family. This was what the dean had said to her. When she had heard it, she had been shocked. Because of this, she had done some research and found out that there were indeed such cases. It was not just 1 or 2 students who had been asked to leave, but many of them. Cheating in exams, failing a course, failing in military affairs, violating school rules, having a low attendance rate, all of these could lead to expulsion. Right now, Su Wen's military skills were not up to standard. If this continued, he would indeed be asked to retire. Su Wen didn't dare to answer Yi Qian because she thought it was too heavy for her to carry, so she secretly took it out. She did not answer, and Yi Qian did not ask again. He was somewhat disappointed. They were now at the border between an autonomous county and an autonomous prefecture. This area was mountainous and humid, and it was foggy even in June. It was 4:00 in the morning. Fortunately, it was still daytime when the car arrived at the maneuver base. When it was nighttime, Su Wen knew what it was like to not bring thermal clothing. This exercise was called Target High Ground, Rush Attack. This was a field training exercise. The Red and Blue armies would compete for the high ground, and both sides would win first. The freshmen and juniors would carry out actual combat training at the exercise base, which would also include electronic warfare. The train station at 4:00 in the morning was very quiet. The other trains coming and going stopped for about half an hour, waiting for all the students to leave the station before starting again. There were more freshmen and juniors, but half an hour was enough for them to leave the station. Within 15 minutes, everything was completed, including exiting the station and boarding the trucks. Each truck dragged about 20 people and headed towards the training base. Chapter 24:07. He Jing purposely sat beside Yi Qian. As the car rocked, she said softly, "When Z has been having a lot of problems recently. When you were away, she was called to talk to the instructor every day. After you came back, she restrained herself a little. Forget it. Don't worry so much. I've told her all the good and bad things. She's an adult and doesn't need anyone to control her. She should restrain herself. If this goes on, it'll be difficult for her to stay." The main thing was that she might not appreciate it if she said too much. He Jing didn't say it out loud. She only said it in her heart. After a while, Yi Qian nodded gently. "Try to persuade her if you can. If you can't, then it's useless." If she was not controlled and allowed herself to do as she pleased, she would not be a good soldier if she forced herself to stay. In that case, it would be better to persuade her to leave early and go back to a local university to continue her studies. He Jing knew that even if she didn't say it, Yi Qian would be smart enough to understand. She smiled and said softly, "I'll sleep for a while more. Qian Yanjun is sitting beside me. That kid looks gentle, but when he snores. Damn, he's a pig. I can't sleep even if I want to." Hearing her description, Yi Qian smiled and looked away. Actually, she didn't sleep all the way in the car. She woke up a few times on the way, but she was always woken up by the snoring of the male students. Other than the 3 female students, everyone else in the car was male. It would be strange if they didn't snore. The car drove for 2 hours and arrived at the base at 6:00 sharp. All the freshmen got out of the car and lined up. There were hundreds of people in the car. Just looking at the ostentation, it was big enough. Soon, each class was given a military map and a set of drill rules. Yi Qian took the map and scanned the drill rules. His pupils shrank slightly. The drill was still about fighting for the high ground. However, the rules were not what they knew before. The freshmen will fight for the high ground between the red and blue teams. The winning team will fight for the high ground against the winning team of the 3rd year. Yi Qian sat cross-legged in the middle. Around her were more than 40 students from her class. With a solemn expression, her voice was steady and calm as it traveled to the ears of every student. There's electronic warfare inside. Brothers and sisters, this is our weakness. They were commanders, and electronic warfare was indeed their weakness. For example, if someone wanted to intercept their radio waves, it would be a matter of minutes. However, it would be difficult for them to intercept the other party's communications with technical means. But we also have our strengths. Battle commanding is our forte. We use coercion to win. Yi Qian smiled and looked around at all the students in the class. Now, we're divided into red and blue teams. We're in the red team. One is from the School of Science, the other is from the School of Aerospace Engineering, and the other is from the School of Optoelectronic Science. The 4 academies are in the red team. Although electronic warfare is our weakness, we still have a chance to win since we're in the same red team as the top 3 academies. On the other hand, the first-year blue team consisted of the School of Computer Science, the School of Humanities and Society, the School of Information, and the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. On the other hand, the School of Computer Science in the National University of Science and Technology was a group of experts who specialized in various fields. They were also the main attacking team. Although the red team had a chance to win, it would be quite difficult. Soon, the 4 red teams gathered and began a battle discussion. Yi Qian and the other commanders opened the discussion. Each class sent 2 representatives to discuss the battle. Chapter 2408. Yi Qian was a famous person in the military academy. She was the red team's highest commander for this exercise. She spread out the battle map and began to deploy. The high ground that we freshmen will fight for is here. Now, all of us freshmen are here. She picked up a tree branch and used it as a teaching stick. She slowly drew it across the battle map. We will send a 15-man team to this high ground and secretly monitor the blue team's movements. The blue team is the main attacking team, and this is an electronic battle. I suspect that the blue team has some secret advanced weapon that the red team doesn't know about. We have to be careful. The 15-man team will be the first team to go to the high ground. It's equivalent to an assault team. Next, we will send another 15-man team to distract the enemy's line of sight. Remember, the 15-man team can't walk in a straight line or stay in one place for too long. You have to walk in circles, but you can't split up to avoid being caught alive by the blue team. At the mention of being caught alive, Yi Qian sneered. I have to remind everyone that if we are caught alive, we can only choose to die bravely. We can't let the blue team get information out of us. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Yi Qian's words. The top students from the 4 departments couldn't help but laugh. There weren't many students in the National University of Science and Technology. Unlike the translation department of a local university, there were many classes. The National University of Science and Technology had always been strict with their enrollment. Therefore, there weren't many students in the 4 departments combined. It wasn't the quantity that mattered, it was the quality that mattered. Communicating with a group of highly intelligent people could save a lot of time and effort. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the red team and the blue team's exercise began. Brigade commanders, political commissars, instructors, and other important leaders sat in the main tent. They discussed the battle video sent by the digital satellite map system. Yi Qian's deployment video was the first to be sent to the main tent. Seeing a female soldier in a group of male soldiers, wielding the red team's commanding staff like no man, and seeing her step-by-step deployment, the leaders in the main tent couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. She's worthy of being called the most influential person in the first year. Even if the blue team is the main attacker, they'll still be played by her. Illusory and real, advancing in the illusory and fighting in the real. Truly amazing. To be able to point out the red team's weakness immediately, quickly bypass the red team's weakness, and attack the blue team's weakness. His mind is very clear, and his logical thinking is quite strong. He's a good leader. To be able to guess the blue team's secret weapon, arrange for skilled soldiers, and then mix in the electronic information technology soldiers to directly attack the blue team's secret base, they really have guts. Her arrangements are also quite tactical. She knows how to fight in a roundabout way, feints, and even knows how to draw out the battle line. The blue team had the advantage in a surprise attack, but they were chasing after scattered soldiers. You can't break the red team's main formation. This move seems to have separated the forces, but in fact, it has always been pulled tight. When the brigade commander sitting at the top heard this, he smiled and said, "Political Commissariu, what is the evaluation of Yi Qian's fighting spirit? Bring up her information and let's take a look together." After the brigade commander spoke, Political Commissariu immediately brought up Yi Qian's fighting spirit evaluation and projected it on the screen. The leaders sitting in the main tent all faintly gasped. Her fighting spirit was an excellent value. Why would they gasp? An excellent fighting spirit was equivalent to reaching a relatively high level in all aspects. The most appropriate analogy was, Yi Qian was a special forces soldier, while the other students were still rookies. Chapter 2409. Why were they so shocked by the results of Yi Qian's combat spirit evaluation? As a soldier who could enter the battlefield at any time, combat spirit was undoubtedly the soul of a soldier. As long as the soul was not extinguished, it would never fall. This was the pillar that supported soldiers to fight for their country without hesitation. Similarly, a strong army was inseparable from a strong combat spirit. With a strong combat spirit, one would be able to determine victory or defeat on the battlefield. Outstanding combat spirit included outstanding courage, fearlessness, and tenacious fighting spirit. These were the conditions that modern soldiers needed to possess. Students who had undergone training in the military academy and then spent a long period of time in the army could achieve these qualities. However, Yi Qian was only a freshman who had been in the military academy for less than a year. Her combat spirit was actually stronger than a veteran who had actually entered the army. This was what shocked everyone. From this, it could be seen how important it was to have a strong combat spirit. Even if a unit only had one soldier with such a strong combat spirit, his appearance would increase the combat ability of the unit by several times. This was the influence of combat spirit, and more importantly, it was the power of a role model. Looks like this year's batch of commanders is going to produce a character. Looking at the battle video in front of him, the brigade commander's serious expression turned into a slight smile. The video he was watching was of Yi Qian leading her troops to avoid the Blue Army's digitized pursuit and attack. At the same time, on the projection screen, the combat spirit evaluation curve of each company and battalion was clearly displayed. The most outstanding was Yi Qian's company. The combat spirit of the entire company was constantly increasing. 2 hours later, Yi Qian's company's combat spirit evaluation curve was steadily at the top of the red wavy line. Bring up Yi Qian's personal combat spirit. The brigade commander's gaze fell on the image of Yi Qian rushing out of a trench. He instantly grasped the image and pointed at it as he ordered the fourth-year technical soldier who was providing support for the drill. Bring up this photo of her rushing out of a trench and put it together with her personal combat spirit evaluation curve. The technical soldier's fingers tapped on the keyboard for a while. In less than a minute, Yi Qian's combat spirit evaluation curve and her photo were both displayed on the largest projection screen. Take a look at her evaluation curve and then take a look at her photo. The brigade commander looked up at the screen with a sharp and cold gaze. Through the evaluation and photos, can you see anything? After that, he instructed the technician, take a photo of any of the students and put it together with Yi Qian's photo. Very quickly, a picture of a student with the same face paint as Yi Qian was displayed on the screen. The two pictures showed both of them wearing the same combat uniform, helmet, and face paint, but their auras were completely different. All the leaders in the tent looked at the photo of Yi Qian charging out of the trenches. In the photo, Yi Qian's face was painted several times. She was holding a rifle in her right hand and supporting herself with a rock covered in green moss with her left hand. Using the strength of her upper body, she leaped out of the trench with her left leg. Behind her was a majestic green mountain, and her figure was as agile as a swimming dragon. Her gaze was cold, and the corners of her lips were pursed into a smile that was sharper than the edge of a knife. Her eyes were black and white, and they were so clear that they seemed to reflect the blue sky and white clouds. And her gaze, when they saw her gaze, they could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from her. It made the leaders in the tent tremble involuntarily. Chapter 24:10. The gazes of all the leaders in the main tent were focused on the picture on the projection screen. They saw a female soldier who had rushed out of the trenches and fought bravely for the country. They also saw her indomitable spirit, as proud as a pine tree. But she was only a first-year student, not a third-year or fourth-year student. No, even a third-year or fourth-year student might not be able to compare to her. She did not look like a student, but more like a hero who had charged into battle and broken through enemy lines. Her uniform was stained with blood, and she had returned victorious. The brigade commander was very satisfied with Yi Qian's performance. His stern gaze swept across all the leaders in the tent, and he said in a deep voice, the moment Yi Qian rushed out of the trenches, her gaze was like an unsheathed sword. Her eyes, her movements, they all reflect the fighting spirit of a qualified soldier. She cleaved through all obstacles, overcoming all obstacles, and only fighting for victory. Her gaze let everyone know that at this moment, she is a soldier who protects the country. The brigade commander's words made the leaders nod slightly in agreement. Indeed, the fighting spirit that Yi Qian displayed was indeed shocking. Her existence was like a dazzling star, directing the red team in the right direction. For this practical exercise, our starting point is to first stimulate the fighting spirit of the students and inspire them to have the awareness that a soldier should have. The second is to let them know how important it is to fight for every second on the battlefield. Third, let them fail in all aspects. If they fail, once they enter the battlefield, death will come and take away their lives at any time. They are the leaders of the future battlefield. Their theoretical knowledge must pass, their physical performance must pass, and they must have a fighting spirit. These are the qualities that a leader must have. As the brigade commander spoke, the atmosphere in the tent became more and more solemn. The fourth-year students standing at the side straightened their backs even more, not daring to blink. The famous military scientist Clausewitz said, "Material causes and results are just the hilt of a sword. Spiritual causes and results are the precious metal, the real sharp blade." From Yi Qian, I saw the sharp blade, the fearless spirit, the heroic fighting spirit that the red flag points to, and the indomitable fighting spirit. Everyone, this student has the spirit that many modern soldiers lack. Our students are the beginnings of soldiers, the source of officials, and the future leaders of the front lines. Once they lose their indomitable spirit, how can we talk about becoming a strong country and having a strong army? Our country experienced the flames of war. In the war at the end of the 19th century, the last dynasty of our country fought in a panic. In the end, our country was defeated and our navy was wiped out. On the other hand, the navy knew that they would lose, but they did not fear the enemy. They fought the invaders with the determination to die. This was the spirit that a soldier should have. Although they were defeated, their spirit was eternal. This is history, a clear example. Our students need to be fearless in the face of strong enemies, but they also need to have the courage to win every battle. From Yi Qian, we can see the qualities and spirit that a student of this generation should possess. To be able to lead troops and fight, our country needs a compound talent like her. The brigade commander's cold gaze swept across the faces of every leader. He said word by word, "With a pearl in front of us and a student who does not want to improve, this exercise will be recorded in the system. If anyone violates the rules midway, they will be warned once, notified twice, and temporarily detained in school for observation 3 times. Chapter 24:11. Yes, sir. The rest of the leaders responded in unison, and the atmosphere became quite solemn. At the same time, Yi Qian, who had been avoiding the blue team for 2 hours, led the company to rest in a ravine controlled by the red team. Sitting with her was a top student from the Optoelectronic Sciences Academy. He saw that the morale of his company was high as they cleared out the ambushes set up by the Blue Army. He sighed with emotion and said to Yi Qian, "Did you notice that when we were discussing the battle plan, everyone was very nervous? Now that you are leading the team, everyone is very excited. The light in their eyes can start a large generator." Hearing his words, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Whenever the students of the academy chatted, they would definitely talk about things related to their specialization. Even their metaphors revolved around their field of study. "What are you smiling about?" I'm not exaggerating. You saw it before. Everyone was afraid that they would die before the battle even started. They were as timid as mice. The slightest movement would make them fall down immediately. When you led us to attack the blue team, the students' confidence suddenly increased. Look at them now. They are not as timid as before. They are all very brave. The top student from the Optoelectronic Sciences Academy had the surname Wang. He was the vanguard of the academy. He was outstanding in both his specialization and physical fitness. The science and engineering students looked like the sports students. He introduced himself to Yi Qian as Old Wang. It was easy to remember and familiar. Old Wang was very satisfied with the current situation. He added, I think this is the fighting spirit that the instructor talked about. We know that the blue team is strong, but we are not afraid of them. We are going forward courageously. Hearing his words, Yi Qian also felt sorry for Old Wang. Old Wang was indeed Old Wang. His understanding as a top student was indeed much higher than the other students. He pondered for a while before answering Old Wang. Actually, the academy organized the drill for a reason. First, it was to let the students feel the atmosphere of battle. Second, it was to raise their fighting spirit. Like you said, we know that the blue team is strong, but we are not afraid of them. We are going forward courageously. Previously, when the students learned that the blue team had a secret weapon, we had a bad start. A few of our students were killed by the blue team. Morale was hit, and we fell into a slump. This is a very normal process. And as the commander of the red team this time, the low morale of the students is my responsibility. A drill is a battle, a war. There has to be a winner on the battlefield. As the commander, I naturally have to think of ways to raise the morale of the students. In other words, we need to stimulate the fighting spirit of the students. Only by bravely facing all obstacles can we be invincible and win in the end. Fighting spirit was the soul of a soldier, and it could not be abandoned at any time. When facing a strong enemy, humans were indeed born with fear, but they could not retreat because of fear. They had to fight because of fear. Leading the company to attack one of the blue team's strongholds was actually a gamble. They wanted to tell the red team that so what if the other team was stronger than them? As long as the red team could overcome the difficulties, they would still be able to win. Hearing this, Old Wang fell into deep thought and did not speak to Yi Qian for a long time. He Jing walked over and nodded slightly at Old Wang. She walked to Yi Qian's side and said softly, "There's something going on with Wenzi. Go over and take a look." Although the two of them didn't want to say much to Su Wen, she was still a student of their class and the three of them lived in the same dormitory. It was impossible for them to ignore her. Chapter 24:12. Yi Qian got up and quickly found Su Wen resting against a tree. They had only been marching for 2 hours. Su Wen looked very tired and exhausted. Yi Qian shook the water bottle she had put aside. There was no water left in it. Su Wen. Yi Qian squatted down and looked at her. There are still 4 minutes left. Get up and move around to refresh yourself. Su Wen, who had her eyes closed, wanted to sleep. When she heard Yi Qian's voice, she opened her eyes weakly and slowly closed them again. She moaned, "Little Jane Eyre, let me sleep for a while. I didn't sleep last night and rushed for 2 hours after getting off the bus. I'm so tired that I can't take it anymore. Let me sleep for a while, even if it's just for an hour. I'm so tired. I don't want to move anymore." She had no intention of getting up. She didn't think that this was a real combat exercise. She treated it as normal training and treated it lazily. Yi Qian's face turned cold. He got up and said coldly, "Su Wen, we only have 3 minutes left. Once the time is up, you have to stand up immediately. This is an order." Okay. I got it. Su Wen didn't even open her eyes. She hugged her rifle and looked like she wanted to sleep. He Jing saw that Yi Qian's face was getting colder and colder. Her heart sank. She quickly squatted down and pulled Su Wen's arm. She was a little anxious. Wen Zi, are you rebelling? Did you hear that? This is an order. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Look at yourself. She pulled so hard that Su Wen, who wanted to sleep, got angry. She flung He Jing's hand away and glared at them. She said unhappily, "What are you two doing? Do you still want me to rest? It's not like I don't want to walk. I just don't have the energy right now and want to sleep." Su Wen had a bit of a Missy's temper. She was usually more delicate. She didn't know what happened when she went back during the winter break. Compared to the previous semester, she became more and more lazy this semester. She almost let herself go and did whatever she wanted. The instructor had also talked to her. After the talk, things would get better for a few days. Then, she would return to her old ways and do things her own way. In class, the only person she was slightly afraid of was Yi Qian. Now she was angry, but because Yi Qian was standing right in front of her, she did not dare to speak loudly. She could only grumble unhappily, as if she had suffered a great grievance. She did feel that she had been wronged, and her eyes turned red. "I didn't affect anyone. Isn't it the same if I look for you after I wake up? Besides, with so many people practicing together, who would notice if I hid by the side to rest? If you two don't say anything, no one will know. It's just a drill, not a real battle. There's no need to be so serious. When it comes to the last bit of time, we can just fight." It would have been better if she hadn't said this. After she said it, even He Jing trembled with anger. "Su Wen, I remember that your father is also a soldier and an engineer. What you're doing? You're embarrassing your father." He Jing had a straightforward personality. She was so angry that she left after she finished speaking coldly. At this moment, even Yi Jian's eyes were cold. Her dark eyes were dark and cold, as if they were covered with ice and snow in an extremely cold place. She glanced over with a chilling gaze. "Su Wen, you think this is just a game, right? A game where you can do whatever you want? And all of us are just playing along with you?" Chapter 24:13. You didn't affect anyone. Su Wen, your actions have already affected our fighting spirit. Based on your current behavior, you can be directly dragged out and executed by firing squad. Sleep a little longer? You're really amazing. Our comrades in front were fighting with their lives on the line, yet you're sleeping peacefully. In the end, our comrades charged and broke through the enemy lines to obtain results. Then you slowly popped up and shamelessly shared the results. Su Wen, I feel ashamed that our red team has someone like you. The better the relationship, the more disappointed he would be. If she said that he couldn't do it during training, then he would persevere with her and wait for her to finish before clapping and celebrating. It didn't matter. They would fight side by side, grow together, and train together. However, what Yi Qian didn't expect was that Su Wen would shamelessly say things like, "Sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." At this moment, Yi Qian was completely disappointed. If her physical fitness wasn't good, she could still train. If she couldn't do it, then training would be useless. Su Wen didn't expect Yi Qian to be angry. Looking at her cold and expressionless face, Su Wen's heart thumped. She stood up in a panic. "Little Jane Eyre, don't be angry. I'm just, really tired. I really want to sleep. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll leave now. I'll follow you immediately." This time, Yi Qian didn't forgive her. Her eyes were cold as she said calmly, "Those who like to fight will die, those who forget to fight will be in danger." Normal combat preparation and acting are based on actual combat requirements to improve the combat effectiveness of troops. Su Wen, this is what the instructor said during the first period of our military theory class. And you've already forgotten all of this. Su Wen, you've disappointed all of us. After Yi Qian finished speaking, he didn't look at Su Wen's shocked expression. He turned around and left. Su Wen anxiously chased after him. Then she heard Yi Qian say, do you think that the military camp won't know that you're sleeping alone? Touch your armband, there's an all-weather tracker inside. There's also an automatic sensor on the metal frame nearby. Our battle situation will be sent back to the military tent in the form of pictures and videos at any time. Su-won, do you really think you can have a good sleep? Do you think that everything will be fine just because you've been admitted to the military academy? Su-won, who was chasing after them, suddenly froze. At the same time, her eyes were extremely flustered as she looked around. When she saw that there was a high-voltage tower less than 100 meters away from her, the panic on her face could not be concealed. She just wanted to slack off secretly and not work so hard if she could. Grandma had already said that there was no need for a girl to work so hard. The most important thing was to marry into a good family. Given her current school, she would be a grassroots officer in the future, and it would be easier for her to find a boyfriend with a good family background. Recalling Yi Qian's last words, do you really think that everything will be fine now that you've been admitted into the military academy? Su-won's heart skipped a beat. Realizing that she might be in trouble, her face turned pale. The 10-minute break was over. Yi Qian continued to lead the troops towards the high ground. He Jing met up with Yi Qian midway. When she mentioned that Su-won was not acting recklessly, she couldn't help but ask Yi Qian, how did you understand all of a sudden? Look, just now when she ambushed the blue team, she was even braver than the male students. Su-won isn't stupid. She's just lazy. I told her that everything will be fine now that she's been admitted into the military academy. She's smart, so she naturally understood what I meant. Yi Qian sighed softly. Seeing the change in He Jing's expression, Yi Qian smiled and said, we're in the same class after all. She's not a bad person, but... Chapter 24:14. She just likes to play a little tricks to avoid the hardships, right? He Jing spoke up for Yi Qian. She patted Yi Qian's shoulder lightly and sighed, little Jane Eyre, I realize that you are actually a very soft-hearted person to the people around you. You forgive people very easily. Yi Qian raised an eyebrow, am I? I don't think so. I just help when I can. If I can't, I definitely won't make things difficult for myself. Su-won is different. She is from our class, our comrade. If she makes a mistake, we will point it out together and let her correct it. If she is alone, we will help her and do our best to help her. Comrade is always different. If this incident still doesn't wake her up, don't worry. I won't say anything else and let the academy handle it. The academy already knew Su-won's personal situation. Right now, they were actually observing Su-won in secret. If she still didn't want to improve during this exercise and really wanted to find a place to sleep, then wait until the battle for the high ground. What awaited Su-won would definitely be expulsion. This was the result that Yi Qian didn't want to see. She would do her best to help Su-won once more. If Su-won was still the same as before, she wouldn't care anymore. The latest news came from the front lines. 2 of the red team's battalions were ambushed by the blue team. The red team's 2 battalions immediately came to their aid. In the end, the blue team didn't have much of an advantage. The blue team's commander immediately adjusted his tactics and cut off the red team's communications. This caused the red team to lose contact with the command center. The blue team then took the opportunity to attack. The red team had already analyzed the blue team's strong points. Yi Qian made it clear that even if they lost contact, their goal wouldn't change. Even if they lost contact, they would still continue to move forward. Therefore, when the other battalions lost contact with Yi Qian, they didn't panic and stubbornly fought with the blue team. They tracked our route. 2 of our students were alone and were ambushed by the blue team. They are now dead. From the side came the latest battle situation from one of the battalions. They were already engaged in close combat with the blue team. I suspect that the blue team has already cut into our communications to steal information. A call from one of the red team's camps reached the blue team's camp. The blue team's communication center revealed a mysterious smile, and several of the students made a V sign. They couldn't help but be secretly delighted. They had indeed cut into Red Team's communications and eavesdropped on the movements of Red Team's 2 battalions. Blue Team immediately set up an ambush on Red Team's movements. The only bad thing was that the Red Team had dispersed, which meant that the Blue Team's forces were also dispersed. Both sides' marching speed was delayed. There's no need to rush. Just follow our original plan. A clear female voice came through the earpiece. It was like a spring breeze, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Blue Fong. See you later. The first sentence was for the brothers on the Red Team, while the second sentence was for the Blue Team. The Blue Team technical students who had just made a V sign looked at each other. They felt that something was wrong. Soon, the communication with the Red Team was interrupted, and the technical students of the Red Team took action. Rebuild the firewall. Quick. The technical students of the Blue Team didn't have time to think about what was wrong. They hurriedly guarded their communications. If the Red Team counterattacked, the Blue Team would be in trouble. The Red Team's movement sped up, and the Blue Team followed closely behind. The command in both camps was in full swing. The brigade commander, political commissar, and other leaders in the main camp all had serious expressions on their faces as they watched the first-year freshmen begin their actual combat training. Chapter 24:15. The first-year drill was to occupy the high ground before 5 p.m. First come, first serve. Right now, the advance of both sides was delayed by each other's tactics, so the movement speed of the majority of the troops was quite slow. The early sun slowly rose. At noon, the clear sky suddenly changed, and dark clouds gathered. Half an hour later, it actually began to drizzle. Downhill, it's all green moss. Slow down. The Blue Team ambushing the Red Team carried their guns and slowly made their way through a steep hill. The hill was facing away from the sun, so there were more rocks and a thick layer of moss growing on them. If one was not careful, they would slip and fall. The Blue Team students at the front carefully climbed down a rock and reminded their comrades behind them to be careful of their footsteps. Don't just look at your feet when you walk. Remember to pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let the Red Team counterattack. The Blue Team's movements were similarly cautious. The Blue Team communicators in charge of communications were constantly reporting their latest movements to the Blue Team's military camp so that the military camp could tell the Red Team how far away they were. The experts from the computer science department had hacked into the satellite system of the main military camp. Before the fourth-year students had noticed, they had actually intercepted the Red Team's current movements. The Blue Team commander immediately deployed his troops to ambush the Red Team in advance. However, they did not know that the target of the ambush was none other than the Red First Company led by Yi Qian. It was drizzling. Although the rain was not heavy, and even though they had put on their raincoats in time, they were still soaked from the long march. Yi Qian slowly bent down. Her slender hand gently pushed aside a clump of grass. A footprint on an ant's nest was clearly visible, and it had been left not long ago. Following Yi Qian's reminder, the various groups of communicators quickly learned that the Blue Team had ambushed them ahead. They immediately passed the information to the Red Team students. In the drizzle, a group of young faces that had been in the military academy for almost a year all revealed cold and solemn expressions. From their youthful faces, one could already see that they were beginning to have the coldness that a soldier should have. The Blue Team never would have thought that they would be exposed with a single step. In the main military camp, the video of Yi Qian observing the footprints in the grass once again appeared on the projection screen. Seeing her calm command, precise and powerful battle deployment, and her experienced observation, even the brigade commander could not help but be surprised. He asked Political Commissar Yu, "Has Yi Qian participated in military exercises before? Why did he look like an experienced veteran?" The military academy did not know much about Yi Qian. Therefore, Political Commissar Yu could not answer this question. No. She did not participate in any battle drills in her file. Then that's godly. Every step and move of hers is exquisite. Lan Fang has such a great advantage, but in front of her, it's actually useless. In that case, I'm looking forward to the drill with the third-year students the day after tomorrow. As long as the red team won, they would be able to see the mock battle between Yi Qian and the fourth-year students the day after tomorrow. Up ahead, the blue team students were a little confused. They were the ones who had ambushed the red team, so why was it that the red team had surrounded them instead? Break out of the encirclement first, don't get entangled with them. This way. Go around them. No, the road ahead is blocked. We can't get through. The blue team was in a state of panic. When the student leading the team saw that a company of red team had arrived, he knew that there was no way for him to rush out. He gritted his teeth and said, "If we can't rush out, then let's keep them close. No matter what, we have to bite off a piece of meat. 15 people, 1 person each, we can still take out 15 people from red team." It was no different from a fight to the death. It was still better than being directly surrounded and disarmed. Chapter 24:16. 15 people killed 15 students of the red team. This score was very clear. However, the reality was cruel. The 2 male students had just come out and were killed by Yi Qian in seconds before they could do anything. The 2 male students on the other side found out and quickly came to help. Similarly, they were subdued by one of their hands before they could make a few moves. Song Jiqiu, who was with Yi Qian, saw everything clearly. She was really shocked to see that she killed 1 student in a few seconds. When she directly threw the student of the blue team, who was at least a head taller than her, over her shoulder, Song Jiqiu and the other red team students couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It was too scary. How could she throw such a tall male student over her shoulder? The student of the blue team, who had been turned upside down, didn't come to himself for a long time. He didn't even realize what was going on. His lower body was unsteady, and his upper body was locked. He felt the sky and the earth were spinning. He screamed, "Ouch," and fell into the grass. It was raining, and the grass was full of water. The student of the blue team's back was all wet after he fell. His hands were even stained with the grass fragments. Seeing so many people, the red team swallowed their saliva. No wonder Yi Qian said there were only a few people and it was a waste of time to set up a minefield. With her speed of killing people, even a simple minefield would be a waste of time. Although there were no real swords or guns in the actual combat exercise, there were real minefields and so on. Of course, they were all fake minefields. Fake minefields didn't have explosive power. After all, they were only freshmen. There were many things they hadn't learned yet. Even if the school wanted to promote the fighting spirit of individuals and teams, they wouldn't joke about the lives of these future army leaders. The real military exercise with a certain casualty rate would only have a real casualty rate when they joined the army exercise in their senior year. The students of the blue team wanted to kill 1 student of the red team each. In the end, they couldn't accept the fact that they were killed in action. Among the people they met, 2 of them were the most powerful. A petite female soldier directly killed 6 people by herself. A tall male soldier killed 3. As for the rest, it was not worth mentioning. They were hugged, dragged, and pounced on. In the end, only 1 student of the red team was killed in action by a student of the blue team. Reality was so cruel that they couldn't accept it. When the other blue team student saw that something was amiss, he immediately sprinted away. In the end, before the red team student could chase after him, he tumbled to the ground and let out a scream that was even more unsettling than spring thunder. Yi Qian quickly finished off the last 2 blue team students and immediately came over to check. At around 3:00 in the afternoon, news came from the front line that the blue team students had been ambushed by the red team. One of the students accidentally fell while escaping, resulting in a broken leg. Once the location was determined, troops were immediately sent to rescue the student, sending him to the nearest hospital. "Give me the straps, and cut a few more bamboo branches." Yi Simple knelt on the ground, skillfully and quickly dealing with the fractures of the injured blue team students. He pulled up the trousers and pressed lightly with his fingers. Based on the student's reaction, he determined that the student's calf was fractured and needed immediate treatment. During the ambush, Yi Qian did not make a sound. Now that he was treating the fractures of the blue team students, the moment he opened his mouth, he forced the wounded to swallow their screams. The surrounding blue team students asked uncertainly, "Are you, the commander type Yi Qian? That super strong physical Yi Qian?" Yi Qian was binding the wounded to prevent a second fracture. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "I am indeed the commander type Yi Qian. As for the super strong physical Yi Qian, I don't know who you are." Chapter 24:17. It must be Yi Qian. Among the female students, you are this one. A student from the blue team gave him a thumbs up. He was quite convinced that they had lost to Yi Qian, the king of all-around physical fitness, ranked first in overall results. He was not an ordinary person. Even the seniors in the second, third, and fourth years had to say that they might not be able to beat Yi Qian. Seeing Yi Qian being praised by the blue team, the students from the red team felt honored. The male student who had been thrown over his shoulder by Yi Qian rubbed his shoulder and said somewhat embarrassedly, "You scared me. I am at least 75 kilograms. I was afraid that you would be crushed and fractured when you fell like that. In the end, I almost got a concussion." There was laughter all around. Yi Qian reminded them, "Red team, be more alert. Don't be killed by the blue team the next second when you are laughing." After being reminded, the red team students kept a serious face. Even the blue team students did not dare to say anything. Yi Qian cut off the thumb-sized bamboos around him with his dagger. He cut off the branches and fixed them in place for the student. He used a bandage to fix one layer first. Then, he asked the student to cut a few more bamboo branches and fixed another layer with a bandage. By the time the rescue team arrived, the injured student had been carried by the dead blue team students for several kilometers on the mountain road. The rescue team did not need to do a simple bandage again. They just needed to continue carrying the student. The rain was not heavy, but it had a great impact on the freshmen. Among them, except for Yi Qian, even the commanding male soldiers, such as Song Jiqiu, could not stand it. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. There were still 3 hours before the end of the actual combat training exercise for the freshmen. The blue team took advantage of their advantage again and attacked the camp of the red team. At the same time, the red team's scattered forces began to gather. The blue team was used to dispersing. The red team's sudden change made the blue team's military tent very busy. "What? Did you not see them? Didn't you keep a close eye on them before? They ran away. Where did they run to? Don't you know how to chase after them? They didn't come? That's impossible. Their mobile route is here. How could they not come here? You battalions gather immediately and concentrate your forces temporarily. There are still 2 hours before the end of the exercise. We still have time. Let's concentrate our forces and advance towards the highlands. Quick, you guys, come and look at the battle map. Red team's movements have changed. Something's wrong." Throughout the entire exercise, both the red and blue tents were filled with freshmen. Other than them, no one else helped them. They had to rely on themselves when they were marching and fighting. There were no reminders or pointers. They had to rely on themselves to win. The speed at which the Red Army gathered its forces was quite fast. The main reason was that Yi Qian had planned beforehand. Even though it was raining, the communication between the camps and the companies was kept simple and clear. The blue team could not decipher the numerical dialogue. Although it was a bit messy, they still managed to gather all their forces. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the red team launched an all-out counterattack. Only then did the blue team realize that they had been led by the nose by the red team from the beginning. The red team's forces were fully concentrated, but the blue team's reaction was a few beats too slow. They were swept away by the red team's main forces. Even if they had a satellite map tracking system for electronic warfare, it was useless at this time. It's over, it's over. They're coming in full force. Second company can't stop them. Chapter 24:18. First company, reinforce them. Slow down their march. 3 battalions were wiped out. We lost 90 people. 4th Battalion fled and regrouped with 2nd Company. In the main tent, the combat spirit evaluation curve of each student fluctuated intensely. In the red team, led by Yi Qian, the combat spirit evaluation curve of all the students rose. Their collective combat spirit reached an unprecedented level. And the thick and red curve at the top remained in first place from start to finish. There was not much fluctuation in the middle. This proved what the brigade commander said at the beginning. A soldier with a strong combat spirit could influence the entire army. This was the power of a role model. Fight for the final high ground. Wipe them out. 1st Company, charge. 6th Battalion, 5th Company, bring up the rear. 2nd Company, sweep them out. Yes. Roger. Execute immediately. Following Yi Qian's orders, the red team, whose morale was high, advanced towards the final high ground. At 4:34 p.m., the red team achieved total victory with a suppressive attack. This was a roundabout battle. It was also a battle where the red team jumped out of their weakness and scattered the blue team's forces. They jumped out of the blue team's strong suit and achieved total mobility. In the end, the scattered forces quickly gathered and caught the blue team off guard. By the time the blue team reacted, the red team's mobility had far surpassed the blue team's. They had finished gathering the scattered forces and gathered the main force. At this point, the outcome was clear. In the end, there was conflict, there was rear guard, and there was restraint. The various battalions and companies worked together to form 3 major forces to seize the high ground. The blue team's morale was damaged and they were forced to retreat. In the end, they completely suppressed the red team and won. A single drill was enough to determine the winner and loser. The blue team lost. The 8 schools regrouped. All the students stood in the drizzle. Even after a day of drills, their backs were straight like unbreakable pine trees. The brigade commander announced the results of the drill. The red team had won. The blue team's commander could not see through the red team's strategy in time. Even with the support of the satellite system, it was useless. At 5:30 p.m., the freshmen set up camp. The commanders of both sides gathered in the main tent. The commander of the blue team could not help but feel nervous. When he passed by Yi Qian, he could not help but ask softly, "Do you think we'll be scolded?" "I don't think so. Brigade commander looked fine just now." Yi Qian knew the blue team commander who was talking to him. He lowered his voice and comforted him. He should be pointing out where we are lacking, where we need to correct, and where we have made mistakes. That's right. It would be great if that was the case. The male student pursed his lips uneasily. After all, he was only a freshman. Although he had changed a lot, he hadn't been through enough training and couldn't remain calm. The main military tent was right in front of them. There were 2 fourth-year students standing guard outside with rifles in their hands. They stood upright and solemnly on the left and right, watching the first-year students walk past without looking sideways. They were extremely professional. As he walked past the military tent, the first thing Yi Qian saw was the projector screen hanging at the most prominent part of the tent. The reason why he noticed it first was because there was a picture of himself on the projector screen. Judging from the position of the photo, it was taken in the morning when she led her troops to destroy the blue minefield and rushed out of the trench. Yi Qian had never seen a photo of himself in combat before. When he saw it, he was a little stunned. Chapter 24:19. He looked a little different. The other students had already seen Yi Qian's photo. When they first saw it, their hearts skipped a beat. They were stunned by Yi Qian's gaze in the photo. It was full of sharpness and killing intent, as if he would point the gun in his hand at their heads in the next second and fire a fatal shot. Some people were stunned by Yi Qian's murderous gaze. Even their pupils constricted. After one glance, they did not dare to take a second look. There were also some students who were stunned by the sharpness, standing in place without moving for a long time. Other than the brigade commander, there were also the political commissar and other leaders of the military academy in the main tent. The tables and chairs in the tent were all folded up and put away. No matter who it was, they were all standing and facing the projection screen. Take a look at this photo. Do you see anything? The brigade commander asked in a low voice. The question he asked was the same one he had asked the leaders when he first saw Yi Qian's photo. What do you see? Start with the blue team camp. The blue team camp's commander-in-chief stared at the photo that made his heart skip a beat. He was even a little afraid. Pursing his lips, he steadied himself before saying, I see the killing intent. Her gaze is like a bullet, making me not dare to look directly at her. Another blue team camp student said, I see the killing intent, the drive, the fearlessness of sacrifice. The blue team camp had a total of 6 commanders. None of them spoke a word, but the one thing they had in common was that they saw the terrifying killing intent in Yi Qian's eyes. That was a gaze that made them not dare to look directly at her. Just one glance was enough to make them lose half of their confidence. The brigade commander nodded slightly, then asked the red team camp. Compared to the blue team camp, the red team students were more talkative. The red team student, Old Wang, said with a solemn expression, it was precisely because of the determination in Yi Qian's eyes and the fearlessness in her actions that our morale was greatly boosted. Especially when she led us to destroy one of the blue team's strongholds, we red team students seemed to have seen hope. There was really not much fear in our hearts. We only had one thought, and that was to continue fighting with Yi Qian. There would definitely be no problems. We would definitely win. What he meant was that the red team's overwhelming victory had a lot to do with Yi Qian. Old Wang's speech received the unanimous approval of the red team students. It was indeed so. If not for Yi Qian's leadership, even if they won, it would have been extremely difficult. The brigade commander was quite satisfied with their speech. He nodded slightly and slowly said in a deep voice, I believe all of you can see the indomitable spirit of bravery and battle from Yi Qian. Where the red flag points, advance courageously. Hearing this, the freshmen were all shocked. They looked at the photo on the projection screen again. With the brigade commander's words, they looked at it again. Seeing that the students all looked at the projection screen with the same solemn expression, the brigade commander nodded with satisfaction. He was quite satisfied with the freshmen's drill. Although there were various unsatisfactory aspects, overall, it was still acceptable. His gaze fell on Yi Qian, and it was filled with encouragement and gratification. When he looked away, there was only coldness in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the rest of the students and spoke slowly with a dignified tone. Just now, the red team students said that because of Yi Qian's existence, they saw hope and no longer had any fear. This is the fighting spirit that all of you must have as soldiers. I hope all of you can continue to work hard, and I look forward to your next performance. Chapter 24-20. Facing the young students who were still young but had the temperament of a soldier, the brigade commander carefully guided them. He spoke with a majestic voice, making the young students present feel as if thunder had struck their ears. They did not dare to be distracted at all. He looked forward to the drill the day after tomorrow. He looked forward to the wonderful performance of each student. He also looked forward to the future of them shouldering the responsibility of the country and fighting for the country. Therefore, students, you need to have the fearlessness of not being afraid of strong enemies, but also the courage to win every battle. From Yi Qian, you can see the quality and spirit that the current generation of students should have. This is what you need to learn. Why did the red team say that with Yi Qian leading them, they think they will win? This is the influence of the fighting spirit. It will subtly influence you and stimulate the part of you that has not awakened yet. The purpose of this exercise is to train your fighting spirit. It is to see if you have the courage to compete with the strong enemy. Can you see the strong points of the strong enemy and further improve your fighting ability? Students, the future of national defense depends on you, and the future of the future will depend on you to take the hard work of your seniors and pass it on from generation to generation. The brigade commander's words were deeply engraved in the hearts of the students. The power of role models was the power to push them forward. This drill had indeed left a deep impression on the freshman students. They had also learned a lot from it. The students who had died knew that the battlefield was strange and unpredictable. They did not know how they had died. They were very glad that this was a drill. If it was a real battlefield, they would not be able to return. The students who were shocked knew how they should develop in the future. Only by improving their abilities in all aspects could they face a real war calmly. Only then could they be fearless of strong enemies and overcome all difficulties. Yi Qian in the photo also shocked the freshman students. It also made them know how big the gap between them and Yi Qian was. However, Yi Qian was indeed a little embarrassed by the brigade commander's praise and the students' praise. She did not like to be too ostentatious, nor did she like to be compared. In addition, her starting point was different from the freshman students. Yi Qian was embarrassed and guilty at the same time. Therefore, when the meeting was adjourned, Yi Qian found Political Commissar Yu and softly explained his purpose for coming. Take down the photos? Why? Political Commissar Yu was a little puzzled. Seeing that the female student in front of him was a little unnatural, he thought that she was not used to praises. He smiled and said, "Little Yi, everyone in the military academy has seen how outstanding you are. Everyone knows about your results. However, no one knows how you fight. Didn't brigade commander just say that sometimes, fighting spirit needs the power of an example? Look at today, if the red team didn't have you as the commander-in-chief and had a morale-boosting battle first, I believe the red team wouldn't have a big chance to win. And your appearance, your leadership, and your deployment made all the students feel that it's not impossible to defeat a strong enemy. As long as you work hard, find the right method, and seize the opportunity, you can take risks in the midst of danger." Political Commissar Yu also liked this student who knew how to take the big picture into consideration. Seeing that she was looking for him, he wanted to give her some pointers. Chapter 24-21. She wanted to remove the photos? Was it because she was shy? Political Commissar Yu smiled. You also told all the students that if you want to defeat a strong enemy, you have to defeat yourself first. If you want to have the courage to face a strong enemy, you have to have the confidence to do so. And to defeat yourself and have the confidence to do so, it all comes from your hard work. Little Yi, you have taken the lead. There is a power in your body that makes us feel shocked. This is a power that pushes everyone forward, a power that can let people see hope. It was strange for this power to appear in a little girl. She was like a hero who came back from a bloodbath, giving hope to those who fell into despair. Political Commissar Yu couldn't figure out why Yi Qian had such power. But if he knew that Yi Qian had lived 2 lives and knew about the twists and turns of the 2 lives, it would not be hard to understand. Living was hope, and hope was always for the living. The death of the previous life made Yi Qian who lived in this life. Facing Political Commissar Yu and Chu Wan's persuasion, Yi Qian thought for a while and said, "Political Commissar, I have my own ideas, so I don't want any photos to be leaked." "Have your own ideas, don't want any photos to be leaked." Political Commissar Yu was a soldier. After hearing this, he understood what Yi Qian meant. He was so shocked that his face became very serious. "You want to go to the field forces?" In the field forces, the officers' photos would not be leaked. Even if they took photos with their family members, they would be avoided. Yi Qian nodded. "Yes, the school knows that I was raised by a first-rank sergeant major. They also know that my mother was a martyr. So, I want to follow the path of my elders." But this was not just an ambition. It was a continuation of his responsibility. Political Commissar Yu was in awe when he found out that Yi Qian was just a freshman. After a while, he said, "Xiao Yi, you are a role model. Okay, I will report to the brigade commander. Don't worry, the photos will only appear during this exercise. After the exercise, they will be destroyed immediately." Yi Qian still wanted to say something, but Political Commissar Yu waved his hand and stopped him. "I know you don't like to show off, but Xiao Yi, you have to consider your influence." Seeing that she wanted to say something but stopped, a faint smile appeared on Political Commissar Yu's serious face. It was a good thing to keep a low profile, but sometimes, circumstances forced one to do so. He smiled and continued, "We hope that more students will be influenced by you and understand what it means to go to a military academy. In today's society, even our military academy needs the power of role models. It's a good thing to keep a low profile, but Xiao Yi, you have to remember that sometimes, an appropriate amount of publicity can be beneficial to you. Do you really think it's a good idea to keep lowering it? The only thing missing was telling Yi Qian that if he kept lowering the ratings, wouldn't he be afraid that others would steal his credit and step on his shoulders to climb up while he stayed where he was? Was that really a good idea? This was the first time someone had reminded Yi Qian like this after she left Fujian town, walked out of her original life circle, and walked into a brand new life circle. Although political commissar Yu did not say it directly, his meaning was the same as what Commander-in-Chief Xia had said. It was good to have responsibility, but he also had to know how to climb higher. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. This was a principle that had not changed since ancient times. Chapter 24-22. When political commissar Yu saw this, he knew that Yi Qian knew what he meant. Seeing that the sky was getting dark and the smell of food wafted through the misty air, he signaled for Yi Qian to rest and leave the other matters for him to handle. Knowing that the photos would only appear during the drill, Yi Qian calmed down a little and did not insist anymore. The rain was a little heavy, so she had to go and help her class clean up. Political commissar Yu looked at her back as she walked away. The smile in his eyes deepened. There were too few students like her. There were even fewer students who could understand what responsibility was at such a young age. Meeting one today was enough to leave a deep impression on him. Very quickly, the brigade commander understood Yi Qian's intentions. He smiled and said, "This female student is quite opinionated. We respect her decision. Wanting to join the field forces is not ambition, but courage. With her current performance, the field battle unit will welcome her very much." Based on Yi Qian's current performance, as long as she continues to develop steadily in the future, regardless of whether it is the field forces or other forces, they will all welcome her. Political commissar Yu smiled gently. The military academy existed to cultivate talents for the military. If Yi Qian could develop in the future, it would be an honor for the University of Science and Technology of China. After he finished speaking, he saw that there were a few drafts on the folding conference table. Political commissar Yu looked at them and picked up one of the drafts in surprise. "Brigade commander, are you planning to give us the rules for the drill the day after tomorrow?" "Yes. My intuition tells me that student Yi Qian has a lot of potential. Perhaps she has strengths that we have not discovered yet. Since we are going up against third-year students this time, let's make it a little more difficult. Don't let the third-year students think that we are leading a bunch of child soldiers for a drill." Hearing this, political commissar Yu's smile deepened. He looked at the new rules for the drill. "You gave another 10 first-year students technical support. Are you purposely testing Yi Qian to see what kind of novel tactics she can use?" "Brigade commander, she is only a first-year student. I'm afraid she doesn't have a deep understanding of information warfare. Otherwise, today's drill would not be a surprise attack drill. A surprise attack was equivalent to going into battle barehanded. There was no high-tech involved. It was all based on command and deployment during the march, then using their fists and feet to defeat the enemy. This was to stimulate the aggressive nature of the freshmen." The brigade commander did not agree with what political commissar Yu said. He switched to a video of Yi Qian's deployment during the day. In the video, Yi Qian said to the first-year technical students, "The blue team might have already stolen our information. Rebuild the firewall and counterattack." I've been observing Yi Qian's interaction with the technical students. When I saw this, I vaguely felt that Yi Qian had a certain level of understanding of information warfare. That's why I wanted to adjust the rules to increase the difficulty. The brigade commander tore up the scrapped draft and handed the final draft to political commissar Yu. "We'll follow the new rules for the drill the day after tomorrow. Regardless of whether we overestimated Yi Qian or not, let's see how far she can take the freshmen." The brigade commander changed a few more points of the maneuver rules for the freshmen and juniors. The main direction of the maneuver remained the same, but it was more flexible. It could also better see the commanding and combat standards of the commanders-in-chief of both sides. "I'm afraid that your words will make the commanders-in-chief of the drill the day after tomorrow a little worried. Political commissar Yu, who took the final draft, saw the last point. He, who was originally standing, sat down. There was obvious interest on his face. This is good. We have to make them feel more psychological pressure. The tasks of the drill could be increased at any time. This was one of the new rules added by the brigade commander. Chapter 24-23. Missions could be added at any time, but the end time of the exercise did not change. This meant that the red and blue teams would have less time to prepare for the exercise the day after tomorrow. They needed to be more careful and faced more pressure. Strength can only be shown when there is pressure. Student Yi Qian is a rising star in this exercise. I want to see how dazzling this star is. After the brigade commander finished speaking, he and political commissar Yu looked at each other and smiled. The third-year and first-year students standing guard in the main military tent had a bad feeling. Yi Qian did not know about the conversation between the brigade commander and the political commissar. She returned to the large tent in class. The basic large tent for the exercise in the northern part of the province was a basic facility. A large tent could accommodate an entire class of students. The female students slept in the innermost part of the tent. Then a curtain would be pulled out from the rain, and the four sides would be fixed to form a small independent space. When Yi Qian went over, the students in the class had already set up the entire tent in the rain. The tent was still in the process of being tidied up. Soon, everyone worked together to pull up the waterproof tarpaulin and used about 10 minutes to pull up the tent for sleeping tonight. They then spread out the waterproof tarpaulin inside, and a simple shelter from the wind and rain was completed. After they finished, He Jing pulled Yi Qian to a corner and said softly, "The instructor called Wenzi to talk to her not long before you came back. It's been almost 20 minutes. Why hasn't she come back yet? Could something have happened?" She was very worried. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. She hadn't come back in such a long time. She was probably being trained. Previously, she had made a scene in order to sleep. Perhaps she had been caught on camera. Sighing softly in her heart, Yi Qian said, "Don't think too much. Let's wait for her to come back and ask her. Let's see if she's willing to take the initiative to mention it to us. If she doesn't, we don't need to ask." She was already an adult. She had to bear the corresponding responsibility for her actions. He Jing saw that Yi Qian's expression was slightly cold. She nodded in response and absent-mindedly tidied up her bag. "Yi Qian, He Jing, you two see if there's enough space. If there's not enough space, move the curtain out a little more." The male student, who was in charge of drawing the curtains for the female students, raised his voice and said, "Come and take a look." There were around 40 students in the class. Even though the tent was big enough, it still had to be slightly squeezed together. Yi Qian looked at it and smiled. "There's no need to make it so wide. Just make it 1.8 meters wide." She had left a space of 3 meters. The male students sleeping outside were going to be crowded. Yi Qian and He Jing took the initiative to shrink the space to only 1.8 meters, which was just nice for the three of them. They just needed to sleep quietly and not move around. Su Wen didn't come back until bedtime. Feeling down, she took off her wet clothes in the dark. When it was time to put on the clothes to keep warm at night, her hand froze in her backpack. She didn't bring a thermal jacket. The temperature in the mountains was already low. With the addition of the rain, the temperature at night was even lower. Even the male students wore thin thermal jackets to prevent themselves from catching a cold. Su Wen, who was so cold that she had goosebumps, subconsciously looked at the two people sleeping next to her. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, she suddenly remembered what the instructor said. With red eyes, Su Wen bit her lower lip and crawled under the blanket in her wet clothes. Soft sobbing could be heard. Even though she was crying under the blanket, Yi Qian, who was sleeping next to her, could hear it clearly. Yi Qian was sleeping in the middle. He Jing, whose left hand was still awake, also heard it. She was about to get up and ask Su Wen what was wrong, but Yi Qian pressed her arm down. Chapter 24-24. The soft sobbing continued from under the blankets, but this time, Yi Qian did not ask her what was wrong. He also did not ask if she needed a set of warm clothes. He did not ask anything. He just closed his eyes and quietly waited for Su Wen to stop crying. Su Wen was used to being taken care of. She was used to people taking the initiative to help her whenever she needed help. In the end, it became a terrible habit. It wiped away her sense of responsibility and the responsibility she should have. As he listened to her crying, Yi Qian also reflected on whether he had helped her too much and ended up making things worse. He slowly thought about it and found the problem. Gradually, Yi Qian found the problem with himself. He could help Su Wen, but he could not help her like he did with his classmates in high school. The military academy placed more emphasis on personal independence. If he helped too much, it would hinder Su Wen's growth and make her dependent on him. She did not help Su Wen solve her problems. She helped Su Wen discover her own problems and solve them herself. Just like how Captain Xia treated her. He never took the initiative to help her. During training, he was even cold and cruel. He would watch her make a mistake and then use an even crueler method to make her remember what her mistake was and what it would affect. Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen were the same. They chose to stand by the side and never take the initiative to remind her that she was in the wrong. She had to do this and that. Realizing his mistake, Yi Qian closed his eyes and looked a little cold. Su Wen needed to change. Similarly, he also needed to change. After about half an hour, Su Wen's sobbing finally stopped. Yi Qian heard He Jing let out a soft sigh. She did the same. Yi Qian tilted his head and looked in the direction of Su Wen. He slowly reached out his hand and gently patted Su Wen's shoulder. Go to sleep. We still have training tomorrow. After a while, Su Wen grunted in a nasal voice. Her heart was in a mess. Then she closed her eyes. Yi Qian's actions made Su Wen, who had finally stopped crying, burst into tears again. Fortunately, she bit the blanket in time to stop her tears from falling. I can't think anymore. I can't cry anymore. I still have training tomorrow. I can't affect Yi Qian and He Jing. Su Wen bit the blanket tightly and forced herself to fall asleep as soon as possible. The sound of the wind and rain came from outside. The dripping sound of rain was like the best lullaby. It was late at night and quiet. It was the best time to sleep. Yi Qian slept very soundly. However, most of the freshmen couldn't sleep well. It was their first time participating in an exercise, so their cerebral cortex was relatively active. They would think about what happened during the day at night. While they sighed, they would also sum up their shortcomings. As a result, they were more energetic. After the excitement passed, they fell asleep in a daze. Because the place they slept in was uneven, they were either woken up in the middle of the night by the brothers next door. They had never known the pain of sleeping, but for the first time, they felt the pain of sleeping. At 5:00 in the morning, Yi Qian opened his eyes. As soon as he moved, Su Wen, who was sleeping next to him, also got up and said softly, "In the future, I'll wake up early with you for morning exercises." At 5:00, there was a faint light in the mountains. However, there wasn't much light in the tent. Yi Qian, who was dressed, smiled and nodded. Okay, but you have to take the initiative. In his heart, Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Su Wen hadn't been expelled by the university. Or rather, she was temporarily staying on campus for observation. Chapter 24-25. Su Wen did not mention last night's incident again, and Yi Qian did not ask again. At 6 p.m., all the students got into formation and started exercising. They ran around the drill grounds and completed a 10-kilometer-long run. The students who did not sleep well were still a little tired at first, but after running for a while, they woke up and started chanting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1 in unison. On the second day of the holiday, in addition to their normal physical training, the freshmen watched the red and blue teams' drills. Compared to the freshmen, the third-year students' drills had a much higher level of technical content. In the end, the third-year blue team won. They fought for the high ground at 3 p.m. and defeated the red team. Yi Qian had been sitting in the commander's tent the entire time and watched the entire drill from beginning to end. The third-year students' combat thinking was much more active and incisive. They changed their maneuver route midway and were able to quickly complete the following maneuver route. From this, it could be seen that they had a high degree of adaptability to the terrain. After watching the drill, Yi Qian had a better understanding of the third-year blue team. He loosened his clenched fists. Tomorrow was the duel between the freshmen and third-year students. As the third-year students were stronger than the freshmen in terms of electronic information warfare, the brigade commander sent out 10 third-year students from the Computer Science Institute to support the freshmen. At 7 a.m. the next day, the first-year red team and the third-year blue team officially started their drill. Similarly, the winner would be determined by fighting for the high ground at 5 p.m. When the red team's commander-in-chief, Yi Qian, received the rules of the drill, he pursed his lips slightly. The difficulty had obviously increased. This time, it's really going to be a little tricky. Old Wang from the Optoelectronic Science Institute said to Yi Qian with a serious expression, "Yi Qian, our chances of winning are very, very small." The third-year blue team was the victorious team in yesterday's drill. When they watched the drill, they knew that the other team was very strong. Now that the third-year blue team had become the main attacking team today, if the first-year red team bumped into them, there was no way for them to survive. When Old Wang saw that Yi Qian's expression was equally gloomy, he thought to himself, "It's over." If even Yi Qian felt troubled, then the red team probably had no chance of winning at all. Yi Qian's finger tapped on the last rule of the maneuver. During the maneuver, additional tasks can be added at any time. He said in a low voice, "This is the biggest unknown factor, and also the key to victory. The difficulty lies in this." The difficulty was, here? It felt like Yi Qian was focusing on something else entirely. The blue team had deployed their advanced technology, and their technological level was much higher than the red team's. This was not because this was the difficult part, but because all the rules were difficult for the red team. "Yi Qian, what are your chances of winning?" They didn't ask about anything else. The few students in the red team tent who were in charge of deploying troops directly cut to the main point. They just wanted to know what the chances of the commander-in-chief winning were. Yi Qian looked at the third-year technical support senior she had just met, then looked at the first-year students. She smiled and said, "It's fine as long as everyone works hard. Let's make some arrangements first." Did that mean they could win? Seeing the faint smile on her face, the first-year students from the red team felt their spirits lift. Meanwhile, the 10 third-year students who were providing technical support looked at each other secretly. There was a faint light in their eyes. His junior sister in her first year of university seemed to be quite confident. But today, they were facing the third-year blue team that even the third-year red team had lost to yesterday. Even they had lost by a bit. Could these first-year juniors win? Chapter 24-26. Let's listen to her deployment first. This is Junior Yi Qian we're talking about, not just anyone. A third-year technical support student said in a low voice. There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I've heard so much about her. Since we can work together today, we can watch her up close." Another student nodded and smiled. "That's right, there's nothing to be ashamed of even if you lose. After all, they're only freshmen. If the third-year students lost to the first-year students, that would be embarrassing. Now that the blue team is the main attacking team, we'll be the defending team." Yi Qian asked the technical support student to project the electronic battle map onto the projection screen. She pointed at one of the points with her baton. "We're here. The terrain is low-lying, so it's easy to attack but hard to defend. Therefore, we need to move as a whole. The direction of movement starts from here. Although it's also a low-lying area, the trees here face the sun. The leaves are dense and the shrubs are overgrown. This area is enough to ensure the passage of a larger army. This is the main team's marching route. After we get out of here, we'll march in a standard column formation. At the same time, we'll widen the distance between each battalion and each company. And here, Yi Qian drew another marching route. This is the route that our knife-sharp battalion will take. We'll be responsible for the march of the main team and the timely reporting of any enemy movements. Look over here. The main attacking team is the main force of the blue team. We need to send out a battalion of assault troops. It's equivalent to a suicide squad. We have to draw the attention of at least 3 battalions of the blue team. After Yi Qian finished speaking, someone said, "I have a question." "Please ask." Yi Qian turned around and smiled at the first-year student who asked the question. If 1 battalion of soldiers draws the attention of 3 battalions of the blue team, we have to trick the blue team first. Otherwise, this so-called suicide squad won't work at all. This student sharply pointed out the crux of the problem. The smile in Yi Qian's eyes deepened. That's right. Therefore, I have to first make the blue team believe me. And how to make the blue team believe me will depend on the skills of our technical support students. We have too many shortcomings. The blue team can suppress us in every aspect. Therefore, we need to be the first to occupy an advantageous area. Here, we also need the support of the technical students. The infantrymen only need to march according to my arrangements and keep a close eye on the blue team's movement until the red and blue teams are at the same speed. Yi Qian's words made the freshmen in the tent somewhat uneasy. However, they trusted Yi Qian very much, so even though they were uneasy, they did not doubt the credibility of Yi Qian's words. She was the commander-in-chief of the red team and the decision-maker of the entire maneuver. Her subordinates could ask questions and be puzzled, but they could never not trust her. Otherwise, it would be a big mistake on the battlefield. This time, Yi Qian didn't explain too much. She needed to make full use of the time to carefully deploy the troops. This was the deployment of the infantry. Next, she needed an even more important deployment, a deployment for information warfare. The red team was up against a strong opponent. Although the possibility of winning was not very high, she would try her best to win. Even if she lost, she would lose beautifully. This is the deployment of the infantry. In accordance with the final rules of the maneuver, I need to keep a battalion of soldiers by my side in case of emergency. The maneuver mission could be increased at any time. The water here was too deep. She needed to have a mobile force at all times. A battalion of soldiers wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Chapter 24-27. After all the arrangements were made, Yi Qian looked up from the battle map. His dark eyes scanned his surroundings, sweeping across the faces of the students who had just listened to him. His clear eyes were sharp as he confirmed, "Is there anything you don't understand? You can tell me now." "No." "Understood. No problem." Seeing this, Yi Qian nodded slightly. "Very good. In order to prevent our movements from being eavesdropped on, for the next 1.5 hours, you cannot contact the command center. I will contact you every 20 minutes or so. Only when I contact the company commanders at the same time and enter the comms channel can we communicate our movements." The red team's weakness was the blue team's strength. The blue team's display of strength in information warfare yesterday left her with no choice but to think of another way to counter it. And she herself wasn't very confident in countering the blue team's strength. Even if she wasn't confident, she had to try. She would only know after she tried. After finishing the arrangements for the infantry, Yi Qian turned to the 10 third-year technical students supporting the red team. "My 10 seniors, let's do something first. After we finish this, we'll do something else." The 10 third-year technical students were waiting for the red team's commander to make arrangements. Hearing this, they all nodded, indicating that they were ready. "Then let's first disconnect from the main server." Yi Qian threw the first bomb at the third-year technical students. It was a little heavy, so much so that the third-year seniors were stunned for a moment. Disconnect from the main server? Disconnect from the main server that they were thinking of? Disconnect from the entire red team's information system? Yi Qian smiled slightly and nodded. "That's right, that's what it meant. Rebuild the server, reorganize the comms network." This was the idea that Yi Qian had suggested to the 10 seniors in the morning to see if it would work. Answer: yes, it's worth a try. The maneuver began, and the red and blue teams officially entered the maneuver. The 10 third-year seniors' brains were already stretched taut. They hadn't guessed wrong. The bold commander of the red team, Yi Qian, was about to do something big. Something big that they hadn't done in the few drills they had participated in so far. The maneuver outside had just begun, and both sides were stuck in a sticky situation. Both sides were ambushed by each other during their maneuvers. After half an hour, the red and blue sides had the same number of casualties. In the third year's blue tent, the third year's commander-in-chief, who was in charge of this command, pointed at the dynamic electronic battle map with his baton and said in a deep voice, "Think of a way to get rid of the strongest freshman, Yi Jian. If we don't get rid of her, we will be bitten to death by her." The cold-eyed commander-in-chief drew a line across the battle map with his baton and pointed at a certain area. Their main command center should be in this area. Send a team of scouts out to scout this area and see if they can find the red team's command center. Being bitten so tightly was something that Blue Fong hadn't expected. They had all heard of the famous Yi Qian back in school, mainly because this junior sister had stunned all the fourth-year seniors during their military training. Her results after that, to be honest, there really weren't many in the military academy who could match her. Now, knowing that she was the commander of the red team, and that she was also the commander of the freshman drill 2 days ago, the third-year students sitting in the military tent felt a layer of cold sweat break out on their backs. Chapter 24-28. Junior sister, are you planning to become an all-rounder? You know how to fight, you know how to command, is that really a good idea? Yi Qian was a little busy. There were only a few first-year students guarding the main server, and this main server was in a half-dormant state. It would be silent for a while, and then it would be turned on again. The radio waves were very unstable. Soon. I've already established the link. At a place at least 5 kilometers away from the red team's tent, the 10 third-year students of the red team were rebuilding the main server in a hidden place made of tree branches. As for the server left in the red team's tent, it was just a distraction used to confuse the blue team. Rebuilding the main server was no small matter. It was feasible and testable, which meant that there was no guarantee of success. Rebuilding the communication network was much simpler. It was equivalent to building a wireless local area network. Electronic communication was a back and forth process of intercepting each other's communications. What Yi Qian wanted was to first control the flow of information and information to gain the initiative on the battlefield. From there, she would continuously obtain useful information. Then, she would use military deception, combat secrecy, and electronic warfare to block the blue team's information system from exchanging information. At the same time, she also needed to create false information for the blue team to steal. Then, step by step, she would lead the blue team further and further down the wrong path. This was a type of military deception warfare. The main server left in the red team's tent was the first error message to lead the blue team. The 10 third-year students were shocked by her information warfare strategy, but this was a challenge. A challenge that they had never challenged before. Whether it succeeded or not, they wanted to try. Band connection testing. Sharing testing connected. Server migration testing. Firewall reconstruction, information reorganization, all preparations are in place. The red team began preparations for the next major event. Every third-year technical student was nervous, but they didn't panic. They kept their minds clear, used their knowledge, and began rebuilding the main server. Her bold combat style shocked all the leaders in the main tent. From her first suggestion, the leaders' hearts skipped a beat. After listening to her bold plan, they were shocked by her boldness. Rebuilding the server, rebuilding the communication network, what a bold student. The technical soldier in charge of technical support muttered softly. This was a true preparation for information warfare. For a freshman to be able to think of this, it was not easy. It meant that she had a deep understanding of electronic information warfare and understood that information warfare was a strategic method that required no blood, was clean, and was extremely destructive. Yi Qian's abilities are definitely not what we've seen. This female student is not simple. The brigade commander watched the video in front of him and saw that she was still calm in the face of the powerful blue team. Moreover, she was able to quickly arrange a military deception battle, which was enough to make everyone look at her in a different light. He said to the technical soldier, "Cut to the red team's latest battle footage." The entire performance base in the northern lands had a digital satellite map that could provide timely feedback of the latest battle from various locations to the main tent. Following the operations of the technical soldiers, the image of the red team's command center was cut into the system and transmitted to the projection screen in the main tent. In the image, Yi Qian's expression was solemn and cold. He said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work. Now that we have completed the first step, let's move on to the second step." Chapter 24-29. Yi Jian, who had a cold expression on her face, seemed to have noticed that the screen had switched to the inside of the military tent. She glanced at the front of the screen intentionally or unintentionally. Her cold and sharp gaze seemed to have swept across the faces of every leader in the military tent. She smiled slightly, and there was a certain look in her eyes. The second step is to set up a wireless interference signal and a fake base station. I need to send a fake signal to the battlefield commander of the blue team through the wireless and send a fake order to the subordinates. The third-year students, who provided technical support, sweated a little when they heard the commands of the red team's commander-in-chief one after another. This was Yi Qian who made them feel quite horrible. A fake base station. She even wanted to set up a fake base station. 1.5 hours. I only have 1.5 hours for you. I hope you can finish it. After Yi Qian conveyed her order, she contacted the first-year technical students at the main server quickly. Send a fake signal to the blue team to intercept it and inform the 4th Battalion to cover it up. Yes. In the red team's military tent, the technical students conveyed Yi Qian's order to the 4th Battalion right away. Soon, the red dots representing the red team on the huge battle screen started to move. This was the assault team to cover it up and attract the blue team's troops. There was a battalion of students. The commander of the 4th Battalion was Song Jiqiu, who led the team to lure the blue team. After conveying her order, Yi Qian began to assume command. It was not the most important part yet. The most important part could not start until the fake base station and the wireless interference signal were set up. However, for the third-year technical students, Yi Qian undoubtedly posed a problem for them. The two needed to be set up in 1.5 hours. This was simply the most severe test for them. It's a little difficult to set up in 1.5 hours. In the military tent, a technical company commander who was watching the maneuver frowned slightly. He had some doubts about this. The pseudo base station that Yi Jian mentioned was not an ordinary base station. It was a defensive base station that had to fight against the Blue Party's server and prevent the Blue Party from catching it. Just this point alone made it very challenging. But these 10 technical students didn't say that they couldn't do it. Political Commissariu smiled. So it's possible to set it up. Indeed, it could be built. Back when he saved K7, Han Zhang of Z7 used less than 50 minutes to build the pseudo base station and the wireless LAN. That was under the condition that he didn't have any good equipment. Han Zhang used only 50 minutes to complete the two. Now, the equipment was complete, and she had given an extra 40 minutes. With the amazing people in the computer science department, they would definitely be able to complete it. Yi Qian didn't know how long it would take. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is an order, and your duty is to fulfill it. The third-year students knew better than the first-year students the sacred meaning of the phrase, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Therefore, they did not stand out and say, they can't do this. They didn't dare to say that. Yi Qian had a kind of fierceness that made people obey him unconditionally. He also had a murderous aura that would kill once he unsheathed his sword. The 10 of them quickly got involved in the maneuver and didn't think it was just a maneuver anymore. Yi Qian told them, setting up the two is equivalent to setting up a combat platform without shedding any blood. It can attack and defend. This is what I want. I hope you can do it. Chapter 24:30. Since this maneuver involved communication and information warfare, the Red Team had to show some hard skills. Informationized warfare was a modern military battle that was bloodless and smokeless, but the overall situation was under control. The students of the National University of Science and Technology all knew the importance of informationized warfare, and they definitely had their own specialization. Then, as the commander-in-chief, she had to play everyone's strengths and let everyone find their correct position, so that she could achieve the true goal of applying what she had learned. The third-year students were already stunned by Yi Qian. She let everyone know that the person who gave them the orders was their junior sister. She really treated this exercise as a battle. Now that our main server has been established, the Red Team will continue to move. The main force will march quickly. Next, the assault team will hold back a portion of the Blue Team's forces. The main server will stabilize the Blue Team and send out fake signals to confuse the Blue Team. Meanwhile, you all should seize the time to establish the pseudo-base station. This is the most time I can buy for you. 1.5 hours, the maximum amount of time, no more. Yi Qian revealed her entire deployment to the third-year technical students. The speed of her speech, her expression, and her actions all exuded a majestic military might. While the 10 technical students were shocked, they also understood that the influential figure of the National University of Science and Technology, Yi Qian, did not have an undeserved reputation. Leave the establishment of the pseudo-base station to us. Although we have never actually established one on the battlefield, we usually do experiments. 1.5 hours is fine. The senior brother in charge of the overall technical support had a serious expression. Following Yi Qian's orders, the soldiers had to obey the orders of the general. This was a military order, and it was also the responsibility they had to shoulder in this exercise. When Yi Qian saw this, her rose-petal-like lips curled up slightly. This was a soldier. They had a noble sense of mission and responsibility. When they wore their military uniforms and stood on the battlefield, they used their towering bodies to carry the weight of the country and its people forward. Even if they died, their heroic fighting spirit would never be erased. It would continue to influence generations of soldiers. When the two sides fought, electronic communications were exchanged. The positive side allowed the enemy to intercept intelligence. When the Red Team established the pseudo-base station, the Blue Team's technical students finally broke through the Red Team's communications and intercepted them. When the sound of small frames of electric current came from the radio waves, other than the radio signal being unstable, there was also radio interference. When Yi Qian heard the TSS sound coming from the small frame of the comms, he knew that there was radio interference. The Blue Team had begun to take action. Sitting firmly in the command center, she took the military binoculars and walked out of the temporary command center. The rain in the mountains had stopped, but there was a thin mist. After being washed by the water, the trees in the mountains were green and beautiful everywhere. Scanning through the binoculars, there were no red or blue trainees in the maneuver. There were only a few birds flying across the valley, leaving a string of crisp bird cries. Although the rain had stopped, the sky was still gloomy. The weather forecast said that there would be light rain in the next few days. It seemed that they would have to continue the exercise in the rain today. With the wind and rain, they would probably take down a few more people. Last night, there were 4 freshmen who had diarrhea in the middle of the night. The accompanying military doctor didn't even sleep as he checked on the students and gave them intravenous drips and medicine. At this time, it was actually the best time to see if the students' physical fitness was strong. Chapter 24:31. He didn't know how Su Wen was doing. She was one of the students who had been knocked out last night. She had a stomachache in the middle of the night and had to go back and forth several times. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that she couldn't take it anymore and went to the military doctor. With Yi Jing by her side to take care of her, she was more or less at ease. In addition, she was going with the main group and had a military doctor with her. If she really had any problems, she would be able to get treatment immediately. Hopefully, Miss Zhao's temper wouldn't act up again this time. Just bear with it for a while and it'll be over. Also, let the school leaders see how much she had changed. Yi Jian was worried about Su Wen, but the people in the general tent were all cheering for her battle strategy. You can never have too many students like this. How great would it be to have more than 10 of them at once? Once the false message is released, even if the blue team is suspicious, they will still be baited by the assault camp she arranged. Although the hook is small and the bait on it isn't very heavy, Yi Qian's genius is that the bait on her hook is a good piece of material. The blue team will think it's the real deal and will be able to open up a path for the red team if they kill it. The red team's commander has talent, substance, and guts. The blue team will most likely fall for it. Faced with Yi Qian's strategy, the more the leaders in the general tent analyzed it, the more they felt that the layout was quite ingenious. It was simply interlocking, luring the blue team step by step into the trap. The hook that was thrown out was the route that the red team would take. This was a route that would allow them to overtake the blue team and attack the high ground. Once they passed through, it would be equivalent to leaving the blue team's main group behind. Moreover, the most ingenious part was that they might run into the blue team's main group midway. Not only did they have to overtake the blue team, they also had to think about how to safely escape even if they ran into the blue team's main group. The troops sent out should be at least elite. Not only did the troops have to be elite, they also had to have enough troops. Therefore, Yi Qian's false message to confuse the blue team was that she had sent out 3 battalions of troops. In reality, it was just 1 battalion of troops. As for whether or not they were elite, that would have to wait and see. Only when the red team's troops matched up with the blue team's troops would they know whether or not they were elite. The hook thrown out was the route of the red team's battalion, and the bait thrown out was to make the blue team think that the red team had sent out 3 battalions. Coupled with the fact that the blue team had stolen the information from the red team's communication system, the blue team would at least be 80% convinced that the red team had indeed sent out 3 battalions. After analyzing her battle strategy in detail, the leaders of the general military camp all felt nervous on behalf of the third-year students who represented the blue team. Even if the blue team had the advantage, even if they won, it would be an extremely difficult victory. Report, deciphering the red team's communication. There are 3 battalions heading towards this area. In the blue team's tent, a technical student passed on the intercepted intelligence. The red team's forces have the motive to bypass our camp and complete the reverse. The overall commander of the blue team was a student with outstanding overall results. Hearing this, he immediately cut into the red team's movement direction and looked at the battle map. His gaze was a little nervous. The other 2 students came closer and looked at the map carefully. Their faces were full of suspicion. Something didn't feel right. 3 battalions going around in a circle to achieve the goal of overtaking the blue team. What if they ran into the blue team's main group? Not only would they lose their troops, but wouldn't they also waste time? No matter how they looked at it, it felt a little off. Chapter 24:32. Could it be false information? A blue team student raised his own opinion, his finger swiping across the red team's starting point. Look here. Although there is an opening here, it is too far from the high ground. If 3 battalions were to go around it, it would undoubtedly be a waste of time and resources. No, that might not be the case. Another student expressed his opinion. Do you see that? Right now, the red team's movements are 1 left, 1 right, and 1 in the middle. It is equivalent to an arrow-shaped movement. Once the forces are gathered here, it means that all of the forces have been gathered. Our blue team has not finished gathering all of our forces yet. You can't believe it completely, but you can't not believe it either. This is the first piece of information that the blue team has intercepted from the red team. It has already been 2 hours since the exercise. 2 hours had passed, and they had only intercepted 1 piece of information. It was clear how tight the red team's communications firewall was. In the end, the blue team also sent out 3 battalions to ambush the red team. When the leaders in the main tent saw this, they all lightly shook their heads. Even an old horse would stumble. This time, it would be painful. They were worried that the blue team had made a mistake, but they were also happy for the red team's arrangements. The red team had made the right move. The red team had purposely sent out a piece of information. After the blue team had deciphered it, after some debate, they were still misled and made a fatal mistake. And this mistake affected the entire battle. It was equivalent to the red team controlling the flow of information first. By the time the red team's fake base station was established, the blue team could have made one wrong move, and then another, and finally be defeated. Up until now, the blue team had not discovered that the red team had even changed their main server. Although the server they had stolen was the red team's main server, it was actually bait that the red team had placed for the blue team. They had given the blue team a taste of the sweetness so that the blue team would continue to bite. In reality, the blue team had been biting very tightly. They had not discovered that the main server they had hacked into was only bait. It was not that they were not as skilled as the red team, but that they had not expected the red team to have such a strategy. The leaders in the main tent nodded in approval of Yi Qian's remarkable performance. During the discussion, they cheered for the red team's military deception battle strategy. They also felt sorry for the blue team's error in their analysis of the information. In this way, the red team's first step was correct, while the blue team was misled and took the most important step. The brigade commander couldn't be more satisfied with Yi Qian now. She could weaken the enemy's command and control ability and ensure that her own command and control system wouldn't be destroyed by the enemy. She knew how big the gap between the red team and the blue team was, so she tried her best to be one step ahead and control the whole situation. Following Yi Qian's order, the blue team made a wrong move, and the main military tent once again fell into an abyss of heated discussion. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. It all depends on when blue team realizes that they have fallen into red team's trap. If we don't find it, there is a 40% chance that the red team will win. The probability of winning was only 40%. It was clear how powerful the blue team was. I didn't expect Yi Qian from the red team to be so bold. And I didn't expect. A leader with a serious expression looked at the blue team and sighed. And I didn't expect that she actually wanted to control the entire informationized battlefield. This leader was a senior colonel of a military academy. He was one of the teachers sent by the school this time. He was mainly in charge of the arrangements for the third-year students. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry when they saw the blue team lose. Chapter 24:33. Who would have thought that Yi Qian, who was still in her first year, would be so capable? She made a prompt decision and boldly arranged for the third-year students to face a challenge that was both mentally and mentally stressful. This deployment set off a small tornado in the military tent. Some agreed, some disagreed. The discussion was particularly heated, and it still hadn't ended. Just her deployment of the battle made the leaders in the military tent argue until their faces turned red. Being too bold isn't a good thing. If you're too bold, you'll be called a brave man and lose your wisdom. Since the main server has been rebuilt, we should focus on marching and raiding. Building a fake base station is too risky. It's very likely that all our previous efforts will be wasted. This was the leader who questioned Yi Qian's deployment in the later stages was too dangerous. His words were echoed by another leader. That's right. Since the first step has been a narrow victory and a path has been created, for the sake of stability, we should take advantage of the situation and use the bait we threw out to distract the blue team's forces. The red team's main forces will take the opportunity to complete the raid and seize the high ground. This way, the red team's chances of winning will increase by 5%. Senior Colonel Yu did not agree with his colleague's opinion. He calmly argued, "The two of you are wrong. This is an information warfare. Since the red team has already won one round and knows how to use military deception to complete the next step of deployment, as long as the fake base station is built, the red team's chances of winning will definitely be equal to the blue team's." Political Commissariu, who was still standing and watching and did not jump to conclusions, joined the discussion. We can't say that the red team's chances of winning will be equal to the blue team's. The blue team's strength is right in front of us. The combined strength of all the students is far superior to the first-year red team students. We can only say that Yi Qian's commanding skills are equal to the blue team's. Deployment is important, but the strength of the troops must be able to keep up with her commanding skills. After this leader finished speaking, another leader continued. The fourth-year students standing in the military tent all secretly exchanged glances several times when they heard this. First-year junior sister Yi Qian was really godly. Every time he appeared, he would set off a storm of debate in the general tent. He had completely become the center of discussion among the leaders. A lieutenant colonel with the surname Jia added political commissar Yu's words. Therefore, Yi Qian knew from the very beginning that Red Team's military strength could not compare to Blue Team's military strength. Therefore, she needed to rebuild the main server, rebuild the local area network, and finally build a fake base station. From this, it can be seen that she has no intention of using the Red Team's forces to fight the Blue Team's forces head-on. She wants to seize the initiative on the battlefield by controlling the flow of information and intelligence. Her combat deployment is completely in line with the main principles of our maneuver. Using military deception, combat secrecy, and electronic warfare to block the flow of information to the Blue Party's information system. This is a deployment against information warfare. I agree with Old Merchant's point of view. At present, we can see that Yi Qian knows that the Red Team is at a disadvantage. She also knows that the possibility of winning is very small. However, she has not given up on fighting and winning. Instead, she is thinking of ways to win. I'm guessing that this unyielding student must want to lose beautifully even if she loses. This was another leader who was cheering for Yi Qian. He was a regiment commander from the army who came to watch the maneuver. Therefore, his words carried a certain amount of weight. They did not expect Yi Qian to be so bold. They did not expect a first-year student to present such an exquisite combat deployment to the general tent. Chapter 24-34. The brigade commander listened to everyone's discussion, but he did not join in. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's deployment video. He watched her deployment step by step. Her meticulousness did not seem like a first-year student's at all. Her commanding ability did not seem like a first-year student's at all. Her thinking was meticulous, her battle experience was mature, and her deployment was exquisite. Even if the Red Team was facing the Blue Team, which was made up of third-year students, it did not seem like the Red Team would win. On the contrary, Yi Qian had led the Red Team to victory in the first step of information warfare. It was a clean and beautiful victory. Just this step alone was breathtaking enough to shock everyone. So what if her suggestion of building a pseudo-base station was too bold? Everyone knew that the future of warfare was developing towards information warfare. Could it be that they were still clinging to the previous head-on combat style, where each person carried a cannon and used their bodies to block the cannon when something happened? Before you could carry the cannon out, the other party would control the powerful weapons from a distance and bombard your entire army with a missile. The brigade commander agreed with Yi Qian's bold strategy. He was not afraid of her being bold, but he was afraid that she would be too timid to even try. The brigade commander moved his gaze away from Yi Qian's deployment video and faced the leaders in the military tent. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the foldable conference table. After a few knocks, the military tent immediately quieted down. No one spoke again. Their gazes fell on the brigade commander sitting at the top. The rain that had stopped began to fall again. The raindrops hit the top of the tent and made rapid pitter-patter sounds. The brigade commander's deep and cold voice came from the quiet tent. What will the future of warfare be like? Electronic information warfare training is necessary to improve and win information warfare. Digitized troops, digitized battlefields, nonlinear warfare, dimensional warfare, three-dimensional space warfare, information warfare, and finally, intelligent warfare. This is the change of the military revolution, and its focus is information warfare. The transformation of a mechanized war into an informationized war is a war without smoke. You can't even see its existence. However, if you make a mistake in your analysis and receive even one wrong piece of information, you will be the one to fall in the end. Just now, the Blue Team destroyed the Red Team's information system and was misled by the Red Team. This is the beginning of the Blue Team's mistake. When the Red Team's pseudo-base station is established, the possibility of the blue team walking out of the error circle will be even smaller. Combined with Yi Qian's previous battle deployments, we can see that her focus is on information warfare. It's also not hard to see that she has a deep understanding of information warfare. Just based on this alone, she deserves praise. Although Yi Qian is only a freshman, she's already at the forefront in all aspects. She can think of things that others have never thought of, or even dare to think of, and she can do things that others are still waiting for. Her pseudo base station will give us a brand new information war. You say that she's brave, that she's in danger. In your eyes, is the drill just a drill to win? It's a drill that exists to win. We don't need such a drill. Although he didn't mention it, everyone knew who the brigade commander was referring to. The atmosphere in the general tent suddenly became solemn and dignified. You should reflect on yourselves. Let's see who's the brave one. Who was the real strategist? Although Yi Qian is only a freshman, her awareness is higher than some of you. Chapter 24:35. Speaking up to this point, it was clear that the brigade commander was angry. A drill that existed to win, it was fine to not have it. It only had form and no substance. There was no real innovation or innovation. These were the brigade commander's unfinished words. With the brigade commander's reprimand, the leaders who did not think highly of Yi Qian's pseudo base station did not say anything else. Even if they had discussions, they did so in private. It was clear that a few of the leaders did not think highly of Yi Qian's move. They felt that it was impossible to build a pseudo base station in a short period of time and that they would lose the chance of victory that they had fought so hard for and ultimately fail. But the brigade commander was right. It was fine to not have a drill that existed to win. Yi Qian's courage to challenge was indeed worthy of praise and was something that the students could learn from. Battle videos and battle reports kept coming in from the front. The main military tent was focused on whether the red team's pseudo base station could be successfully built. Soon, the brigade commander gave the red and blue teams an additional drill mission. Inform the red and blue teams to find their respective military tents and destroy their base stations. After the mission was given, the blue team's military tent let out a sigh of relief. They had previously sent a scouting team to the red team's hinterland to find the location of the enemy's commander. Now, the additional drill mission was equivalent to them completing it ahead of time. Find the military tents and destroy the base stations. We can complete these two tasks. A blue team student suggested. The red team can also complete it, so we have to be careful here. Indeed, the red team had received technical support from the third-year students. They also had the ability to destroy the base stations, so they had to be careful. The red and blue teams had to complete the drill mission given. Inform the scouting team to find the red team's military tents as soon as possible. And tell them that there is no backup, the blue team's commander ordered. Yi Qian did not immediately take action. Even the battalion that she had left behind to be ready to move at any time did not move. Finding the blue team's military tents and destroying their base stations, these were not the top priority for Yi Qian. She needed to complete the tasks at hand first. Following the blue team's orders, Yi Qian also received the latest reports from the various battalions and companies at the front. The blue team has increased their speed. We have already split up. Most of our troops will pass through the valley and march vertically towards the highlands. The 5th and 6th battalions were ambushed. The current situation is not optimistic. The comrades of the 2nd Company are on their way to support us. They will arrive in about 10 minutes. The Sharp Knife Battalion has successfully crossed the blue square crouching ground and arrived at the destination. News from the front line came in one after another, some good and some bad. After Yi Qian finished listening, he calmly gave his orders. The Sharp Knife Battalion will head straight for the highlands. Set up an ambush along the way. After 2nd Company reinforcements, the 5th and 6th battalions quickly march to the destination and complete the march. The main server had been moved, and the communication system had been rebuilt. She was no longer afraid that the blue team would overhear the red team's information. The battalions and companies that received her orders responded with resounding voices. There was nothing to be afraid of. No matter if they won or lost, they would continue to fight. They would not back down just because the Blue Army was stronger. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Qian gently wiped the sweat from her palms. She was also very nervous, several times more nervous than when she was commanding the battle 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the blue team's strength was almost on the same level as the red team. She only needed to arrange the entire battle line, and if there were no accidents midway, she would be able to win. Chapter 24:36. But today was different. Today was the third-year students. Based on yesterday's observation, they were all in a technical battle. This was a condition that the first-year students did not possess. It was fatal for the first-year students. If they wanted to win, they had to attack the enemy's information system. They had to know every step the blue team commander took to control the flow of information. This was her idea. Now, it was up to the 10 third-year technical students to complete the task she gave them. Distress points entered. Communications system virus completed. Test completed. Test passed. Point A completed bridging. Point B accepted virus. Roger. Point B accepted virus. Test completed. Test passed. Input successful. Terminal station, please accept point B bridging. Final test completed. Roger, Roger. Logic bomb virus activated. Activating all points. Base station completed. Bridging all points. Following the progress of the red team's pseudo base station, the leaders in the main tent who had been paying attention could not help but clench their fists. There were still 24 minutes left before Yi Qian's 1.5 hour. Now, the red team's progress was extremely smooth. They had already entered the debugging stage. Once the debugging was successful, then, the pseudo base station would be successfully established. The red team would have completed a challenge that some leaders thought was impossible. Even though the new exercise task had already been issued, the red team remained calm. They did not immediately arrange for people to carry out the new exercise task. All the leaders knew that Yi Qian had placed the focus on the establishment of the pseudo base station. Once it was successfully established, it would be the red team's counterattack. Looks like there's an 80% to 90% chance of success. They've already entered the debugging stage. Once it's successfully established, even if the red team does not win the exercise, they will lose beautifully. Indeed. It will let us all know that nothing is impossible. It just depends on whether you are willing to try and whether you are willing to fail. The leaders who had not been optimistic about Yi Qian's chances heard the whispers of the leaders. They faked a cough in an unnatural manner. This was really awkward. The brigade commander gave another order. Capture the commanders of both sides alive. He wanted to see if Yi Qian, who had remained motionless even after hearing the news, would do anything about his order. He was deliberately testing Yi Qian's ability to remain calm. On the red team, the pseudo base station entered the final debugging stage. Yi Qian received an order from the main tent. This time, he was really stunned. Capture the commander alive? Did this mean that Lan Fang was here to capture her alive? After a moment of shock, Yi Qian smirked. That meant that the Blue Army had sent out to find the red team's tent would also be responsible for capturing her. The commander could not directly join the battle, but since the enemy had already come knocking on her door, she naturally had to fight back. She could also destroy the troops sent by the blue team to capture her alive. The mobile battalion that she had left behind was ready for action. Mobility Battalion, you guys are in charge of attacking the blue team's military tent and capturing the blue team's commander alive. Yi Qian, who was staring at the computer screen, gave the command to the Mobility Battalion, who had been idling all this while. Qian Yanjun, who had been cooped up for a few hours, heard the news and felt energized. His voice came through the rain, "Roger that. I promise to complete the mission." Yi Qian nodded encouragingly. "Good luck. I look forward to hearing good news from you." This mission was a little difficult, and it was not certain whether or not it could be completed. But he couldn't give up just because he couldn't do it. First, he had to have an attitude. Chapter 24:37. Less than 5 minutes after the mobile battalion left, the Red Team's pseudo base station was finally set up. Base A established. Base B established. Base C established. Correct, establishment complete. Initiating all procedures, activating wireless interference and implanting logic bomb virus. Program transfer complete. Base A established, receiving program. Base B established, receiving program. Base C established, receiving program. Reporting, pseudo base station and wireless interference tests completed. Successful establishment. Please give your instructions. The third-year student in charge of technical support saluted and reported the latest results to Yi Qian. The Red Team began a complete destruction of the Blue Team's information system. When the leaders in the main military tent saw Yi Qian salute the 10 technical students, applause rang out. It was done. It was done. The Red Team had completed a task that many of the leaders did not think highly of. They had completed the challenge with their strength. Under Yi Qian's command, Yi Qian had opened a new chapter for the future exercises. He made the students participating in the exercise understand that as long as you dared to think and try, the chance of winning was in your hands. Warm applause rang out in the main military tent. The brigade commander personally contacted Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Well done, Yi Qian. You have shown us limitless possibilities. Wonderful, beautiful. Yi Qian, you have won the applause of all of us." She had led her subordinates to challenge, complete, and innovate. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they were destined to leave behind a page of precious information for the future students to use as reference. Amazing Yi Qian. Amazing commander. Yi Qian was also very happy about the successful establishment of the pseudo base station, but he was not so happy that it was as if he had overcome an insurmountable obstacle. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how Z7 Han Zheng had completed the establishment of the pseudo base station in less than an hour with the strength of one person. And she had only come up with this move because of Han Zheng's inspiration. Therefore, when everyone was happy, Yi Qian's reaction was quite calm. It's not that I did it well, it's all thanks to the efforts of the 10 seniors from the computer science department. If it weren't for their strength, I wouldn't have been able to do anything even if I wanted to. He was not greedy and knew how to share the credit. The smile in the brigade commander's eyes deepened. The leaders who were watching Yi Qian also nodded in satisfaction. The 10 third-year students who were mentioned by her were a little excited. Although they were the founders of the pseudo base station, it was the commander who made the request and gave the order. When it came to the credit, the commander naturally took the lead. However, Yi Qian had pushed the 10 of them to the front and obtained the greatest merit, while he himself had retreated to the second line and did not fight for it. While the 10 third-year seniors were moved, they also admired Yi Qian even more. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since Yi Qian was so generous, they naturally had to repay her. Although the few of us did work, if it weren't for the commander-in-chief's instructions, we wouldn't have taken the challenge even if we had the strength. During this time, the few of us were also very nervous, but the reason we persevered was because the commander-in-chief, Yi Qian, believed in us and recognized us. If it weren't for Yi Qian, the 10 of us would indeed have found it very difficult to complete the establishment of the pseudo base station in less than an hour and a half. Outstanding performance during the exercise would also be counted as military merit. This would be included in the graduation results. At the same time, it could also play a role in the good and bad assignments after graduation. Therefore, the 10 third-year students were very excited. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. It was very normal to have such an attitude. Chapter 24:38. Everyone in the Blue Team Command Center, who didn't know that the Red Team had set up a fake base station, felt troubled by the thought of capturing the enemy commander alive. Finding the location of the enemy's camp and destroying their base station wasn't a problem, but capturing the commander alive was something they were worried about. Everyone knew about Yi Qian's overall fitness. 2 days ago, there was a rumor that she had single-handedly defeated 6 tall and strong male students. Capturing Yi Qian alive with this ability was too difficult. Lock onto the location of their main server and send it to the reconnaissance team. Destroy the red team's base station. If possible. The blue team commander paused for a moment and asked his comrades, if possible, do you think we can capture Yi Qian alive while we're at it? He wasn't sure, which meant that he wasn't confident. He didn't have a certain level of confidence, and neither did his comrades. He smiled and said, let's not think about it. Although we didn't watch the first-year drill 2 days ago, we heard that Yi Qian had single-handedly defeated 6 male soldiers and even threw one of them over her shoulder. Forget it, let's just destroy their base station. Don't even think about capturing Yi Qian alive, lest we get caught up in it. Don't you have any sense of danger? Aren't you worried that our reconnaissance team will be discovered by Yi Qian and then destroyed by her? Someone reminded his comrades in a tense voice. It was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped on a calm surface of water. Everyone in the blue team command center instantly froze. That's right, they were only thinking about how to capture Yi Qian alive. They actually forgot that Yi Qian could also capture their reconnaissance team alive. It shouldn't be that easy for Yi Qian to defeat them. The reconnaissance team led by He Kun isn't to be trifled with either. Moreover, He Kun herself has a certain level of strength. In any case, she has won an award in the physical fitness competition. Let's be a little more optimistic and have some confidence in He Kun. At the mention of He Kun, the expressions of everyone in the blue team command center cleared up. That's right, He Kun was a male student, and her physical fitness wasn't bad either. Against Yi Qian, it was hard to say who would win. After all, none of them had sparred with Yi Qian before. They knew that Yi Qian's strength stemmed from his 2-2 gene techniques. 1. During the freshman's military training, a rumor spread among the 4th-year students. It's very impressive. Number 2, last year's final physical fitness test was very impressive. He didn't come to school for a month, but his physical fitness results swept the list and crushed everyone else. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else. Remind He Kun to be careful. Don't be too careless. Although the blue team's commander also believed that it was unlikely for He Kun to lose, it was still best to be cautious. He Kun has always been cautious. Yesterday, it was because he was more careful that he didn't get tricked by the red team. With him around, the reconnaissance team still has a chance of winning. One of the students laughed and said, if he really manages to capture Yi Qian alive, then Yi Qian wouldn't be as powerful as the rumors say. He would only be considered average among the first-year students, not to the point of being breathtaking. For the sake of fairness, the third-year students did not watch the first-year drill this time. As a result, the third-year students did not know how powerful Yi Qian really was. The third-year students and the commander in the blue team command center also did not know much. Yi Qian's performance at the beginning was that the red team had been biting the blue team very tightly. But now, a few hours had passed, and the red team did not have much of an impact on the blue team. Instead, their troops were constantly being ambushed by the blue team. At first glance, the red team had suffered several times more casualties than the blue team. Chapter 2439. A battle depended on the level of a commander's endurance. If the commander was fierce in the early stage, it would be useless if he lacked stamina. It was unknown whether Yi Qian was fierce in the early stage but lacked stamina. If so, He Kun's team would have a chance of winning. While the blue team was discussing, the whole situation of the battle had quietly changed. The red team had collected a lot of information about the blue team's battle. At the same time, the logic bomb virus of the red team's pseudo-base station broke through the blue team's first firewall. The blue team's firewall was not easy to break through. When the red team launched an attack, the blue team received the alert immediately and launched a counterattack. The red team is making a move. It's quite big. The blue team's chief technical officer interrupted their discussion. The red team is trying to cut off our communication system. They're quite fierce. They've already broken through our first firewall. Once several firewalls were broken, the blue team's communication system would be controlled by the red team. Track their main server's location and launch a counterattack. Enter the entire communication system and destroy it. The blue team's chief commander frowned. He was under a lot of pressure. It was said that the blue team had the upper hand. However, it seemed that the blue team had been closely followed by the red team and had not suppressed the red team. The blue team had ambushed 2 of the red team's battalions and was later reinforced by the red team's reinforcements. The blue team had no choice but to give up. They had not achieved much in this battle. It had been a few hours since the start of the maneuver. It was time to teach the red team a lesson. The blue team stopped discussing the topic of capturing Yi Qian alive. The atmosphere in the blue team's military tent became extremely solemn. They began to launch an encirclement and annihilation operation. They wanted to teach the red team a lesson. However, they did not expect that the red team had been waiting for the arrival of this lesson. In the red team, the first-year technical officer guarding the Hookfish main server sent the latest news. They're tracking the whereabouts of our main server. Just in time. The third-year technical officer guarding the main server said excitedly, "Track them down and implant our virus into the blue team's information control center. Set the time to destroy the information resource. We lost yesterday. We have to win it back today." At the same time, Yi Qian sent the latest action order to the red team's battalions through the newly established wireless local area. Song Jiqiu sent the latest news that the 3 battalions of the Blue Party had been successfully controlled by him. 1 battalion had controlled 3 battalions of the Blue Party. Yi Qian nodded with satisfaction. Half an hour. Hold on for another half an hour. A faint smile appeared on Yi Qian's cold face. This is the most crucial hour. At this time, it was already 1:00 in the afternoon. The most crucial hour was when the red team's forces completed their maneuvers. At the same time, the red team destroyed all of the blue team's information systems, causing the various battalions and companies to lose contact with the blue team's command center. The red team would launch a counterattack, and when the blue team's forces were wiped out, they would take the high ground in one fell swoop. The pseudo base station was successfully established within an hour and a half. As Yi Qian issued one order after another, the applause in the general tent grew even louder. At this moment, the applause was for Yi Qian and the 10 third-year technical officers. They had completed the commander's order and successfully grasped the main battle situation of this information war. After the order was issued, Yi Qian loosened his limbs and said to the sentries who were protecting the 10 technical officers, "You guys guard here well. I'll go back to the military tent to check the situation. The blue team will be here soon." Chapter 2440. Yes, sir. The sentries were all first-year students. Their morale was extremely high, and they had no fear at all. If the blue team really attacked, they would not be afraid. Yi Qian said a few more words to the 10 third-year seniors, then brought the 2 sentries back to their original tent. As for the blue team, who had never been weak, they quickly noticed something strange. "No, something is wrong here. Look, according to the information we stole, the red team should be marching along this route. Right now, our blue team has not ambushed the red team. Something is not right. It's been 23 minutes since we received the information. No matter how slow the red team is, they should have appeared by now." This technical student's discovery immediately alerted the blue team's decision-makers. "Contact the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. Have they already ambushed the 3 red team battalions?" "Yes, sir." "Contact the reconnaissance team. I need to know their exact location." "Yes, sir." The blue team decision-makers' response made the leaders in the main tent nod slightly. Not bad, they were able to immediately be alert and quickly investigate. If they really lost, at least they would not lose too badly. Very quickly, the blue team's reconnaissance team sent back news that they had already discovered the red team's tent. When this news came, the blue team's tent was overjoyed. Destroy their base station and complete the new drill mission. "Yes, sir." The blue team's reconnaissance team replied softly. They had 15 people. Through their binoculars, they saw that there were pitifully few troops near the red team's tent, probably only a squad of troops. A squad of troops, easy to deal with. How many troops are there outside the red team's tent? If there are many, don't be in a rush to attack. You can sneak over and deal with them. The blue team's commander-in-chief suggested, sneaking over and dealing with them is less dangerous than directly charging in. The reconnaissance team's leader, He-kun, laughed and said, pitifully few, only a squad of troops. Looks like our red team's commander, Yi Qian, is really not afraid of trouble. He knew a thing or two about Yi Qian in school. There was no helping it. As a first-year commander, Yi Qian was really famous. In the entire school, there were not many military academy students who did not know of her name. There really were not many. Even those fellows who spent all their time in the labs had heard of her. Everyone said that this junior was amazing, so he had to meet her. The captain of the reconnaissance team was from the martial arts school. He was quite skilled and had even won a prize in a physical fitness competition. He had long wanted to challenge Yi Qian in school. Now that he had the chance, he was even more unwilling to let it go. The blue team's commander wasn't so optimistic. They had a battalion of soldiers outside their tent, but the red team only had a squad of soldiers outside their tent. Was Yi Qian overconfident? Or was there another reason? Don't laugh too early, He-kun. Since Yi Qian could become a student admired by so many freshmen, she must have her own strengths. Her stamina is also quite good, so don't let your guard down. After receiving the reminder from the commander-in-chief, the smile on He-kun's face gradually disappeared. Arrogant soldiers were bound to lose on the battlefield. He had to remember this at all times. Yes. I'll be careful. After cutting off communications, the blue team's reconnaissance team began to move. The drizzle did not stop. The inside and outside of the mountains were misty and foggy. The peak of the mountain seemed to be covered by a thin layer of gauze. It swayed slowly with the rain and the wind, but it always surrounded the peak of the mountain and never dissipated. Figures slowly crept forward in the rain-soaked grass. When they got close to a rock, several figures rolled through the grass and quickly hid behind the rock. The blue team's reconnaissance team prepared to attack the red team's tent. Chapter 24:41. At the same time, a student in Song Jichio's camp became anxious. Battalion commander, the blue team has started to take action. We've been surrounded. He was worried that the blue team would launch an attack. Song Jichio checked the time. There were 11 minutes left before the 30 minutes Yi Qian had said. They had been holding back 3 battalions of the blue team. Now that the blue team had launched an attack, one of the red team's battalions was no match for the blue team. This was the reality that they had known from the very beginning. There are 5 minutes left. They'll attack, and we'll fight back. We have to hold back their troops first. In this way, the red team will have a chance to win. After Song Jichio finished speaking in a low voice, she started to discuss the deployment with several squad leaders. As a general, not all the battle arrangements needed to be made by the commander-in-chief. Like a marionette, they had to have their own battle arrangements. The battlefield was not the commander-in-chief's battlefield alone, but everyone's battlefield. The waiting time was undoubtedly the longest. After returning to the red team's camp, Yi Qian took a deep breath of the air with the smell of grass and trees. After exhaling slowly, he ordered Song Jichio, "Let's fight to the death." Song Jichio's camp had originally existed to hold back the blue team's troops. It was expected that they would be surrounded in the end before the battle. The blue team was shocked. They only had 1 battalion's troops. But they had sent out 3 battalions' troops. False information, military deception. A technical student swallowed with difficulty. Is this Yi Qian's arrangement? If so, she's really terrible at using troops. She's the commander-in-chief of the red team, the decision-maker. It must be her arrangement. The commander-in-chief of the blue team seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Quick, check the firewall of the information system." No, there's no time. Rebuild the firewall. Quick. Military deception. It was a kind of information warfare. Before the blue team could think of how to use it, the red team had already done it. This was the battle strategy that Yi Qian had come up with. She was only a freshman. Her mind was weird. It made people tremble with fear. Quick, contact the reconnaissance team. Ask them to evacuate quickly. The commander-in-chief of the blue team realized something. When he gave the order, his face was as cold as ice. The red team has been luring us into a trap since the beginning. Quick, check our main server. The expressions of all the blue team technical students changed greatly upon hearing the commander-in-chief's words. One by one, they quickly rebuilt the firewall with grave expressions. However, when they rebuilt the firewall, they activated the logic bomb virus that the red team had implanted. The blue team's communication nodes and command and control center malfunctioned, and all resources stopped operating at the same time. Not good. The communication node has been disconnected. It's the same for me. Communication with First Company has been lost. We've lost contact with the tracking device. The blue team's commander-in-chief's face turned green. The chief technical officer beside him said in a tense voice, "We've encountered a logic bomb virus, but the red team's main server is operating normally. What if the red team rebuilds the base station? What about rebuilding the main server? What about all the wireless local area reorganizations? It's normal to use the main server as a fishing hook. Find out where the fake base station is and cut off their information system. This is our only way," the head technician said coldly as he quickly operated the computer. When the student in charge mentioned the fake base station, the other technical students were shocked. They didn't believe it at first, but after a while, they had to believe it. Chapter 2442. The blue team's command center was in disarray. They had lost contact with all the battalions and companies. In war, this was the most fatal incident. The red team's fake base station gave a fake order. This order was given through decoding. Not long after, a few of the blue team's battalions carried out the fake order given by the red team. Yi Qian's order was not too ridiculous. If it was, it would be underestimating the enemy. The blue team's battalion commanders would definitely find something fishy. After the fake order was given, the blue team did indeed find something unusual. Something is wrong. Our marching route is the best route. The command center's latest order is for us to adjust our route. This is not normal. A blue team company commander opened up an electronic battle map and analyzed it calmly. After a short analysis, the company commander realized something was wrong and immediately contacted the command center. However, the blue team's main server was still being rebuilt. Even if they contacted the red team, they would be directly connected to the red team's fake base station. Seeing this, Yi Qian had a technician send over the decoding code. The red team's main force is heading south. We will intercept them. The blue team's battalions and companies that received the decoding code looked at the battlefield. The red team's main force is heading south. We will intercept them. If that was the case, then it was possible. There was nothing unusual about it. The blue team's main force, no longer suspicious, began to follow Yi Qian's fake order and head south to intercept the red team. At the same time, the blue team's reconnaissance team led by He-kun launched a full sneak attack on the red team's tent. Take down all the sentries outside. Move quickly. They're all freshmen. Their reactions aren't as fast as ours. Quickly charge inside. With a few people attacking together, I'm not afraid that we can't capture Yi Qian. He-kun, who was lying in the grass, made the final detailed arrangements. After the deployment, they began to move. They followed the blue team's commander's suggestion. They did not charge out directly, but used a sneak attack method. Throw the smoke grenades. Following He-kun's signal, 3 smoke grenades were thrown from different angles near the red team's tent. Sizzle. 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 The detonation of the fuse caused the explosive in the barrel to explode. The white phosphorus that could release smoke scattered in all directions with a bang. The white phosphorus rapidly burned upon contact with the air, and in less than a second, the red team tent was engulfed in thick smoke. Only the tent was not invaded by the smoke. It was at this time that Kun launched a sneak attack on red team's tent. He even heard the sentries outside the red team's tent shout, "Not good, the blue team has launched a sneak attack." Haha, too late. He had already brought his comrades to the door. The sentries outside the red team's tent were indeed very easy to deal with. The scouting team that Kun had brought were all students with decent skills. A few of them rushed up and took down one in a few seconds. It didn't take long for all the freshmen outside to be taken care of. Inside, several students guarding the main servers followed Yi Qian's orders and cut off the power to all the main servers. They were to prepare for battle as soon as possible. Yi Qian was guarding the entrance of the military tent. When the first figure rushed in, she lifted her leg and lightly tripped and hooked it. The third-year student who rushed in did not stabilize himself and fell over. "Hold it tight. Draw your cards." A few freshmen who were on guard immediately rushed down and held down the third-year student who was at the front. The other party was still stubbornly resisting, so one of the students simply pressed on top of him, using his weight to completely control the other party. His armband was torn off by the freshman, and at the same time, his neck was tightened. This was definitely a death. Chapter 24:43. While several freshmen were killed and a third-year student was killed, Yi Jian's side took down another person with an imposing manner. She directly threw the other person out of the door like a sandbag. With a bang, he crashed into two people who were about to charge forward. Yi Qian shouted at the freshman technical students, "Retreat." Then he took advantage of the thick smoke to rush out of the tent. The red team's tent was no longer there after the main server was rebuilt. If it weren't for the mission of capturing the enemy's commander alive during the exercise, Yi Qian wouldn't have returned to the tent to avoid being discovered by the blue team's reconnaissance team. Now that he was back, he definitely wouldn't give the blue team's reconnaissance team a chance to leave alive. Out of the 15 people from the blue team, 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. This was fast. When the freshman technical students heard Yi Qian's order, they immediately rushed out. They knew that their chances of surviving were slim, but Yi Qian was still here. She had only brought 2 sentries back with her. For the sake of their commander's safety, they had to give it their all. Even though the freshmen had only been in military training for less than a year, they still had a lot of bravery. Faced with the blue team's sneak attack, they fought tenaciously under the leadership of Yi Qian. In the end, 2 of the third-year students were killed. The smoke from the smoke grenades gave the blue team an advantage in concealment. At the same time, it also gave Yi Qian an advantage in concealment. The smoke grenades used for the exercise were only made from white phosphorus. There were no other chemicals added to them, not even a choking smell. They were only used for concealment. Yi Qian shuttled through the white smoke. A special forces soldier was very decisive and took care of 2 blue team students in an extremely swift and fierce manner. Kun, who was hiding outside, stared at the white smoke without blinking. When he heard 2 muffled sounds coming from inside the white smoke, his face turned cold. "Don't charge forward. Yi Qian is really not easy to deal with." He stopped his comrades who were preparing to charge forward. "Wait for the smoke to disperse. Maybe continue to hide." It was impossible to save the comrades who were charging forward now. They had already been taken care of by Yi Qian. If the rest of them charged into the smoke, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Yi Qian led the 3 students out of the fog and hid in the bushes. Without the cover of the thick fog, Yi Qian got close to them and whispered, "We still don't know how many troops the blue team has sent out. Let's not move for the time being. We have to wait for the blue team to make a move first." "I have a suggestion," a technical student from the red team suggested. Yi Qian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, but in the end, the 3 of you died together. They planned to rush back to the tent before the smoke dissipated because the blue team had yet to complete their mission of destroying the red team's base station. If the blue team retreated, then the three of them would be fine. If the blue team didn't give up and continue to rush into the red team's tent, then the three of them would work together to kill as many as they could. In this way, Yi Qian was also relieved of some of the pressure. A few of the dead, red and blue team students waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke in front of them as they rushed out. The blue team students sized up the freshmen. With a glance, they knew that their target was still alive and had not been captured alive. The person who ambushed me just now should be Yi Qian. He attacked me from behind and directly locked my neck. In that second, I really thought I was going to die. A third-year student stood to the side and said to his comrades with lingering fear, "It was very scary. What a strong murderous aura. It didn't feel like a drill. It felt like a real battle." Chapter 24:44. I was in the same situation as you. I also ambushed him from behind and locked him in a neck lock. The student exhaled a mouthful of white phosphorus gas and shrugged his shoulders. My shoulder should be bruised from the fall, so I tried to defend against her. Who knew that she would throw me sideways and hit my shoulder on a rock? It hurt so much that my face turned green. These two were the third-year students that Yi Qian had rushed out to take care of. When they talked about how they had been killed, their eyes were still filled with panic. The neck was the most vulnerable and fatal part of the body. Suddenly being locked from behind, that feeling was like being bitten on the neck by a ferocious beast. As long as the beast gently closed its mouth, the sharp fangs would pierce deeply into their necks. Then, with a forceful bite, gotcha, the cervical vertebrae were bitten off. This feeling was too terrifying. Even now, the trauma was still lingering in their hearts and they still had lingering fears. Junior Yi Qian. I've seen it for myself. If He-kun were to go up against her, he probably wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. The student who was the first to be knocked out by Yi Qian gently rubbed his comrade's injured shoulder and said worriedly, "I'm afraid our scouting team will fall at the hands of Yi Qian." When the student whose shoulder was injured heard this, he endured the pain and said softly, "Don't scare me. 7 of us have died in battle. We still have 8 people left. Are you saying that 8 of us can't beat Yi Qian? Don't be an alarmist. What's so impossible about it? Look at the 2 of us. How much time did she use to take care of us? Was it even a minute? Not even a minute. And she took care of us from behind without anyone noticing. With her strength, it would be too easy for her to take care of the remaining 8. Yi Qian had left a deep psychological trauma in this student's heart. As he spoke, he touched his neck and a trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "I can't help but want to look back, to see if she's standing beside us." As soon as he finished speaking, the student whose shoulder was injured reflexively looked behind him and heard his comrade snicker. "Damn, you scared me to death. Let's not talk about it anymore. They're coming over." Seeing the other 4 dead comrades walking over with the dead freshman, the 2 of them stopped talking at the same time. The students who had been killed stood to the side. They maintained the most basic drill rules and did not inform their comrades nearby. They stood to the side and waited quietly. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and the red team's tent reappeared before everyone's eyes. He-kun looked at the red team's tent, then at the students standing in the distance. Judging from their figures, there were no female soldiers in the tent. This meant that their 7 comrades had not finished off Yi Qian. What should we do? Are we just going to drag things out? The blue team student asked He-kun. Dragging things out isn't a solution. Either we attack or we retreat. We can't retreat. We've already made it this far, but we haven't destroyed their base nor captured Red Team's commander-in-chief, Yi Qian. If we retreat like this, wouldn't our brothers at the front have died for nothing? I don't agree with retreating. They found it hard to accept that 7 of their brothers had been killed in an instant. He-kun looked around and pursed her lips. If we don't retreat, we should at least destroy Red Team's base and capture Yi Qian alive. Leave it to me. You guys go and destroy the base. Sure. Red team doesn't have many soldiers left. Split into groups of 4. The 4 of us will charge in and destroy the base. The 4 of you will deal with Yi Qian. Chapter 24:45. Everyone agreed with his suggestion. If they couldn't retreat or delay, then they had to charge out and fight. Later on, He Kun couldn't figure out how Yi Qian had found their hiding spot. The brothers who had rushed out to destroy the red team base station had clearly avoided his hiding spot, but Yi Qian had accurately found his position and attacked him. Yi Qian's attacks had always been fast, accurate, and ruthless. As long as she attacked, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Out of the 4 blue team scouts, 2 of them had been taken care of by her. Hearing the commotion behind her, He Kun turned her head and saw a scene that made her heart skip a beat. Her body reacted far faster than her brain. With a loud roar, she raised her leg and swept it towards Yi Qian. When Yi Qian saw the wind from the kick, she knew she was up against a powerful third-year student. She grabbed the student's right arm with one hand and locked it behind his back. At the same time, she used one hand to support herself on the student's back and lifted her whole body into the air. She also raised her leg and swept it back with an even fiercer stance. Hand, my hand is broken, my hand is broken. This move of hers was very painful for the student whose right arm was locked behind his back. The huge twist almost dislocated his arm and shoulder. The pain was so intense that he couldn't help but scream out in pain. It was probably not just any pain. Yi Qian kicked away He Kun's attacking left leg. Furthermore, she kicked the other party's calf. When the student who was locked down with one arm screamed out in pain, He Kun's back was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Her calf was trembling from the pain. Her strength wasn't just any normal amount. She wouldn't break his calf, would she? He Kun resisted the urge to bend over and grab his leg to rub it. Her heart was screaming in pain. Only her forehead was tense. She couldn't break her technique. She definitely couldn't break her technique. She had to hold on. Yi Jian, on the other hand, knew how hard she had kicked him. Seeing the corner of his mouth twitching a few times, she let go of the student in her hand and asked, "It hurts, right? Do you want to rub it first?" He Kun would remember this sentence clearly even after a long, long time. He wanted to attack again, but because of her words, he really hugged her leg and rubbed it first. Yi Qian did not expect him to really hug her leg and massage it. She had only mentioned it casually and did not really want him to massage it. The third-year student who had his arm twisted and was screaming in pain was thrown aside by Yi Jian. The dead student quickly ran to the side and was several meters away from Yi Jian. He had to run a few meters away. Yi Qian was already fighting He Kun, using his fists and kicks. When he saw Yi Qian raise his leg high up and chop down like a sword, hitting He Kun's shoulder, he couldn't help but cry out, "Ayo," for He Kun. Although that kick didn't land on him, he felt pain for He Kun. Even the roots of his teeth were sore. Ouch! The dead student rubbed his shoulder and slowly turned it around. He was also in pain, but fortunately, his shoulder was not dislocated. He Kun was forced to kneel on one knee by Yi Qian. He was in so much pain that he was about to cry. How could a woman be so strong? He Kun, who came from a martial arts background, was strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was also an elite soldier. Although he was in so much pain that he was about to cry, the ferocity in his bones was also aroused. When Yi Qian pulled back his leg, he rushed over like a leopard. The dead student couldn't bear to watch the fight. He covered his face with his hands, but he didn't want to miss the excitement, so he stood in a safe area to watch the whole thing. Chapter 24:46. He saw He Kun, who had won an award for physical fitness, get beaten up by Yi Qian again and again. The process was brutal, and every move was fatal. He Kun had won an award for physical fitness, but in front of Yi Qian, it was nothing. It gave him the illusion that He Kun was a first-year student. In the end, he saw Yi Jian make a move. She suddenly lifted her foot and stepped on He Kun's foot. Her whole body went around Hiku's back. Plop. Hikun was thrown to the ground by her, while she stood to the side and scathed. Damn, 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 damn. She. How did she do it? How did she do it? Like this, like that. She went around Hiku's back like a monkey, her feet not touching the ground, her hands locked onto Hiku's shoulders. When her feet touched the ground, Hikun fell to the ground with her back facing the sky. He saw the entire process, but, he didn't see it at all. He didn't see how she threw Hikun to the ground. The students closest to her didn't see it clearly, and the students further away didn't see it clearly either. After Yi Qian finished off his opponent, she turned around to look. There wasn't a single student left on the red team. Even the 2 sentinels she brought with her had died in the fight against the other 2 third-year students. Seeing that the third-year student she had thrown to the ground didn't get up, Yi Qian took a step forward, bent down on one knee, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, senior, but time was tight. You were a difficult opponent, so I had to end it quickly." Hikun, whose head was still buried in the grass, waved her hand to indicate that she was fine and just wanted to lie down for a while. Yi Qian looked at the grass that was so thick that it could bury her face, then thought about the sound she made when she threw the third-year student over. She pursed her lips and smiled. Now she understood why he didn't want to raise his head. After Yi Qian left, the third-year student who was watching the fight patted Hikun's shoulder, who was still in the grass, and sighed, "Brother, you didn't lose too badly. Junior Yi Qian is very skilled, we still have to practice a little more." This time, they finally understood why the group of first-year students admired Yi Qian so much. After today, they had no choice but to admire him. They were convinced. Hikun, who had a mouthful of grass in her mouth, silently spat out the mouthful of grass foam. When she raised her head and opened her mouth, the corners of her mouth were stained with green grass paste, and there were also bits of grass stuck between her teeth. Yi Qian heard the sound of laughter. Then he heard the male student who had been thrown to the ground and chewed on the grass say angrily, "What's there to laugh about? I just ate a mouthful of grass. What's so funny?" It was still a little funny. At least she wanted to laugh. Yi Qian, with a slight smile, didn't stay in the red team's abandoned tent any longer. He quickly left alone. The sentries she had brought with her had all been killed, so she could only return alone. A report came from the rear through her earpiece. "The blue team has already begun to enter. The fake orders we issued have most likely been seen through. The third-year student in charge of technical support told us that the blue team's technical students have already analyzed that we have built a fake base station, and will immediately rebuild their own servers. With the blue team's strength, it won't take them too long to cut off our fake base station and stop our fake orders. A conservative estimate is about an hour." Listening to the report, Yi Qian ran all the way back to the command center, which was 5 kilometers away. It took her about 40 minutes to get back. 5 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so it wouldn't take much time to run back. Chapter 2447. She also did not expect the fake orders to last for a long time. After all, the blue team's strength was there for all to see. If they really did not discover it after a long time, the leaders in the main tent would be the ones having a headache. Time seemed to pass very slowly. When the main tent saw that the blue team had finally cut off the red team's fake base station, the leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was a bad result, they did not lose their sense of direction. After reacting, they calmly carried out the next step. It was clear that they also had excellent military discipline. The blue team's technical students were very strong. After cutting off the red team's fake base station, the red team had no way to issue fake orders to the blue team's battalions and companies. Yi Qian, who already knew that the blue team's reconnaissance team had entered the red team's tent, felt that it was a pity, but he also applauded the blue team's strength. The red team's fake base station took a total of 1.5 hours, while the blue team's interception took only 40 minutes. 40 minutes was enough. The blue team's main forces had all changed directions, giving the red team enough time to move. Now, It was time to fight head-on. Qian Yanjun sent the latest news. They had already discovered the blue team's main command center and were requesting Yi Qian's instructions. No rush. Hide well first and show yourself last. Yi Qian continued the Snowfield Brigade's dark style of fighting. Compared to fighting openly, she preferred to fight in the dark and catch the enemy off guard. Qian Yanjun slowly put away the binoculars and said softly, "Their command center is very close to the battle for the high ground. If we wait until the blue team's main forces arrive, it will be too late for us to show ourselves. Showing ourselves now is suicide." Yi Qian sneered. The third-year seniors are not easy to deal with. Arranging for you guys to go over is not to send you to your deaths, but to take advantage of the opportunity to ambush. If you succeed, then you succeed. If not, at least you guys made a move. The third-year students were indeed very strong. Qian Yanjun's mobile battalion had no way of capturing the blue team's main commander alive. In this drill, the red team would win beautifully in the early stages, but as the fake base station was broken, the blue team would quickly adjust their battle arrangements. The further they went, the harder it would be for the red team. Yi Qian knew all this. At the same time, the blue team's battalions and companies could not communicate normally. They also lost contact with the command center, but they did not panic. The battalions and companies' commanders quickly opened up their electronic battle plans and very calmly. Why did they lose contact? Obviously, the communication system had been destroyed by the red team. It didn't matter if the communication system was broken, as long as they didn't panic. They are the future leaders of our country's national defense and the founders of our country's national defense. They have excellent military qualities, firm ideals, and tenacious fighting spirit. Among them, there were countless students who were elite future military officers. They were cultured, understood technology, and could fight. Even if they were to encounter a fatal situation, maintaining calm was a necessary quality for them. Our system has been breached by the red team, causing complete paralysis. We are now 10 kilometers away from the highlands. The end of the exercise is less than 3 hours away. Within an hour, we must conserve our forces and gather here. This is the rendezvous point for our forces. The other battalions and companies will arrive soon. Now that we have seen it, although the red team is a freshman, their strength is not to be underestimated. Remember, if you encounter the red team, it is best to eliminate them first.